Good morning, everybody. A few minutes late today. How dare. YouTube's gonna punish me for that one. Today, I think we need to get some more axes. Let me actually get a beat on exactly how many axes we have. Wood axes I still don't want to start using for combat or for wood cutting. Unless they are, no, not yet. They're sledgehammers, but for trees. Too heavy. They burn your endurance like no tomorrow. Pickaxe is a tool. It's a little too rare, and its swing pattern is the same as a sledgehammer, so... Only books in here. Oh, it's already 2000 hours. Wow. This one on the floor here is busted, so it does not really count. Alright, so that's 4 firefighter axes, but one is about done. Two that are pretty much pristine. Those can go in my backpack, along with the other one that is fully pristine. So that actually makes a total of 4 good ones and then one that's about to break. Okay. That should be more than enough for the immediate moment. There is a fire department just to the north, so... we'll be hitting that pretty early today. I feel like there's hatchets somewhere that I lost track of at some point. We'll need to track those down. Nothing but ammo in this truck, as it should be. I may have left some behind at some point, which I definitely should not have done. Hatchets are not just tools. I am a fire officer. Hatchets are my primary weapon until Longblade, which is still a long way away. Well, mistakes were made. In any case, I have been using them a lot. That is, I've definitely been using hatchets a lot, because the swing speed is faster than the firefighter axe. Yeah, so the 2 that are on me are fresh. So I most recently broke one. I do remember breaking that one, so... okay. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and use this axe up until it literally breaks. And, sledgehammer is going to go with us in the looting van. Alright, now this is where we use the sledgehammer. Don't know how many Zeds are up here, though. This fence up here is the fence that surrounds the Ekron Fire Department. And our goal is to just make one hole in it so that the zombies who are in there can get out of it and come down here and fight us out in the open, so we don't have to go in that nasty little forest area there. But I see that there's an idle one right there next to the fence. So that means, and I remember there being more than just one, so the moment I start slapping the fence with the sledgehammer, they will also wake up. I may have to cancel this sledging if it looks like there's like 3 or 4 of them coming out of the trees, and then they're going to be right across from me on the other side of the fence right as I finish sledging it. We don't want that situation. So I will cancel it at the last second if I have to. Okay, that's all we had to do. They should now know how to get to us. If we make enough noise and they can't see us, then they should come out here. Remember, if they can see us, then they'll just start slapping the fence, so we have to make it so they can't see us. That is still not even a perfect solution, though, so let's fall back a little bit and line of sight them through these trees back here. And then maybe a little bit of look at that. They are not slapping the fence, but in fact walking on out, which is exactly what we want. I'm going to toot a couple more times. Hey there, no mods. The only mod... Okay, so I made one mod myself that is a texture mod, but nothing of substance. Just a texture replacement mod to change the military backpack to black. I'm surprised that we didn't get like 4 or 5 of them coming out of there. Maybe we might have tooted the horn a little too far back. It's getting close to bedtime anyway. Oh, there we are. Okay. I just had to move back up. Okay. Let's do this. It's a pretty hat. I match the scrubs. That's what I'm talking about. Yep, see that? They all come on out, and that is a very tight group. We need to... This is what the dual purpose of the defensive position here. Nomad? I'm not sure what you mean by that. That is definitely a word. Alright, you know what? I am going to leave the engine running because if we get hit by fatigue, then I have to fall back. And we don't want to be caught with our pants down. My sleep schedule got offset a little bit because we've been doing a lot of book reading. Ooh, yeah, okay. Here's the deal. I definitely do not have the... That's a big fight right there. That is a big fight. And I actually don't want them to continue walking in that direction. So I'm going to lead them towards the school. And then I'm just going to do a loop around the school and give them the old switcheroo. Alright, catching our sleep for tonight. I probably should add my mods to the description, or the, my, whatchamacallit, my response to the mod question. Because you see, I can say that I'm not using any mods, and that's 99% accurate. But then there's the texture replacement mod, which is technically a mod. It just doesn't actually change any of the game's code, it only changes the texture. And having to explain the difference is rather repetitive. Lots of folks reasonably ask, because a lot of people will play this game with lots of mods. Nothing wrong with that. I think there's a lot of carrots left in this. Radishes. Holy crap, there's 50 hunger worth of radishes in there. That's going to be hard to use up. I mean, radishes only... You can add like 3 hunger for each time you use it. There's 50 in there? Well... So I'll add 2 helpings to a bunch of stir fries here. There we go. Okay. So we've got only really 2 helpings of carrots left. And yeah, there we go. So beyond that, I really should find something else to put in these. Running low on canned stuff at this point. If I don't watch myself, I actually could run out of food. Just because that doesn't usually happen to me doesn't mean it can't. Especially considering I'm not actually really paying attention to food right now. Looks like that canned vegetable soup actually can't be added to either a stir fry or a roast. That's wrong. You can add vegetable soup to a roast. You just have to do it right. But that's real life I'm talking about right there. Tell me I can add dog food to a roast. I better be able to. No, I can't. That's really stupid. Well, that's awkward because the vegetable soup and mushroom soup, and then dog food, that's the only canned stuff I have left. Peanut butter it is. Which peanut butter is left? We have 20? That's good for 4 units, yeah. So we can add a helping of peanut butter to each of these stir fries. Alright, so these stir fries that need another ingredient, I'm just going to put them in the freezer for now. We'll unpack them and load them up with something else after we get a little bit more food of some kind to put in there. These 2 veggie roasts are at least good for a full day. It was full days of food. So I'll get those cooking. And we're going to go ahead and make a soup. It's going to be macaroni, cheese, mushrooms, and veggies. Probably doesn't sound too awful appetizing. Well, there's no cheese powder here, so never mind. Just macaroni, veggies, and shrooms. While we're waiting for that to finish cooking, my flashlight is in need of a new battery. Get rid of these batteries that are not in top condition here. I can already make improvised lighters. Huh. I missed that memo. That's another consequence of reading magazines and not actually paying attention to what I'm reading. So those 2 roasts came out to be 30, so each of those is half a day. And this soup should at least be a day and a half. Yeah, about that. I'm going to split this. I'm going to call it a, what I'm going to do, and since you can't rename bowls after you split a soup into 2 bowls, since you can't rename the bowls themselves, what I do is I take the amount of hunger that it reduces, so in this case 74, just round it up to 80 and then divide it by 2, so I call it 40, and then I go over here and I split it into bowls, and then what it's going to do is it's going to give me 2 bowls of 40, which in that case it's a bowl that reduces 40 hunger. So that is computer next. Yeah, I know, right? That is that's how we roll here. My character deserves a rig a little bit like mine. All right, a little bit late for second bedtime here, but off we go. Let's put away the unused 9mm. I have not even actually cracked into, this is why I thought I had cheese powder, because it was out here. It's actually probably a good thing that I have not started eating any of the food in here, because I want to focus on using up local stuff before resorting to the stuff I brought with me. So it's actually a good thing I haven't touched any of the food in my main travel vehicle yet. Kind of, yeah. Very robotic assessment of food here. Because you see, if I cared about making good stuff that I would eat in real life, that's a lot of work in this game to grow all the right stuff. And the most cursed part about that, of course, is I'm a meat and cheese person. This game gives you all sorts of meat options, but we can't make our own cheese yet. I'm so mad about that. I'm really, really, really mad about that. I have actually considered, and I haven't done this, I haven't even really looked into the viability. I have considered looking into just adding a crafting recipe to the butter churn to make cheese out of milk. And I don't even know exactly how I would do it, but I mean, if we can make butter, we can make cheese. There's just other things you need. And I don't know what... And one of the things with my modding policy, right, and this talks a little bit... We had somebody in chat asking about mods earlier. I don't ever want to have a mod that adds anything to the save data that would not already be there, right? So I could get away with a new crafting recipe, because a new crafting recipe would just take things that already exist and turn them into things that already exist. So a way to make cheese at the butter churn is something that would be within the realm of something I would accept in this universe, but I still haven't pulled the trigger on it. I might. I don't know. In any case, we have food for the day. 230 roasts. We are going to need to be very well armed today. We've got 6 magazines of 9mm with another 8 reloads. I'll be real with you guys. My defensive position is probably not going to be strong enough to actually make good use of shooting, because I half-assed it. I half-assed my defensive position. But we're gonna see. I'll see what use I can get out of it, and if I can't actually get it to work the way I want it to, then we just leave it alone. Yes, that's another problem right there too. That is very true. One of the things that I try to do on stream here, and kind of, in this particular instance with Zomboid. Zomboid's the kind of game that when I play it, I want to play it close to the developer's vision, if at all humanly possible. Even though my hopes of being able to give meaningful feedback are kind of slim. No more brother wars. It's truly cursed. Alright, I need to be careful about when I start shooting, because the moment I do, there are some Zeds distributed here. The noise I made last night has led to people being all over the place now, so I'm going to start today by cleaning up everything that would be behind me again. The rain is not going to help. Probably should have listened to the weather. I don't even have an excuse anymore. I already know the EMS channel. It is 100.2. It's still done, just 1/3. My habit traditionally is to use weapons until they're close to breaking and then stop. Especially with bladed weapons like axes and swords and whatnot. But in this case, because the number of weapons I have are limited, and I don't really have a way to make new ones yet, it's okay to just completely use them up, because I'm also just doing it for the sake of experience. Fun times with this streetlight right here. On Annie Mae. Oh no, not this streetlight. It was this one up here. when I was in Ekron on Anime for 42.N, this streetlight, I was doing some combat right here, and a zombie came out of the building and approached me from directly behind the streetlight. And because streetlights always render on top, no matter what, the zombie's outline was really broken up, and that assisted in it. It managed to get a scratch on my hand. I think it was a scratch on the hand. Or a scratch somewhere. It was a scratch, I remember that much. And thankfully it was not an infection. Could have been, though. That was when I learned to not get too close to streetlights when there could be targets coming from behind them. Because, I mean, yes, you can still see parts of them, but anything that breaks up a profile, breaks up an outline, not good. Not going to help. Dislike. So I had expected a little bit more down here, actually. After what I saw last night. Oh, that's because there are more in the forest over here who didn't hear my engine. I'm glad I caught them I'm glad I caught them now. Let's go loud. I'm gonna go loud because at this point I need them out of this forest. So if that results in me just having to fight on foot, so be it. So I'm going to push execute this one, and we'll take it from there. Strike 3, you're out. I was going to push execute him. That's an okay start right there. Let's make some noise, but not too much noise. See, what happened is last night, if anybody wasn't here just a little bit ago, last night we came down here and sledgehammered a hole in the fence to the north there. And then we pulled back and honked the horn a little bit. That resulted in a few Zeds coming all the way down here, which I do not want to start seeing. I don't want to see them start approaching from this side when we go loud over here. But I'm not currently seeing that. So, alright, yeah. Let's see how this goes. Executing is what I just... So if a zombie is on the floor in front of you, and you shoot it point blank, I think that's the second best chance to get a good shot off if you're in low-level aiming. The best shot you'll ever get in this game, regardless of leveling of aim, is after a zombie has flipped over something like a fence or a window. So that's one of the reasons my fighting positions up here, like this one, are made in sort of grids of low fences. So the zombies can approach me from any direction, but they always have to flip over something to get to me. A perfect iteration of this should be a 3x3 of 3x3s. So we made it 6 tiles by 6 tiles. It should be 9 tiles by 9 tiles. Because then I stand in the middle, and there's basically nobody who can get to me without flipping over something from a safe distance, if that makes sense. This 6x6 is kind of an improvised thing, because I wasn't expecting quite as much resistance. But let's see what happens. And I should be leaving this vehicle running, because I do not know if I'm going to need a bail. And let's see how this works. Now, in a perfect world, I would use fences that I can see through better. 6 shots left. That's a jam. I love jams. I'm reloading? Yeah. Seven rounds. Now, it might seem like it's taking me a lot of shots, and that's true, but I'm I'm also only aiming level 1. Believe you me when I say that I'm getting away with a lot fewer shots than I would have to if these were all upright targets. I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of the sickness I'm putting on my half-mask respirator. Oh, come on, man. Don't lose interest. You're right there. See, there is one coming from the right there. And that is specifically what I wanted to avoid. She was over there in the forest somewhere. I think this 6x6 is doing okay. It's just my flank is exposed, right? That is not a good thing, but we're making do. Is that reload? Yeah, that's reload. So this kind of defensive position right here for lower level aiming especially. But I got some good use out of it even at high level aiming, because at the end of the day, no matter what your aiming level is, once they flip over a fence, they're more vulnerable. And when you have slow targets, you can actually make them go a little faster. You can even use the corners to a bit of creative effect here. Because if they are charging at you, they'll follow you in a straight line no matter what course you take. So you can lead them over a fence corner very easily. And they'll flip even though they have no real need to. Looks like we got some fence slappers up there, and that's nothing I can do about that as long as they can see me. So in order to get them to stop slapping the fence without putting myself at risk up there, we just fall back a little bit and toot toot. Get behind these trees so that we're behind line of sight. And doot doot. Doot to the doot. Well, maybe a little further back. And this tree right here is supposed to be blocking the view of the fence. Hell, I mean, we could actually hide behind the dumpsters, actually. That's probably even easier. And look at that, they're already coming out. Come out, you black and tans. Now, if I really wanted it hard, I could just build like a small wall up here that would create a cone so that they can't see me from that fence. A little bit too much effort. And it looks like they're all slow. So let's just skirmish these guys. And this is what I mean by executing. It's not, like I said, it's not quite as good as a fence flip, but if you're strong and you can get them on their ass easily, it's a lot easier than shooting an upright target. If anybody ever says that strength doesn't help you with aiming, in this particular case, they're very wrong, because strength enables you to push them down for an easy execution. Six rounds. Just gonna rack out the last one. One coming from the left there, that is expected. This was originally built to handle the college. We expected many, many, many more to be coming out of the college. We've actually cleared the library from it already, so. That was 5-6 rounds, I think. 7. You know, I'm going to be real with you guys. These shoddy low fences are actually, for this particular purpose, for, you know, not massive swarms, but like, you know, drip feed swarms, they're actually better than craftsman fences, because craftsman fences are like, you know, they fully block your line of sight, or rather, you can't see, you have no frame of reference of where they're at if they flip over right here, for example. But because these fences are crappy, I can actually see through them a little bit. I unironically might make the internal fences, so inside the in the future, I might make the internal fences a lower quality on purpose, just so that I can see a little bit better when they flip over. had a feeling that there'd... Yeah, just one fast and one slow. And we are 6 rounds. Oh, that's right, there's... Right there, okay. Strike ones. There we go. Alright, you're fast and you're medium. Now, when it comes to these guys slapping the fence, it used to be that fence slapping would stress you out, and stress makes it harder to shoot. The stress part, fence slapping no longer stresses you out. Stress still does make it harder to shoot, but this also is not as good of a shot, right? So I still, if I can, I would prefer that they come around. Now, if you ragdoll them like that, wait until they start getting up. That has been true for a little while, where ragdolls are weird. They're not actually very easy to hit, even though it might sometimes look like they are. She's got an ice axe in her. There we go. I was hoping to get them to start coming out a little bit. 12 rounds. We're hungry. I'm going to have a bite to eat before they get to me. I'm too far away. Or, not far. There we go. Stay out of the stench zone while I eat if I can. Alright, fresh reload. We got 15. It looks like the, so in previous build, in just the last build, 42 points, the respirator filters didn't seem to get used up much at all. Now they get used up, so that's unfortunate. I was enjoying my infinite respirator mask. It's still pretty good though. This is bringing overwhelming, which is stage 4 stink, down to awful odor, which is stage 1. I think stage 1, yeah. Slow ones again here. Fast one behind them. And one slapper. Yeah, okay. Let's, I'm gonna melee these guys. The fact that it sometimes takes 2 shots to execute point blank, I still find that to be quite silly. Yeah, I'm glad to be getting used to this. When I built this, and I went into the school and I saw there was nobody in there, I was like, darn it. But now we're getting some, Convulse. Really hate that. So every once in a while when a zombie is down, and it doesn't matter how they get down, once they're down and you shoot them, sometimes your shots, all of them, until they do this little flippity flop on the ground, Sometimes your shots will actually not really do anything to them until they do that little flippity flop like that guy just did. I just kind of, it looks like they're having a convulsions. I just call it convulse. Come on, someday, sweetheart. Right on over. Okay. 9 rounds. I think I can safely turn the vehicle off. I left it running, but it's not, we're not in that tough of a situation here. So, oh, look at that. 3 of them did figure out how to get around. So proud of them. I just wish it was more consistent. Remember, this axe is just about to break. So I really shouldn't be pulling it out for anything more than one at a time. We got better axes for that situation. It seems almost random as to whether they're going to get stuck on the fence and just stay slapping it forever, or actually come around. You know, these trees really close to the fence, they're probably line of sighting me. See, my theory is, as long as they don't see us, but they hear us, then they'll try to come around the fence instead of just slapping it. But that's still just a theory. I have not proven it with any solidity. Alright, so I'm gonna poke this guy, because I don't want to bring down big groups just yet. And after I poke this guy and chop up the guy to the left there, we will, whatchamacallit, sledge our way through the fence in a drivable fashion. We have muscle strain from the sledgehammering. That's okay. And we're about to get a ton more axes, hopefully, because this fire department here has not been looted and trashed, unlike the last one I looked at. Fingers crossed that we might actually see a truck. The Brandenburg Fire Department had a couple of trucks in the parking lot. And there's still some in the bottom corner here. So we're definitely not really getting started on the building just yet. We want the perimeter to be secure before we go anywhere near the inside. I could be wrong, but I feel like they've substantially increased the range of horn honking noises. So the days of me honking the horn to get small groups together are, well, definitely over for small groups. Horn honking is for big groups now. Have a bite to eat, sharpen, and then get that corner clear. It's the firefighter training yard up here. Sometimes there's a lot up here, but it looks like if there were, they have been removed. Some portion of the ones we killed down south probably came from up here. I'm not sure if the building was actually spawned in until just now. Wait, that's my truck. So I think we can already tell there's no vehicles inside the building. I don't even know if it's possible for them to spawn inside the building. But if there were, we would see them through this window by now. Speaking of through this window, we got one coming out.
Hey!
So, firefighter jackets and pants. Not the best armor. Slows you down tremendously. Makes you unbelievably hot. Cannot be repaired. Cannot be added padding to. However, you can scrap it using tailoring to acquire aramid thread to make far more useful armor. And therefore, you can do that even if it's busted up armor and it's full of holes and whatnot. One coming in north? Okay. Constantly checking my 6 for anybody coming down the stairs there. These doors, even though they seem like they're locked from the inside, right-click on them and hit unlock. I don't know why it does not automatically unlock when you try to open it from the inside like every other door in the game, but it took me a little while to figure that out. Oi. Wish I could tap him on the shoulder. I'd love to do that. Want to leave one side of the garage doors drivable so that I can back the truck in here when the time comes. Okay. So garbage axe on the floor. We hatch it now. Well, maybe not. Get everybody's attention. I bring them over here, drop them on this side. Oh. That's an odd angle. And they really lock up their canines here. Man, look at that. They've got bars, like it's a jail, and then they've got cages. What a shame. I predict there's going to be one around the corner in there. So like I said, when it comes to close quarter stuff, I want my best one-handed weapon in hand. Hatchet has a shorter minimum range, faster swing speed. Forgot there's a basement here. You have to keep an eye on that. Fitness center here. Storeroom. Nobody in there. Can see it pretty easily. Storeroom clear. Let's just check the fire lockers. Fire lockers clear. Okay. So for now, close the outer doors. Points of ingress for anybody coming in from the outside is garage or fitness center for now. Front office, yeah, front office here. The door is intact but open. Alright, second floor. Top of the stairs clear. There's somebody up here. Hello, two somebodies. Barracks door is all the way around the corner. So we want to check the dorm first. Or living room, whatever you want to call it. When it comes to choosing what room to clear next, ideally I usually pick whichever one has open doors first, then whichever one has doors I can see through, and then from there it's just prioritized based on which room would more likely contain zombies that recently heard me or not. Not a hard and fast rule for anything there, just a general rule of thumb. Okay, showers, lockers clear. I think bedroom's clear. Clear the corner. Yeah. Does anybody have a pillow that... Okay, so yes. So this, technically speaking, is a safe place to sleep already. Don't care that there's zombies outside. I have an intact door to sleep behind. And no windows that they can break into. So technically speaking, if I needed to just sleep right here, it's secure. I could do that. But I've got other things to do before that moment comes. Now, that being said, closing the curtains for the upper floors is not a bad idea if there is a possibility of people outside and you don't want them to see you walking around and come moseying in downstairs somewhere where you're not even sure exactly where. Yeah, I'll save you some effort. Standard Zomboid thing. Bathrooms likely clear, but eyeball them anyway. And finally, overhang above the garage. Don't usually see anything in these boxes. Yeah, that holds true to this day. I think this particular section up here, they just never defined a loot table for it. Inside of the building's clear now. So we're going to go get the van, drive it in, and then we're going to do another more thorough perimeter check. And then we're loot free. Hey, KTO, how's it going? We're pretty close to having a secure fire department in Ekron here. Fire department that is not loaded in trash. Why are you walking away from me, dude? Got a USL hat. It's even got shoes that match it. Shame the shoes have a hole in them. Oh, those are one of the default color shoes. So we could find those in like a sports store if we wanted to. Good to know. Didn't know that that was a good match for a USL. I'm always on the lookout for blue in this game because if you find the correct color of blue clothes, and you can actually make the wizard hat work. Which gas station? Was that West Point? How did I jaw stab her through the fence? I'm assuming West Point. If so, was that the Boss Oil in the south, or the gas to go in the center past Main Street there? I am kind of hoping to find a key to this place. Yeah, it's alright. Thunder gas, right. I thought that was gas to go. No Thornhill. Abdul Crisp. Now that's funny. The guy from the Firefighters is named Crisp. Yeah, whenever you get a massive group like that. Somebody found their way to the back door there. Is it one somebody or multiple somebody? Just one somebody for now. Could be more. PH Phallus Lake. So I'm in the mode now where I'm taking all potential tailoring stuff from corpses. Because we have tailoring 1. We do not have tailoring 2 though, so we may run into a brick wall with tailoring. And if so, then that's whatever. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. God damn it. Does that apply to everything else? I suppose we might as well find out. If shortened skirts doesn't do it, then everything else might not either. Fuck. God damn it. I suppose I shouldn't be so surprised, but I'm still mad about it. Let's find out. Got a crafting surface right here. And I got somebody with a skirt over here. Now, I have not read the book, but I need to find. Of course, I need to find out if this isn't a valid strategy. Then, well, no point in stealing clothes from most people. So here's a skirt, shortened skirt. Fuck you, Indy Stone. All right, how about socks? Nope. How How about jeans? I'm okay. So I used to be of the opinion that 42.16 was just great all around, and aside from the stupid things that were probably not intended, no, not anymore. Now they are removing ways of getting experience for this extremely incomplete crafting system. Now that being said, there are things I can sew, but it's all really stupid, and I don't like it. Rag bandanas, improvised bandeaus, foot wraps. I mean, is sewing 50 improvised bandeaus really more compelling content than just shortening 50 skirts? Because one of those gets us resources to use. The other destroys resources. I suppose I answered my own fucking question right there. It's the thing that destroys resources that they're actually interested in making us do. Whatever. Like I said, I'm mad about it, but I'm not going to let it piss me off that much. Now, here's one thing it does, and that, again, this is probably not going to last forever. Shortening clothing still gives you a free, clean strip. So if you don't, you really need like a clean strip, you don't have a lot of water to clean things with, or you don't want to waste the time, shorten the skirt, and you'll get yourself a free clean rag. I'm sure in the future they're going to nerf that. I'm curious if this is the correct color. If so, then I'll actually hold on to it. Look at that. That's actually the correct color. Well, it's a little light. It's a little light. The important match is my backpack or my satchel. And those are a little dark. Now, it is a match for the Hawaiian shirt, but the Hawaiian shirt's a bit of an anomaly because it's a two-tone. It's a match for the lighter tone, but not the darker. Whatever. Let's get some more free stuff here. I mean, even if they reduce the amount of XP, I can see why they went for it. They're doing the same thing as they're doing the same thing they did with carpentry. They want you to only build things, not destroy things. And I get part of that. But we need some more things to build before they do that. They put, once again, they did the thing that makes our life less convenient before doing the thing that makes our life more interesting. And that right there is just, I don't like it. I really don't like that mentality. And it seems that mentality is definitely going to survive our new design director. Because you can direct design, but you can't change minds. Oh my god. That was my own jeans that I just ripped up. God damn it. I'm such a fucking moron. Okay, well, I guess I am rocking the short skirt now. Yeah, okay then. Well, yeah, the patches, I'm not actually that upset about patches. Patches have always been a bit of an annoying thing to do. Like, these belts, I would have probably collected them and ripped them regardless of the experience. I don't think that ever gave experience. But it's free leather strips and buckles. And same principle with the firefighter jackets. I was picking those up for the aramid thread, not really for anything else. But putting tailoring supplies into a van is no longer that much relevant because I'm not going to need to collect a bunch of stuff. Aside from that needs to, damn it, no good place to put that. Let's have it the glove compartment for now. And I'll steal somebody else's jeans sooner or later. Yeah. And we need more water because I didn't bring a second bottle today. Before I do that, we came out here to get firefighter gear. We are going to go get firefighter gear. Now, one of the ways that I leveled tailoring in the past, eventually cutting clothing Eventually cutting clothing falls off. Really, I just liked doing it to get me through the first couple of levels. Because the first couple of levels, your options to make shit are pretty fucking boring. And that hasn't changed. As far as I can see, I just looked at the tailoring. Let's look at it again. I'm looking at things that do not have a red, you know, like this stuff here. And, this is all shit. Hand wraps, foot wraps, tarp, garbage bag. I don't know about you guys. Do you really want to walk around in garbage bag clothes when you're surrounded by perfectly fine normal clothing? I understand why they added that stuff, but at the same time, if you can find garbage bags and they're actually intact, you can probably find clothing and it's actually intact. So I just don't understand the appeal of this. Using modern manufactured stuff like garbage bags and tarps to make stuff that's probably still going to be just as accessible. I understand the appeal of improvised clothing, and the rag clothing makes perfect sense. But rags are things that you'll be able to get long after you run out of things like tarps and garbage bags. In a world where you've run out of clothing, you've probably run out of tarps and garbage bags a long time ago, is the point I'm getting at. It's incongruous that they put that much effort into that stuff. The tarp I understand, the poncho. I completely understand why they made a poncho, like an improvised tarp poncho, because that makes perfect sense. We actually learned how to do things like that in the Boy Scouts. They taught us how to make improvised things to protect us from the rain. That makes perfect sense. But a skirt? Really? A skirt? A vest? The fuck is the point of any of that? I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. So there are some jeans here, but they got a hole in them. I do have a pair of leather pants, but they also have a hole in them. The hole is in the left thigh. Okay. Honestly, leather pants that have a hole in the left thigh. Maybe I'll just wear those. I do kind of want something with protection of some kind. If it wasn't so early game. Hey, Lewis, how's it going? Currently, today, we are looking at, among other things, we're looking at crafting, and a significant nerf to tailoring has been put out. All of the ways to get experience at low level by finding clothes on zombies have been removed. Like I said, I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm still disappointed. I was eagerly awaiting them to break the mold somehow. I mean, when are they going to do it to electrical? When are they going to make it so that disassembling electrical stuff doesn't give us experience anymore? If they're going to do it to other professions, they're going to do it to electrical someday too. I can almost guarantee it. And look at how few options we have to make things with electrical. Look at how short this list is. Some of these things are useful, don't get me wrong, but they really need to add more things. And yet I get the feeling that they're not before they remove the disassembly, you know. The fact that I can take this watch apart and get, 3 experience, that's great. It should be the same way with clothing, but whatever. We are currently... I'm just going to shorten these jeans and socks so that I can get the free... Actually... Wait, did I just rip it? I just ripped it. Well, I'm an idiot. Not big surprise. See, we can't even rip socks. So the shortened socks recipe is one of the only things you can do to get rags out of socks. I'm overthinking it because even if we actually get materials for tailoring, we don't have the book read yet. We've got other things on the agenda today. I mostly came back here because I ran out of water, like a doofus, and I just got it refilled. So I need to be tailoring level 2 to even start picking airman thread. So basically all this firefighter gear that I picked up is just going to get set aside until I'm at least tailoring level 2. But I do not need to be bringing it forward with me anywhere because at that point we'll pick the airman thread out of it and that'll delete 99% of the encumbrance. Can I show the situation by the map? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, my... if you ever want to clean rags, so like I have a rag and a denim strip that are both dirty. If you ever want to clean those, and you're not like, you know, right in front of a lake. If you're not right in front of a lake, just right click on them and hit clean bandage. The water cost is like a tiny fraction of what it would be. I will allocate some twine to leveling tailoring, but never too much at once. Because if you go nuts with twine when you're leveling tailoring, you'll delete every bit of twine you have, and you'll wonder where it went. Mailbags. Okay, now here's a... When you have a mailbag, you can rip it up and get 2 burlap pieces. The first thing we're going to do when we get the tailoring book read is turn those burlap pieces into sacks. And that had better give us experience. Because if it doesn't, then I will say very, very full-throatedly that this nerf has been way too harsh. But yeah, this bag is now full of tailoring-related stuff only. These leather gloves that I've been picking up that I'm not actually wearing, those are for making carving-related armor later on down the line. That'll get us more experience. And I'm just going to go ahead and rip up the rest of these belts then. So the map situation, we're at Ekron. We have dealt with the library. The library was disappointingly easy. The fire department is accessible, but we have not yet cleared it, so... And then the gun shop up here is still defended, but that is going to be the target after the fire department here. And then there's some other secondary and tertiary targets that we can look around at. There is a cow up here, 2 cows. So if I can find an animal trailer somewhere, then I probably will go recover them and bring them back here. I don't know where the nearest animal trailer would be other than Irvington. I know for sure that there's multiple in Irvington. But if I'm going to go all the way to Irvington just to get an animal trailer, might as well pick up a couple of cows while I'm there, because Irvington has plenty of cows as well. Ice axes don't have sharpness. That's interesting. So obviously it counts as an axe weapon, but without sharpness, you can keep using it until it breaks. That is congenial to my interests. Very much so. And we're a little late for bed, but we are going to bed. Farm between Ekron and Brand, right? Well, actually, that is where I was talking about one of the farms between them. But I have no idea where to find an animal trailer. Like, the chances of an animal trailer spawning at a individual farm are so hit or miss that I probably don't want to rely on that. And if I need to repair clothing, I need to be setting it far aside. So I kind of want to repair these leather pants because, and this leather jacket here, but the coats are for destroying. This long skirt, we probably are going to shorten it also to a mini skirt because I think it's the correct color to match the, I think that's one to match the wizard hat. We didn't actually find a wizard hat at the, or we forgot it at Irvington. There's a comic store in Irvington, and I don't remember if we actually, if we actually looked at the mannequin there or not. All right, so cosmetic stuff is going in here now. Cosmetic and or backup stuff. Okay. Now everything left in this box is free game to be dismantled as needed. Here's what I have in mind for the respirators in the future. The filters run out again, unfortunately, but the mask itself is still pretty decent even without filters. So what I'm probably going to do is like just tough it out without filters until I start getting sick, and then I'll put filters in until I get away. And then once I'm away, I'll take the filters back out, let the sickness go away. So basically the filters are just to help keep the sickness down. Gas mask filters need to be somewhere for functional stuff here. All right. Now, I'm also going to step away briefly IRL. I won't be gone long. While I am away, she shall rip up these 11 belts here. And I shall be right back one moment. Zoom out a little bit so it's not too loud. All right, bear. Alright, so I am back. Hopefully the chair had something interesting to add. It's a funny case of art imitating life. Yesterday I had mild signs of dehydration, IRL. So I forgot, and it all happened because I forgot to refill my water. If that isn't art imitating life, imitating art right there. I have not had very much success in forcing myself to just drink water all the time, but I have actually had remarkable success in just making sure that the water is in front of me. That has actually been a pretty good recipe for success right there. But I have to actually remember to make sure water's in front of me. If I can't clear that threshold, then the rest of that has no hope. Let's, reading material over here. I actually, the TV monthly magazines are some of the most common ones, so I actually don't read those very often. I usually try to read the ones that are not those. Looks like we're going to have fog today, and that is okay. I intend to spend part of today at least indoors. When we go to... We're going to go back to the fire department after I clean up everything here, and then we're going to grab everything in there that is useful. And see if it'll let me sleep. If not... Oh, not tired enough to sleep. God, I hate that, man. Waking up with a nightmare early, and then not being tired enough to sleep again. You don't have to be a restless sleeper for that to be screwy. Although I don't know if restless sleeper actually changes the threshold at which you're allowed to sleep. As far as I know, I cannot sleep unless I am 30 fatigue or below. I don't know if that's true for everybody. I've not played without restless sleeper for a very long time, so I cannot make a definitive statement on that. Alright, all extraneous garbage removed from the crafting bin. And this ice axe actually should go outside next to the rest of my axes. I put them right here specifically so that I know how many more axes I have in total. I actually don't have any more hatchets at all, which is why trying to use the two-handed ones more often. But this is probably going to change quickly once we get into the fire department and start looting it properly. Which is what we're off to now. Mask is going on. Ooh, did I already find replacement jeans? Yes, I already found replacement jeans. Thank you, zombie. Jackson Madrid, I think, is the name of that guy. Thank you, Jackson. I'm also looking for keys to the fire department. Might be a search that is in vain, but I'll do it anyway. The security door in the fire department was actually open already, so there is not like a hard and fast need for it. I just kind of want it. And I will still be removing jeans, even though shortening them doesn't give any experience anymore. We can still do things with the denim. So, socks, moratorium on socks, and probably skirts. That's a few guaranteed. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, we're going to have to do a lot of rag crap anyway, so. Leather coats are almost always useful. There's my firefighter gear. Still kind of mad we can't fix shell suit jackets. Feels like it shouldn't be that hard to fix something like that once you're higher level tailoring, but, well. This is actually so cute. I'm always still on the lookout for cute colors. Always. That will never change. But we are done with the corpses in here. I see one more firefighter. This is our last chance for a key here. And that is a negative, Ghost Rider. Okay. Well, no key. So let's go ahead and just drop all that stuff in the van. I was saying something about looting the fire department. We'll get to it. It's not just a one-track mind. It's a what's right in front of me mind. Putting the smaller stuff in the backpack, everything else can stay in the trunk. After a certain point, I will probably just park the truck itself in front of a crafting surface in order to delete anything that's inside of it. So all that stuff. Oh, what? Oh, right. And we already looted everybody next to the entryway here. I am now sad from looting corpses. Isn't it funny that they disincentivized us from looting corpses because it makes us sad, and then they disincentivized looting corpses because it doesn't give us experience? What are they going to do next to disincentivize looting corpses? Because clearly they're not done yet. What are they going to do next? Very quiet, to be honest. I expected a lot more for the fire department, but I expected a lot more for Brandenburg in general. I'm sorry, Ekron in general. All right, into the fire department we go. We are now clear to take off our mask. Pull that off, will you die? Just heard somebody mouth breathing. But where? Gonna do a perimeter check and then we'll clear the building again. We did a room by room upstairs, so it shouldn't have been anybody upstairs. I don't think there is any incentive for them to go upstairs if they don't see a player. I don't know that for certain. I suppose I did not actually clear the clinic here. Sup closet. Ah, there you are. Lost the music a little early today. It does kind of cheese me off when the music just stops playing. I know. I can play them. I can play my playlists, and I probably will. That requires 10 seconds of effort, and I'd rather complain. How long, yeah. How long until they do that? I would believe it. I would believe it in a heartbeat. I'm hoping that we'll have plenty of axes after this place, to such an extent that I'm hoping we won't have to be very careful about using up every single weapon we have meticulously. Key to a cerise wagon. I have no idea where that is. I'll hold on to it. Safety scissors and forceps. So that's several first aid kits, still no medical shears. Holding out hope for the clinic around the corner there. First of many, I hope. There's an axe. Alright, that should be everything out in the garage area. Let's count this in the corner here. Chocolate bar. Actually, that's probably a dub. I say that because the whatchamacallit, the early game Survivor homes seem to have an equal chance at giving Longblade books, based on what I looked at when I looked at the wiki most recently. It seems like early game stuff is I don't know if it's changed because I haven't been keeping track of it lately, but I vividly remember it being more likely in late game. But it seems to be both of them have the same percentage now. There's a hatchet, first one in a while. X's are increasing. I can feel my power level increasing right along with them. Don't know why they would put these hatchets on the shelf if they're so dull that they're like only 10% sharp. You'd think they would have like a bin or weapons, or for, you know, tools in this case, that need to be sharpened before they should be used again. But I suppose they could just leave it on the shelf. Why not? In total, we're up to 7 jackets and 7 pants. I'll probably keep an intact pair just for shits and giggles, but most of that is going to be for aramid thread disassembly. Same with the megaphone. I just can't see a situation where carrying around something that weighs 2 encumbrance is more useful than just going over to my car and honking the horn, or just shooting a gun. Those things are very easy ways to make noise. Hell, if I wanted to make noise without using any of those things, I'd probably carry around a whistle. That weighs only like 0.1 encumbrance, and you equip it and hit Q, and you make a real loud whistle noise. So that's the main storeroom. I think everything else is peanuts in comparison in terms of, yeah. We're lucky we'll see an axe or two here, but no, it's janitor stuff. Always capture the flag everywhere I go. More chocolate bar. I'm going to take this coffee machine. We already have one at base, but I want a spare in case my next... no, my next safe house that I'm going to use probably will not have one either, so good to have one of those. Alright, now for the... behind lock and key, so what does that mean? Oh, medical supplies. Thought that would be in the clinic across on the other side there. Beta blockers. I think we just reached the point where our character is no longer having the early game panic. If anybody is not familiar, after you survive like a month or two, I don't remember the exact number, after a certain amount of time you start getting a lot less panicked, and the panic lasts less. So, for example, I will, even no matter how much time passes, I will still get panicked the moment I see a zombie, because I have cowardly, but that panic goes away quite quickly now. It only sticks around if there is a metric ton of zombies, which I don't know if anybody can get away from that. Medical shears, perfect condition. Alright, these scissors can get removed from my Alice kit permanently, and medical shears take their place. Medical shears are smaller than scissors, but they can do more than scissors. It is fantastic. I love having them. My power continues to grow. That should be... I think that's the entirety of the first floor. I'll check the office. It's worth it to check the office. And since we're still a little sad, we're having a chocolate bar. Sad. Sads have been removed. Ham radio there. I might take one, actually. Comic book and a magazine, somehow I haven't read yet. Excellent. I don't have any D6s yet. Premium Tech ham radios, in my mind, are for D6s. Because you can put military radios, which are better. You can put those in most other things. Definitely overthinking that. That's okay. And that is a full trunk in the vehicle. Passenger seat has the sledge in it. Now the passenger seat is full, so we have a little bit of room left in the trunk. Second floor. There were a few spare pillows. I'm going to take those. Their kitchen here. Didn't actually check it. I should have checked it. Juice box. Drink the juice box. Empty bowl, empty mug. It's only the second mug I've ever found. Right, kitchen is clear. We're taking the toaster. Toasters can, in fact, make toast. Is there anything special about toast? No, not really. It's toast, but I'm here for it. We can make toast. And I toast, therefore I am. Another welder magazine that I haven't read. And there's my third mug. Definitely plenty of coffee in our future. Sports bottle. I love having a sports bottle because then when I go to right click and refill it, it doesn't have to have empty bottle confusing the whatchamacallit. I have a lot of empty bottles, empty plastic bottles, and we don't have a difference between the 1 liter and the 2 liter in the names. So because of that, I always like to carry around an empty 2 liter bottle for siphoning gasoline, but this silly game doesn't differentiate between the 2 liters and the 1 liters when they're empty. So having a couple of sports bottles like this one here, hell yeah. Give me that and inject it directly into my veins, please. It's too dark to be useful. I was hoping it was lighter. The icons are sometimes you can't really tell from the icon. Speaking of, I was talking about whistles before. Here be a whistle. There's the keys to the fire station. Just would like to have it on principle. Ekron Fire Station. I'm actually going to take the key ring too. At some point I'm going to want to leave the Ekron keys behind because key rings are quite... If you just take every key you find, well, you'll definitely fill it up in a matter of weeks. Right, I think that does it for the second floor. There's going to be a couple of peanuts, I suppose, in the spare pillows would not hurt either. I do want to actually leave one pillow on one of the beds here so that I can actually mark this as an S, safe place to sleep. Which I shall do now. S with a red circle usually means second floor sleeping place. If I put like a blue circle or a green circle, that blue circle means it's defended, green circle means it's defended and there's stuff there. Usually I would save a green circle just for bases. I don't know if I... But I also haven't like perfectly formalized all that in my head. That's okay. Informality is fine. Oh yeah, now that I have the key to the fire department, I can access the canine lockup and do nothing. I just, like I said, I wanted it on principle. I'm going to put all all of the weapons that I've picked up into the bag here. This duffel bag. Actually, we can't. We can put most of the weapons we picked up. And we're out of here. Yeah, no, I can promise this isn't a red flag. I can turn my brain off for most animals because I don't feel, in the wild, right? You know, I don't feel any animosity or any particular compulsion to care for them because they are animals, and if they cannot care for themselves, then that is on them, not me. But dogs specifically, and maybe cats too, but dogs are only exist because humans do. Some dogs have perfectly fine instincts and could survive on their own, but there are quite a few dogs, especially ones that have lived with humans for a long period of time, that would pretty much be helpless on their own. And I dread to imagine all the ones who just simply couldn't even leave the house that their owner died in, and therefore could not ever have a chance to begin with. A firefighter zombie up here. Neat. Sorry, bud, I don't speak Cyrillic. I told you that yesterday. Or I told somebody that yesterday. I don't want to make... Alright, now, that's enough. I told you once. We're done with this. If you don't understand what I'm saying, then I don't understand why you're typing at me. Oy. I can't even say that, oh, they're all spammers. A lot of them are. We've run into a couple of them, but they're not all spammers. Sometimes they just come in there and they're looking... I think sometimes they come into chat, they're looking for other people who speak their language. I don't understand why you would ever do that in a streamer who isn't speaking the language, but... that's other people things. Oh, border collies are really smart. Malinois? Is that how you pronounce that? Sounds French. Not familiar with the breed. But yeah, border collies are super smart. But even then, like, remember that an animal's chances of surviving without humans is all going to depend on how dependent on humans they end up being. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, can't teach an old dog new tricks. If a dog spends its entire life reliant on humans for everything, then its ability to live without humans all of a sudden is going to be severely diminished. And I'm not too worried about that group to the north there, especially now that I'm fatigued. I think I'm just going to move up a little bit and survey the status of the road to the next target. The next target is going to be the shopping center where the gun store, electronics store, and a couple of other stores are. And there's multiple routes to get there, one of which is right in front of us here. I'll start with this side, and then we'll loop back around. Or actually, we have no choice. There's like a... They've designed Ekron to be very split, and we're on one side of the split. The other side of the split is protected by the railroad track. Belgian now in the way, right. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a smarter breed. No, I can't say that. Chihuahua is one of those words that takes a lot of... I guess Chihuahuas are actually not that dumb. They just... their stature. I mean, if they... I'm pretty sure Chihuahuas are the origin of small dog syndrome. And small dog syndrome means they figured out how to do something to their advantage. We are still stage 1 fatigue, so I'm going to try to get a convenient kill here. Why don't you follow me right over this fence, buddy? Oh, you're not even going to go for the, he's not even going to go for the lunge. What a low achiever. He didn't even try for a point-blank lunge. Ah, I see. Ooh. That was rather disconcerting. It's always, you don't want to jump over things until you do. And then when you do, a 0.5 second delay can freak you out. There you are. I don't care that I have 50 axes. I kind of feel like using them up entirely until I have the ability to make my own. It's kind of difficult to untrain that reflex from me. Speaking of reflexes, I'm picking up a little too much loot here. Let's go ahead and stop picking up extraneous loot because we don't have any more room in the vehicle or my bags. But we did go ahead and sledge our way through the busted train here. Left one guest on the other side. Undesirable. Service daily 8 a.m. So this church can either be loaded or chill. I have seen it loaded many times in the past, but it seems like just like Ekron in general. It's going to be loaded sometimes, but I mean, like, honestly, this is nothing compared to what I'm used to seeing in Ekron. Very interesting. I remember being very whelmed by what was up here. Okay. So whenever I take the shopping centers up here, I usually set up in one of these houses here. This one particularly has a second floor, which means you go upstairs, and there's your door that you can close and sleep behind. But that being said, I don't know if that is what I'm going to do this time. I do have a pillow, so even if this place doesn't have a pillow. No need to break the window, buddy. So there's several of them in there. It looks like a police event. But we got a nice low fence right here. That's one of the many reasons I like this house, not just for its positioning. Forgot for a second that I was stealth mode. Cop had a belt for me. And that's about it. Frankie McGuire. That sounds like the name of a celebrity. Oh, we got a key to the house here. EK shop residence. So I need to rehabituate myself into stealing filters from these half-mask respirators. Now filters are required once again. Hey, look at that. Fresh filters. Thank you, game. Copper kettle? Sure. Something I don't have. Alright, let's establish a garbage bag of RTB here. Specifically, we picked up some cookware. And that's actually taken up a fair bit of space here. Can also do food-related stuff in there. There's the music. I'm actually impressed. I'm going to leave a couple of books and magazines here, just a couple. Anytime I see a sleep house that I'm going to stay in, that I foresee may have sources of stress, then I'll go ahead and leave behind a couple of stress reduction materials. If for no other reason than the fact that carrying it all around with me that's a lot of encumbrance. Already carrying around a remote for crafting use, so I do not have to worry about saving one for that. Incoming south, or just walking around the fence? Yeah, look at that. She's just walking around the fence. Whenever you see a zombie moving in a pile that's right next to a fence, and they don't exactly have any reason to be walking at you, they might just be going around the fence. That doesn't mean they won't see you if they get close enough, but in that case, they did not see us because they didn't get close enough. I'm going to put a bag in the trunk for reading material, because we've actually got a library up ahead. So, general reading material I don't want to bring back with me. I don't have any serious expectations that we're going to find any reading material that are like skill books that I don't already have. That's highly unlikely, but I'm not too upset about that. We've already exhausted the book sources here. That was the school. I can leave those scissors behind. Also, once I'm done with these nails, this is the last field site that I need to build in Ekron. Now that one right there, she might be coming towards me. Because, yeah, look at that. Nope, she's just going back around the fence. That's the weirdness of zombie groove up mechanics. The fact that she was moving diagonally spooked me a little bit. Yeah, okay, so there's a few things I'll leave behind here, but everything else is coming with us. Rotten crap. But plenty of not rotten crap. Sweet, cool. Sawed off or double barrel. I haven't tried it yet, but I did have a theory that because it doesn't jam, it might be a lot more reliable, but that is just a theory. I have not actually tried it. Curious if anybody in chat has, because that is something prurient to my interests. I can foresee a few certain circumstances where they would be useful. Probably many others I would prefer a handgun, but that's just me. Probably be on my guard up here, just because there's not a lot of real estate doesn't mean that we won't have somebody up here. As fate would have it, there are more pillows up here than I need, so still coming home with a surplus. Rather insulted that the toilet does not count as an object you can place things on top of. Having a spare piece of toilet paper on the top of the cistern there, absolutely I would do that. Can't put it somewhere more classy. That is everything up here. Now the bedroom itself here doesn't have curtains, but for some reason that wall does. Just had an error pop up by simply putting curtains down. That's interesting. Ah, here we go, another set of curtains. Let's see, if I had to choose to put a few curtains up, second floor bedroom, pretty much just that. That way I can screw around at night when I'm like stage 2 fatigue and not invite any extra friends. And pillow already on the bed. I'm going to go ahead and disassemble a little bit of furniture. Now that I'm carpentry 6, ROI is still not going to be perfect, but it's going to be a lot better than it was at low levels. We'll probably at least get a plank or two. And there was already a couple of planks outside in the garage. But we technically already have low, we've got one, one plank on each window. Can't wait for the carpentry makes 10,000 times as much noise update. I want to say it's not coming, but it might be. And of course I put away all the food, the loose food I was carrying. Let's fix that. I do believe there's a, I do believe there is a place where we can get some food up there. I don't usually come to this place looking for food, but in this situation I'll definitely take what I can find. $22:30, right on time for bed. Now I picked up some scrap wood. Now that we've read the... Have we read it? We've read the carving book, so we actually can craft, or at least I believe we should be able to craft, oh, that's level 2. So, or carving level 1, rather. So, there are a few things I can carve at level 0, but, small handles from scrap wood is level 1, so... I'm going to run outside and grab a few sticks or something, because I want to be able to use up this scrap wood while I'm here. Don't have too much else to do overnight. Don't actually have a book to read currently. And that's a bit of a skill issue. I should have a book with me everywhere while there's still books to read. Now normally, the wilderness overgrowth makes little bushes easy peasy to find, but it is August 19th and wilderness overgrowth is not even begun yet, not even small bushes, so they've definitely delayed it significantly. And I suppose that's not, I'm okay with it, but the silver linings of the situation are no longer applicable either. So now there are actually like deserts, you could say stick deserts, where you can't just walk outside and get a stick easily. Plungers for level 1. Interesting. That's one way to do it. I wonder if these zombies wandered back here because there were chickens. No noise from that zombie. Footsteps only. I would say that I don't know if that's a glitch or not. It's been in the game for quite a while now. But we've seen glitches that have been in the game for a while, and devs still haven't done things about. Okay, no chickens. Always worth a check. Locally sourced chickens wouldn't be a worst thing in the world right now. Some eggs would actually be amazing. Eggs will never help you build calories, but if you're just trying to shut up the hunger while you're losing weight, which is exactly what I'm trying to do right now, eggs are a godsend. That most likely got somebody's attention. Which window was that? Front? Just got a nimble level from that. Yeah, it was front. Okay. Couldn't even see until I got around there. Get out of those trees, you bastard. Ah, there you are. Cute robe. If you have decent skill with axes and a good number of axes to work with, carving is one of the easiest skills to level. Because every time you chop down a tree, regardless of size, you get some materials to work with. And I am the axe goddess at the moment. Level 5 and counting. Not quite 6 yet. Soon, TM. You build a barrel at the 3rd floor with a 2nd perk. I don't think so. I don't remember the last time I've tried, but I'm pretty sure it does not work. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I tried, so I can't say that for sure, but I'm pretty sure it won't work. Because I do remember trying to plumb a fixture to a fixture internally, because I believe that's what you had to do in B41 for multi-story plumbing. I remember that not working the first time I tried it in B42. Plumbing didn't work at all in like the first early builds of B42. I believe the devs wanted to do a proper like pipe system, you know, where you have to actually use pipes to do things. I think that got pushed to a different build, and they just shoved B41 plumbing back into the game. But I think they didn't even shove it all the way back in. Like, I think they left gaps, such as what I just described there. I'm not sure, though. So we got 4 saplings, 2 tree branches. We can do a little bit with that. And then this is where yet another reason that I hate having a handy knife on my person at all times. The crafting menu will use it for carving. And that will annihilate your handy knife very quickly if you do that and you forget about it. Oh, hang on. Now, okay. I can mark it to not use it for crafting. And I probably will now, but that means I have to go in there and manually remember to set to be unusable in recipes. I wish I could just set it to be unusable in some recipes. Because basically now when I need an awl, which I will need when I get to level 1 tailoring, or level 2 tailoring, I don't remember the exact number, and I want to start picking aramid thread. That's what the handy knife is for, basically. It's just it's an awl that weighs a little bit more for me. Everything else that the handy knife can do, I already have a copy of that. And I would prefer to use another copy of that, because the handy knife is just too useful to be wasting it on grinding skills. It's for using it in a pinch after you've leveled things. That's my my use case for it. Now, not having a innate bonus, definitely I'm feeling the difference there. Definitely feeling the difference there. Okay. Well, that's all right. We're going to sleep momentarily anyway. Where I am, there's my second sleep. Pretty close to the next level of cooking already. 1 or 2 more recipes, and then I'll be ready to read the next book, which I don't even think I have cooking 3 yet. See, that's one downside to using the just marking things as unwanted as a way to tell whether I need it or not. I can't just at a glance look and see whether I have it or not. So what I'm doing is I'm placing things on the floor that I can hand carry with my military backpacks. That's 23 in a duffel bag, so that's 28. That's 32, that's 33, so I put some furniture on the floor, and that's good. That means we can use the rest of the trunk for this. And I mean, to be entirely honest, I really should just go ahead and scrap the clothing, because that is weighing down a lot of stuff. Sometimes I want to save scrapping jobs for when I'm slightly higher level. I don't even know if that's relevant anymore. I can't remember if I even really figured out for 100% certain whether you got more materials for scrapping clothing at higher level tailoring. I never figured that out, if that was even a thing. So on the floor right here is 34 out of 50. On the floor over here is 31 out of 50. 36 is what you want for a military backpack. So I can put one of those axes. And with that, we'll do one hatchet each. These hatchets need to be sharpened. That's a very easy thing to do. That'll give me a bunch of maintenance experience. Perfect, and pretty close to perfect. Alright, so we still have a little bit of milk left when we get hungry next. Backup water. Backup weapons. I do not know exactly what kind of a fight we're in for. Could be a lot, could be a not. Maybe we'll turn a corner up there and there'll be 50 of them. Maybe it'll be as quiet as it already has been. This place is actually kind of hard to predict at the moment. Because I have seen pockets of this place, Ekron here. I've seen pockets of Ekron that actually feel like Ekron as I remember it. But the rest of this felt a lot easier. I also don't want to get, I don't want to lower my guard. This is still Ekron. It's still not a starting town. It's supposed to be harder than a starting town as far as I thought that was the bargain. It's not a starter town, so it's supposed to be a little harder. I'm getting mixed feels on that. So Bookman's Holiday right here. And then right next door to it, computer repair. Medical center, tertiary goal. I'll probably take things that are not too heavy. I'm still carrying around the garbage axe, yeah. Kind of weak, this parking lot. I usually see better cars. Of course, somebody wandered around to the other side. See, now that I have hand carry prepped, all the stuff that I left on these two tiles here, I can fill up my main backpack and the trunk of the vehicle itself. And I know for a fact that I'll still be able to bring everything home that I want to. Hey there, how's it going? We are currently in Ekron, dealing with a smaller amount of zombies than anticipated, but you ain't gonna hear me crying about that. Not too much, at least. One inside the shop here. That's a pretty bright purple hoodie there. Purplish pink. That looks like the hoodie that the guy who made that one mod, yeah, what's his face? The Common Sense guy. Forget his name. The real special guy. Real special. I just need the mask now. Way too hot weather to be wearing a hoodie right now. In fact, it's actually kind of hard to get a hoodie into my kit because it always feels too hot. So if we do start going nuts with tailoring here, and that's going to depend on whether the... Let's see, did they fix it? No. Okay, so we've got an Indie Stone shirt, and we still can't rip the Indie Stone shirts. Every other shirt in the game, we can rip them, but not the Indie Stone shirts. I'll have to find a garbage can instead. How is it going, Calvington? Ekron today. Lots and lots of Ekron. We might finish up with Ekron, depending on how long it takes us to get the hunting store. Hunting store is the last primary target here, and after that everything is secondary and tertiary. The bookstore actually might determine, might contribute to that. The bookstore is a secondary target, but the, I think there's a couple of weird gaps in my book collection. Like, I think there's a couple of level 2s that I should have, but I don't. These shelves look like they don't have anything, but observe. They are shoe shelves. They just don't draw anything when they actually have stuff. Boots. The correct kind of boots. Holy crap, all 4 of those are the correct kind. You'll have to forgive me that I have to take every single pair that I find, because they are very rare when you actually need them. Sometimes these mannequins have prescription things on them. I've seen that happen once before. Okay, I think that's everything. Yes. The changing rooms I don't care about right now. Did I leave the van running? I almost always do. Not this time. Go figure. And put this garbage bag specifically, cosmetics or second tier essentials. So the stuff I want to keep instead of scrap. Almost died because you missed a ground stab. Yep, that is that's the curse right there, isn't it? That is truly the curse. Right, so let's see if anybody's gonna bother me inside the bookstore. There are apartments above these stores here. Those are a better source of zombies than anything else, really. Let's clear all the corners here first. These bookstores are really annoying because the shelves are not illuminated. That makes them hard to see. Oh, I already saw something. Glass making 5. Beautiful. If anybody is not familiar, I have decided to start marking books unwanted when I already have a copy of them in my library. So that way, whenever I see a book in a bookstore while I'm looting, if I already have it, then its name will be grayed out, and I know I can just leave it on the floor. So we're seeing a lot of gray names. That is entirely expected. I do hear mouth breathing, but it sounds like it's upstairs. Could be as close as on the other side of that door there. If it is, I don't really care. So that door will hold them off for a moment. Not a lot of skill books. There's Jackie J's book there. Breaking news. It's a double entendre because she's actually breaking the industry by doing reporting that other people won't. Hardy har har. Maintenance 5. Hell yes. So that is a full set of maintenance. I think we've got 4. In fact, I think we've read 4. Maintenance we're currently at... No, we've read 3. We should have 4. If we don't, well, hopefully we'll find it soon. Magazines, I think some of these we probably already have copies of, but I haven't been marking them unwanted after getting them as religiously as I should have been. Yes, Capital. Now that's really funny. They translated the title for the in-game book. They just call it Capital. The actual title is Das Kapital. Thank you very much. Alright, so hardcovers I'm going to drop in this garbage bag here. Whatchamacallit, paperbacks, being easier to transport, are more useful to keep reading material available to myself in the field. So basically the split is hardcovers stay in bases. Paperbacks occasionally get deployed with me. It depends on the vehicle. I mean, we have a lot of paperbacks here, so... Garbage bag, PPB, paperback, books. Oops, maybe I should actually put it in there. There we go. This definitely won't fit. Okay, trunk is almost full already, because of course it is. If we find a step van out here, I can tow it back with me, so we don't have to get locked into just having one. I'm always down for another van in the fleet, as I am now capable of hot wiring. You know what? Instead of moving further to the left there, we'll find chips and stuff in the bar, but we're a little closer to clearing the medical center up here. The medical center is, I believe, sort of like your CVS kind of joint, where you'll have, I think you'll have a lobby with... No, maybe not. I was hoping for, like a pharma hub kind of joint, but it's not. So I do need some foodstuffs of some kind. Let's go ahead and hit the bar then. That is a closed curtain. Wish we could build these. This is a half double gate. So there was somebody in the changing room. Well, okay, so you're amazed that I can read anything because the monitor industry is full of scammers. 4K monitors should not be smaller than 36 inches. But almost all of them fucking are, because the monitor industry is like, oh man, look at this, we can make them this small, and people will still buy them. And unfortunately, the problem has been kicked down the curb because operating systems will just go in there and magnify everything for you. Windows, Microsoft being the helpful little bastard that they are, went in there and just made it so display scaling turns on by default. So if you own a 4K monitor, chances are, and of course you own a 4K monitor, you run Windows, it's probably bumping your display scaling anywhere between 140 and 200%. That's stupid. That's really stupid, because then anything that doesn't interface with the operating system directly, like a platform agnostic Java game, is left out in the cold. So it's not really the fault of the devs that this game's display scaling is, you got to mess around with it a little bit. It's the monitor industry at the end of the day. I know that, it doesn't exactly make for a good readable streaming experience, and for that I do apologize to my viewers, but I'm never not going to use that as an opportunity to proselytize about the monitor industry basically ripping everybody off. Because let me tell you something that doesn't automatically display scale. Movies. If you want to watch a movie on a 4K monitor that's tiny, there's no display scaling for that. You just have to fucking deal with it if you can't read text. But most movies just kind of get ahead of that by just making things absurdly large, or, doing a zoom in shot or something. But it's so stupid. It's so stupid that they got away with it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's just basically something that's never going to go away at this point. Because now that operating systems, like even Linux, the other operating systems that are less exploitative of the end user, even they have just kind of taken the L and just been like, yeah, we'll turn on display scaling by default. Even this monitor. Now this, I can see it because this is a 44-inch monitor. I don't usually recommend this monitor to everybody because it is extremely, really expensive. It's not a good value proposition for most folks, but it being 44 inches, I have no problem reading it because it's just big enough. If only most monitors actually were made big enough. This whatchamacallit, top monitor up here, this one up top, that's my main monitor right there. Up at top there, that is my monitoring window is a 32-inch, and that is a 2K monitor, and that also has no problem whatsoever not using display scaling, so I can still read it perfectly fine because it's just slightly big enough for 2K. So even in the mid-30s, I would be questionable whether it's good enough for 4K, but everybody wants 4K. They just don't. Not a lot of people want to actually spend on such a huge screen. It also messes up your KTO, have you not made it past the alarm phase yet? If I were you, I would just hang back and not do too much residential, but you might be forced to. That sucks. If anybody's interested, my monitor is linked in the description. It's an Asus PG43UQ. Beautiful, beautiful thing, but it is prohibitively expensive. Unreasonably expensive. If I didn't spend 16 hours a day in front of it, I definitely would not have bought it. Oh yeah, well that's I guess that's if you're in that particular binding, that is quite unfortunate to say the least. sure none of these are dupes. There is a dupe. Unacceptable. At least I got them from different sources. I'll be real with you, there aren't too many things that are, like, specifically interesting when it comes to what's on the screen here. You're not missing much if the text is too small. Basically, if there's, I've gotten into the habit where if anything is actually relevant, then I'll either describe it verbally or I've even taken screenshots and zoomed in, like especially when it comes to stats. And that's not even a problem with the display scaling. The stats just sometimes are really opaque because we've got to, instead of text, we've got to look at these silly little bars and see how long they are. It doesn't matter what your display scaling is; those bars are always going to be obtuse. It's only by the fact that I've looked at the code and I know that a lot of those things like condition or damage and whatnot, usually they're out of 10. So you can actually kind of look at the bar and assume it, kind of attribute a number out of 10 to it. And then it makes a little bit more sense. But again, the 2,000 hours before I figured that out, and it was still only through the code. This game remains terrible at explaining itself. We got into the kitchen. What am I doing? Kitchen. Lots of tight corners in here, even if it doesn't look like it. Thanks to the silly shelving and these little support columns. Lots of artwork. Pretty artwork. Booze is not too congenial to my interests unless I'm sleeping. Chips. We're just going to straight up eat those. That is why I'm here. So this place has a couple of furniture items that you'll never find anywhere else in the game. Namely, the Riverside Rangers flag here. It is a white flag. It's so rare that it doesn't even have its own name. It doesn't even have its own name yet. They just call it, the game called it a Kentucky State flag. And the Riverside Rangers logo here. I just find it really funny that there's a sports bar, rather, that celebrates the Riverside Rangers, and it's not in Riverside. Or at least I'm assuming this is a Riverside Rangers bar, because the logo is RR, and the only sports team that I know of in this game that would go by that is Riverside Rangers. So the bar has itself a shotgun and a sawed-off JS2000, each with a couple shells. Box of sparklers. Potential bomb-making material there. But in the realm of foodstuffs, relatively light. I think I can finally be done with that axe. And go ahead and drop the cosmetic items on the floor here. We'll come back through, pick it up later when we have another vehicle to pick it up with, because that's all kind of low priority stuff compared to what we're loading up right now. I mean, even these sawed-off guns, the only time I'd ever use a sawed-off gun right now is the military research facility. Or maybe a couple of Louisville skyscrapers that I won't be hitting for God knows how long. There is one painting in here that is extremely rare. That is She's Got It. It is the closest thing to something spicy in this video game. Technically speaking, I think it's allowed to be on YouTube without being age restricted. I believe the word is tasteful. What are my current goals? Current goals, short term, medium term, or long term. We've got all three. Short term is we're hitting the bar in Ekron. Medium term is we're leveling some skills. Long term is we're going to decide where we're going to next, because there's several options. Brandenburg and Phallus Lake are both close, and they're both relevant to what we could be doing next. Brandenburg, confirmed, has a couple of vehicles with light bars, and I'm sorely lacking those right now, so Brandenburg is actually kind of athletic. Oh, yeah, hey, it's good to hear. Glad that was helpful, because athletic is, I mean, fitness is just so hard to level. And especially in B42, where you don't, like, if I could understand the appeal of the 0 to hero, let's level everything up, on runs where you were far less likely to have your save broken by an update. But in B42, where your save is likely to be broken by an update within a few months, that sounds like a horrific value proposition for trying to level a stat as obtuse as fitness. So I don't know if I would recommend low fitness builds to my worst enemy in this current paradigm. Yeah, no problem. Jesus fucking Christ. On the fucking goddamn stairs! He actually got his hands on me for a second while going around this stupid door, too. Thank God for pushes. Jesus Christ. I have espoused this many times. Stairs are your enemy almost as much as trees are. Zombies have the advantage in every way imaginable on the stairs. There's my heart rate. There's my heart rate going. That's how your runs come to an end right there. Going around a corner and not having a 0.2 second reflex. People still think sprinters are necessary in this game. Gotta be an adrenaline seeker, I guess. It was a little hard to articulate, but when that zombie came around the corner there, my first push did not touch him because he was not all the way around the door threshold yet. And yet, like a couple of frames later, he was able to get his hands on me. But I was spamming push, so I was able to get another push off before he actually winded up. That was still pretty bad. I didn't like it. But you know what I do like? Chips. I'm here for it. Chips and peanuts. Yeah. Yeah, that's mean. That is truly mean. Now, of course, I guess I should say, I avoid residential so much early game now that I couldn't even tell you if that's abnormal or not. I couldn't even tell you if that's abnormal. Yet another one of these stupid OSHA-violating one-tile hallways. Stupid. What the hell is this? A separate water closet. That is... Ooh, man. Whoever designed this bar really likes their surprises. Yeah. Like I like to say, be afraid, not of anything in specific, just be afraid. Let the fear hold on to you, because if you don't, confidence will take on to you instead. And that can be just as dangerous as uncontrolled fear. So, a fun fact about this particular Riverside Rangers flag, it's not possible to get normally. I've seen people post on Reddit about this. How do we get to the curtains, or how do we open the window? How do we do, when it's on a stairwell, you actually can't. And that's stupid. What we would have to do is we would have to go downstairs, delete the stairwell, and then build another stairwell to get up here somehow. Not impossible, but not worth it. We already have 2 of those flags, so... Oh, I should probably articulate why I just... it's relevant to what we just did. Remember how I said stairs are your enemy? If there was a zombie on this tile, directly at the top of the stairs, right now I would not be able to see it. And that is really fucking stupid. However, if you pull out a gun and aim, your crosshair, and this is regardless of your aiming level, your crosshair will turn red if there is something to shoot at the top of the stairs. So if a zombie was in this tile right here, simply pulling out a gun and aiming would give me a red crosshair, and I would know that there's something red right there. At which point I'd probably just make some noise and bring him downstairs to fight me. Sufficient distance away from the stairs, because fuck stairs. I don't even remember exactly what's behind the security door up there. There is a security door in the corner here. I think it's one of those where it's like a bank vault or something, but not the kind you can actually open. Meaning actually 100% useless. Oh, it's a post office box thing. Security box. So yeah, there's no loot in those either. We do have a sledgehammer all the way down in the van, but there's literally no point. Wait a minute, hang on. I forgot. Okay, never mind. If I had some electrical skill, I could disassemble these. But that's a pretty high chance to break. Not really worth it right now. And yeah, there is a bank vault here, you just can't do anything with it. Not really a very effective secure room there. I believe we've acquired all the chips. I don't have a lot of room for booze right now. I have nowhere to put it all, so we're out of here. Do I care about 3-tile art? You know what? Sure, why not? It's just going to go on the floor downstairs since I don't have anywhere to put it. Maybe I'll come back for it later, maybe not. I can definitely say for sure that Ekron here has got a pretty decent selection of art stuff. So the low priority stuff on the floor here, it's about 80 encumbrance worth. We're gonna have more than 80 soon. I think it's actually okay to drink some beer. Won't get me crunk, but it will shut the hunger up for a bit. I am in that phase of game where food is not so abundant that I'm above a little bit of drink, or beer, soda, whatever. Stage 1 tipsy. It's my weapon switch speed. It's a little slower. That's like 2/3 what it should be. If you ever want to see how much depression or depression or drunkenness is affecting you, just gauge how long it takes to switch weapons, because that's what it does. I think swing speed is unaffected. Yeah, swing speed is unaffected, and that's the important thing. You can account for weapon switch speed as long as you're aware of it. Staircast is the mod that fixes all that. That's good. I'm glad there's a mod that fixes it, because then the devs have something to look at to see what they're doing wrong. So there's a key to the electronics store and a nearby Franklin Volline. Where would that Franklin Volline be? It's a purple key, so it might not be this one. Wait a minute, we can just mouse over the key. Yeah. I'm mousing over the key, and it's not lighting up, so I don't think that's the one. This is our primary target over here on the right, by the way. Or, like, top center left on the screen. That is... That's a pretty big fight. I'm not doing too much else right now. Yeah, I'm actually going to get fatigued soon here. So let's go ahead and kill these guys until we get fatigued and then we fall back. Chris Roundtree. Now this guy may have been an usher. So the key residence we may have picked up, that might have been the church. That's not going to be too important because the church, at least the stapled on the rectory building here that's next to the church, is looted and trashed. The church itself, I'm not sure. But you can see that it's looted and trashed because all the windows doors busted out. So that might mean that there's nothing to unlock. But, don't know. I'm wary of flower beds ever since Chapel Mount Downs. Chapel Mount Downs into oblivion. So these statues here, the angelic one, the hooded angel statue here, you can actually pick that up if you have, what does it require? It doesn't even require skill. Just you need a shovel of some kind, and then you need to be able to pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance. So if you are familiar with how to pick up a fridge, you can pick up the angel statue as well. I have done so in the past, brought it back to my main base in Riverside. I do not have main bases anymore, so less relevant. But I also have field bases though, so there is a non-zero chance that I might be interested in bringing that back to my field base here. It's a really bright dress. Ooh, that guy was wearing a waistcoat. So, what is a waistcoat? A waistcoat is one of the few things that can go on the tank top layer that has lower, well, actually I'm not sure if it's lower. It might be the same insulation as a tank top, in which case it's actually not that impressive. And what makes that special, you can put leather strips on it, and it's yet another layer on top of other layers that most other layers are, there's a lot more crossover. But waistcoats and tank tops are like, kind of like their own layer. It's a chest layer that's just all on its own. Problem is, just like hoodies and sweaters, those hoodies and sweaters are their own layer as well, but it's really hard to make a hoodie or a sweater work, even in the winter, because I'm running around a lot, and I'm always, overheating, because I'm running around a lot. So there's the fatigue. So we're definitely not going to be able to make it into the barrel of gun tonight. Yeah, I don't have any... Well, do I? Hang on. I do. I have a coffee. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and deploy a coffee for this because this is worth it. I have the infrastructure to make more coffee, and this will buy me enough time to clear out barrel of gun. So when I get fatigued again, we're just looting. It's great. Medium first. Let the fast one come to us. It wasn't abundantly clear. One of the many, many, many reasons I recommend leveling maintenance is what I just had to do, sharpening blade. You have to do that a lot less often when you're high level maintenance. And I mean a lot less. Which do I prefer, Alice belt? Alice belt with suspenders every time. And that's because 2 fanny packs gets you, if you are organized, that's 4, a total of 4. Meanwhile, the Alice belt and suspenders here gets you 7. So that's an extra 3 encumbrance worth. Now, the only downside to that is the fanny pack can fit things that are larger than 1.0. You're just not doing more than one of those. So it's, yeah, like a hammer, for example, claw hammer. You can fit a claw hammer in a fanny pack, but you cannot fit a claw hammer in a Alice belt and suspenders. but that has basically no longer been a problem ever since they gave us the ability to wear satchels. So now my bag, every time I'm anywhere, I'm wearing an Alice belt, satchel, and backpack. Backpack has things that I loot or eat, you know, the high traffic in and out stuff. Meanwhile, the satchel and the belt and suspenders has stuff that I generally just want to keep with me everywhere. So technically speaking, the barrel of gun is clear enough for government loot. I will probably pull a few more, but there is no incentive to clear this entire area. We're just here to loot barrel of gun immediately, because once we loot that, we are primary target at least is acquired. So barrel of gun lives up to its name. There's guns here, lots of guns. In fact, what I'm going to do first is empty my bags of anything so that I can just have loot in them. Or just gun-related loot, rather. I think I can fit all this food stuff into my satchel, actually. Yes. So everything but the garbage bags and the stuff that's already gun-related, like the ammo. So whenever I'm looting a gun store like this, and actually have a moment to work with it, I always remove attachments from the long guns before picking them up. So that ensures their size is standardized. If you have attachments, random attachments on your long guns, then you can't reliably predict, oh, that one's going to weigh 4, that one's going to weigh 3.5. No, it's going to weigh like 4.8 or 4.1 or stupid odd numbers like that. Obsession, a little bit, but that becomes very useful when you're trying to move lots of things at once. And, well, as fate would have it, we have lots of guns, and we're trying to move them. There's already a full garbage bag of gun loot. Now, of course, we have billions of guns already. The actual guns themselves are somewhat low priority. But I still want them to be at my field base and not here. Because already the field base here in Ekron is shaping up to be just a place to go to if I need a gun that I don't already have. Speaking of special guns, we have here a trapper carbine with a laser sight on it. You can't put laser sights on trapper carbines. So this trapper carbine right here, this is one of the new guns added as a 42.15. This is an impossible gun. You cannot set this up yourself. You cannot put a laser sight onto a trapper carbine. But this one has one, so this one is now my trapper carbine. If I took it off, I wouldn't be able to put it back on, so that's how that works. I'm guessing that the guns they added, just for some godforsaken reason, they didn't give us the ability to actually put the attachments on it that we're probably supposed to. I feel like that is not a very difficult thing to add. A modder could probably do it in 10 minutes, but they may have reasons for it. The devs, maybe they didn't want to add the attachments as an option if the model isn't there. But if that's the case, why give a model for the trapper carbine? I think it's just an oversight, personally. Where are we? This is Ekron's Barrel-O-Gun gun store. So this is kind of north-ish Ekron, right here. If you're familiar with the Ekron Community College, it's right there. And our field base for Ekron is right here. Actually, probably should give that a nice big green circle around it because we've built it up significantly since then. And so far, we've got two bags full of nothing but guns. Probably going to assemble 2 more of those because there is a lot of long guns here. Like, I mean, a lot. And thankfully, there's different kinds now. It used to be that... Hold the phone. This Trapper Carbine has a 4x. Can you even... Is that another impossible gun? Hang on. Where's my other Trapper Carbine? So, I've got a Trapper Carbine here. If I take this 4x scope out of my backpack, can I put that on there? No, I can't. We've got another impossible Trapper Carbine here. So I feel morally obligated not to take the... Oh, wait a minute, hang on. I have to take the 2x scope off it first. Okay, never mind. So, it is a 4x scope laser sight Trapper Carbine. Nice. I don't know if that's actually the... Yeah, okay. We'll just go ahead and take that off then. Painter's basement. Oh, you mean like an actual, full of artwork and whatnot. Very nice. I'm ignoring the ammo first because there's actually going to be more guns than ammo here. At least that is how it's been last couple times I've been here. Why does a Trapper Carbine weigh 3.2? Every other gun in this game is half integer increments. Except for the ankle holster. Fuck, whatever. Do we really need another half integer increment? Really? Really? I'm mad about it. Not really. It used to be that this hunting shop had nothing but MSR 700s and MSR 788s. But now that there's many other guns that have been added to the game that could be reasonably assumed to be found in a hunting store, we're eating a lot better in terms of different options. Yeah, we're not going to be able to fit any large guns in here now. Let's just do attachments. $24. It's 3, 6, 9, 25. And magazines, sure, why not? Like I said, a little obsessive, but it works. JS14 magazines. These are magazines that take 556, and each magazine takes an entire box. So it actually, because the glitch is still around that magazines don't get heavier when you put bullets in them, I'm actually directly incentivized to just load these magazines. I also happen to have the reloading book read, so this might even get me part of a level. Yeah, we're like halfway through reloading level 3 now. Not as time effective to do that with these piss tiny magazines, the 1911 magazines. 7-bullet magazine just Why? Just get a 6-shooter. What's wrong with you? That's for the tactical people. I'm going to reload all these magazines, even though they're only 7 bullets. And I'm going to practice reloading them every day, so that I can fire 7 bullets and then reload. Can't be shooting that much, dude. Just get something with a bigger magazine. People have got to do that in the United States, if you're not familiar. U.S. gun laws in certain states are, despite the shall not be infringed, certain states have laws against magazine capacity. Why would anybody ever need to shoot more than a few rounds at a time, huh? How dare. Don't ever look at that pack of wild hogs that could roll up onto your farm at any time. It's 8 magazines for the JS. That is 5 more, really? Okay, sure. Yeah. That's a lot of free ammo to carry around. I'm here for it. Hey there, John X. How's it going? 1911 and DE with 1 mag. Well, yeah, no, KTO, you taught me how to do that, and it's a lovely strategy. It's just a goddamn shame that it's been made so that it's no longer as effective, because reloading skills currently still doesn't seem to apply to... Or now, that I know for a fact reloading skill did not apply to loading magazines in the last patch. As of the current patch, I don't know yet. It doesn't really feel like it's getting any faster, but I'm only level 2, so... We're a little ways out for knowing for sure. Is there any other JS14 magazines here? No, I think that's all the JS14. Okay. So it is bedtime. M1A is 762, but also the same amount. So I'll take those. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my field base here, and I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to spend the entire night loading magazines, because that is what I'm currently incentivized to do to save myself a little bit of storage space. Now there is an apartment directly upstairs. You know what? I'm still combat effective. So I could sleep upstairs if I want to. Just got to go up there and clear it. That's probably faster than running all the way back. Gotta be careful, because this is actually far enough down that there might still be people outside. Very quiet for Ekron. Need a pillow or something here. No? I suppose I can tough it out without a pillow. Ah, here's a pillow. So I prefer this bed because it's in front of a window that's not close to where the next big group is. So this place meets my minimum standards because we are behind a door, and the only windows are second floor windows. We don't have a lot of battery left in our flashlight, but we have a replacement battery ready as soon as it goes out. So I don't even think I actually need to... I don't actually think I need to have my flashlight on in order to load ammo. But I want to get the battery replaced anyway, so I'm gonna... Yeah, this feels so slow that I feel like I'm not... I feel like reloading 2 is not helping me here. I would say it feels faster than it was last batch, though. I don't know. Let's get a few more levels, I guess. We are losing health from carrying so much self-set. Now we do some clicking. I know there's a mod that does this automatically. It should be in the base game. Reloading level 3. Doesn't feel much faster, but suppose we'll find out. So basically, we just deleted several encumbrance worth of ammo because, yeah, it doesn't weigh anything once it's put into the magazines there. I now need to keep in mind that my backup flashlight battery is in need of replacement. We have 1 billion back at base, but I need to actually remember. That's always the first challenge. Not tired enough to sleep. God bless it all. That is where coffee actually is not as useful. I'm going to spend a little bit of time washing myself up here. I love when there's a double toilet house. Is that actually supposed to be? No, it's actually called a toilet. See, like, I could understand if they called it a bidet or something, but it's not called a bidet. It's the game calls it a toilet. So I have to assume that this is a competition pooping site here. Competition pooping. Who can drop the biggest? Who can drop the fastest? Find out now. My policy is that toilet water does not go on anything that touches my skin. So armor that goes on top of my clothing and whatnot, and things like boots and weapons and whatnot. I know, right? Battle shit. It's like Battletoads, only even messier. Alright. Nice and clean, time to get dirty again. See if anybody migrated down here. Yeah, the zombie movement has been largely static. Some vagrants up here. But yeah, now we're on no more ticking clocks. We got greens there, we got a banking, and then farm a hug. I suppose priority really is to get the barrel of guns sorted out. Fighting zombies is something I can do at any time. I don't actually, I'm not quite ready for ammo yet, because there were a few guns left. Another trapper carbine with a laser sight. So, and this one already has a 2x scope on it. So I will go ahead and make this my second trapper carbine. We've had one, yes, but what about second? No, that way I because remember, like I said, you can't put laser sight on it, so might as well have one of each with a different scope type. Keep those separate from the rest. Please nobody tell the devs that I'm having fun with being able to carry more ammo by using the fact that magazines don't have increased weight right now. Because they'll take it personally, and then they'll make it so that magazines weigh 10,000 times as much when you load bullets into them. Oops. To remove upgrade, not add. Never forget what they did to caffeine. If you don't believe me, take a look into history and look at how much fatigue used to be removed when you drank a beverage with caffeine in it, and now look at it. It's basically negligible. We were having way too much fun with that, going on Reddit and talking about microdosing caffeine, stay awake forever. Oh boy, did that piss them off. And that's not good. When you piss the devs off, that's when they pull out the Nerf bat and they slap you for it. So this is our third garbage bag full of nothing but guns. That makes a total of 4. 4 garbage bags is basically half of a perfect step fan. But I think these are the last 2 guns. No. Not even close. Looks like we got a 5th one coming right up. Hey, look at that. Another Trapper carbine, this time with a red dot sight and a laser sight. So there's my 3rd. Cool. So we've got 1 Trapper carbine with a built-in laser sight, and 1 with all three types of sighting. I am glad to see that they've removed all the floor models that are loaded. That used to be a thing that happened all the time. It used to be like floor model weapons that, display weapons in the display cabinets that are just loaded with bullets, like live ammo. I can tell you that no self-respecting gun shop on the planet would let that federal crime happen. I don't know if it was that way back in the 90s, but I'm pretty sure that was not. Oh yeah, no, I have seen that you can close rain barrel lids, and I don't know if that is something that has been programmed for. If it has, great. For all I understand, I think the only reason you can close the lids is so that you can, three. I don't think I'll be able to fit anything with 3. No, okay. It's so that you can, sorry, lost my brain there. Prevent rain from falling into it if it's like a barrel of clean water, for example. That would prevent it from getting tainted by rainwater. I can't think of too many other use cases other than preventing gasoline evaporation. Really don't want to have ammo in these bags. That's more like it. Guns, long guns and attachments only if possible. I'll permit a fountain pen. I think, oh no, I was just about to talk some shit. Coming down the home stretch, I believe these are the last two. Yes, okay. So in totality, 137.5 encumbrance of guns. Guns and a little bit of attachment in that pile. Make that a solid 137, why not? And I'm keeping the trapper carbines here out of the bags intentionally. Okay, it doesn't have to be that perfect. He says as he tries really hard to make it that perfect. There are very few select items that I would want to take from the shelves here. The shelves here are mostly gear that we either have billions of duplicates of already or will have even more duplicates of after we hit the Jamie-Town surplus store. Ooh, that's just a bright white bandana. Look at that. Holy crap. The icon made me think it was going to be something not white, but no, that's actually that's a great color. That's going to go with me. Yeah, that's my that's one of my regular carries now. Actually matches my hat and whatnot. 55.2. Ooh, a red shima. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those before. If I have, I don't remember it. Perfect, okay. Yeah, I'm trying way too hard to make this a perfect fit, but we're getting there. Those I know for a fact I already have copies of. I was always disappointed in the particular shade of orange for the hunting vest in this game. As you may have noticed, I'm an Affinacando of all things orange, but this right here is a bit too light of an orange. It needs to be like a little bit darker. Don't tempt me. I'll pull out Photoshop and sample it, but no. If I put 2 more encumbrance, then that is 160 even. 600 liters of gas. That is a literal gas station for you right there. Oh, here's one more encumbrance right here. Flag. We always capture the flag here. Okay, 160 encumbrance in totality right now, and that is a very nice solid round number. Very disappointing magazine rack, but can't all have winners. Alright, ammo stuff can just go directly into my backpack. Anything that doesn't fit can start going on the floor in a certain pile. We'll see what we can cartonize. Sometimes I do ammo first, but in this case, like I said, we're going to have way more guns than ammo. This is one of the only hunting shops that comes to mind where there's more guns than ammo in terms of just total encumbrance that you're going to walk out with. Probably Guns Unlimited, probably. Guns Unlimited is pretty loaded with random stuff, so I never really actually got totals of everything. I did extract all of the guns last time I went there on Nora, but I ended up leaving behind about 80% of the guns themselves because it was just a bunch of MSR 788s and 700s because there was a hunting store in there just like this one. So it will be a similar situation when we get to Guns Unlimited, the hunting store in there that will pull from a similar loot table as this place. Lots more diversity to the shooty bang bangs. Okay, that is the entire place looted completely. Final pass on what I left on the floor, and no thanks. Spiff over there. Alright, so we will be coming back with a different vehicle. That is only 160 on the floor. We could come back with a regular van for that. What do we have on the floor here? I think it was like 80 something. Oh, yeah, 81. So maybe I'll make that around 80. Perfect. So definitely not completely done with this place yet, but our hands are quite full. This must be the Franklin volume that I got the key to. Or value line. I keep forgetting. Yeah, that's okay. It's the 6-seater, so I don't really care about that. So the first thing I do, since I already have the ammo in my hands, we go up to my ammo van here, and we just stand in front of the ammo van and see what cartons can be created. Should just place those. Come on. This is fucking annoying. This is something that happened when the multiplayer version of the game came out, and it still hasn't gone away. And now I'm terrified that it might never go away. The fact that we have to take every single item out of every single container before we can actually craft something. That didn't happen until 42.13. And they did it because of multiplayer, because multiplayer, you can't have players using things from the same container. And I understand why they did it for multiplayer, it makes perfect sense. But I don't play multiplayer. Why am I having my action economy fucking devastated by something that is not relevant to single player? It's really fucking annoying. Because all this transferring that I'm having to do right now, all this shit, before 42.13, we did not have to do that. And like I said, I understand completely why they did it. I thought it would just be a temporary thing that we had to deal with until they got the things more, you know, sorted out for multiplayer and single player separation. But, I don't know, it's been 2 patches now. It's been 2 patches now and nothing's changed. 1 patch without change I can understand. 2, I'm just like, alright, does that mean it's just going to be a thing now? Because, you know, you've seen, anybody who's played this game long enough, you've seen what happens when the devs decide that something is not worth fixing. It never gets fixed. So if it doesn't happen immediately, I start getting really sussed out about whether it's ever going to happen. But maybe that's just my doomerism. Maybe that's just me being a doomer. It would not be incorrect to say, okay, doomer. It's like 75 encumbrance on the floor here. So we have 0.0 chance of actually fitting all the ammo we have into a single trunk now. And that's okay. That was always going to happen. At some point, we're going to have to start triaging what comes with us and what stays behind. An easy start for that, I suppose, would be taking the lightweight cartons out of the way and trying to see if we can just fit the heavyweights in the trunk. And the trunk is full. Do a carton of 12 gauge and a carton of 357, and then maybe a box of something 1.0 like 45 on the, well, once you start putting cartons of things on seats, you're looking for quarters between the couch cushions here. Seeing as I'm a little less likely to use these cartons of 556 until I'm higher level aiming, makes more sense. Same with, I mean, technically same with 12 gauge. think I might bank it. Hell yeah. We're close. We're close, but no cigar. That's okay. We can take a few of the loose boxes out. And 357. And then just like 12 more, or 13 more. Perfect. So all the ammo we've found in Ekron and a couple of other places has fit in one vehicle. With a little bit left over that we have, that's okay to stick in another one. And meanwhile, everything in this van needs to get emptied. This one can take my filled magazines, so all these JS14s, which we now have a lot of JS14 magazines. And quite literally, like I said, the only reason I filled those up is because it's less storage space to carry the ammo that way. Quite literally just an exploit. I'm proud of it, because that means I'm saving myself a little bit of tedium. Oh, we've got enough loose 12 gauge for another pack. Glorious. Why is that battery degradation? It's only been about 5 days, 6 days since we've used this vehicle. It's already down to 75%, really? I hope I'm misremembering that. I hope I'm misremembering that, because if that's the case, then that's some bullshit. Hopefully that's not the case. I'm gonna leave the car running and set an alarm for 2 hours from now, so that I let the battery charge, because apparently I have to. Yeah, I don't know. 18:30. So when that alarm goes off, I go shut the engine off. Hopefully that'll be enough. At some point, I will need to put something like a desk out front here. I think the red Shima is growing on me a little bit. It's a little too warm to be wearing that all the time. That's one of the reasons I'm actually really thirsty, because by wearing it all the time, I have drained myself of a fair bit of water. Our power grows in the education department. We have now got a full set of glass making books. I will pack that into a carton later. I'm just going to drink this wine. Okay, why can't I unseal the wine? What's going on here? Yes, I know it needs to be opened first. How do I open it? I should have a bottle opener. I have a keyring bottle opener. What the fuck is going on here? Do we have undrinkable wine again? I thought we might have undrinkable wine again. Apparently apparently this keyring bottle opener is not good enough. Oh, I need a cork, probably. Fuck. I mean one of the stupid twisty things. As if you actually would need that. In real life, you could smash the top. Of course, that would waste like a third of it. I would be okay with that. That is a accept. Your terms are acceptable. You know what? I'm thinking scotch, since we don't have wine. How about some milk? Yeah, she needs some milk. I was looking for something that would get rid of both the hunger and the thirst. Mission success. New spare battery can into Alice pack. Buckets outside. Rapidly filling up this counter here. We're long overdue a few crates in this house. Wouldn't be too hard to go to my neighbors across the street and get some. That's probably exactly what I'm going to do with the main van. If the main van doesn't have its battery charged by the time my timer goes off here, then we will go take the main van over to our neighbors, steal some crates, help us organize stuff. What am I doing with magazine primaries here? Didn't make room in the trailer, did I? I forget exactly what I'm doing with them. I'll hold on to that for now. Alright. I'll just put away these entertainment materials. I have 4 copies of this Welder Monthly here. That is why I should probably get in the habit of marking these. I know where dupes go, at least. Dupes can go in here. Oh, this one, right. Welder Monthly, June 93. Of course, I already have a copy of that. As well as Carlo Crystal. Yeah. Carlo Crystal is one of those ones that can be irritating. But in this case, we got away with it. Alright. Let's go check that battery, see if it's charged itself. Not quite. Okay, so 2 hours got me... 2 hours got me 15% of a battery. Interesting. So I'll give it another hour, I guess. That's about 7.5% per hour. Then, yeah, the next hour should get me there. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and take the... We'll take it across the street. We'll go steal some crates from our neighbors. For anybody joining, just a quick update. We are in Ekron, and we've got lots and lots and lots of loot, so we're doing a little bit of loot sorting. Remaining targets in Ekron are now secondary targets. The primary target has been hit, and all of the primary loot has been extracted from it. That was the hunting store. The other primary target was the all the books in the college campus, and we've secured that as well. Secondary targets in the college campus include the basement. There's a welding school workshop in the basement. Definitely want to steal all the welding rods from that. I'm on the lookout for crates here. That's what I'm looking for. Shaman needs to get off my face. But there are no crates. These are boxes. Cardboard. Oh, I didn't realize that was a... Huh, okay. I actually thought that was a low fence. Some isometric shit right there. So usually I look at these kinds of houses and I'm like, yeah, that's a good source of, that's a good source of crates, right? Wrong. I'm going to roll the dice on this bookshelf. Chance to break 30%. If it did break, it wouldn't be a big loss, but this now is a place that I can put my all the entertainment books we brought back from the library. I don't remember what kind of basement we had here. General workshop, and there is one crate here. Cool. One crate is better than none crate. I'll take it. Exercise stuff is entirely decorative, except for if you're the kind of person who doesn't take any of the negative sleeping traits. So you don't care about your sleep quality that much, and you're okay with getting a poor sleep quality in a pinch. Gym mats. Gym mats can be carried around. They weigh 0.5 encumbrance, and you can deploy them anywhere where you've got 2 free tiles. So if you really don't care about you don't care about the quality of sleep for whatever reason, maybe you're a sociopath who doesn't care about their character's well-being, or maybe you just don't take the any of the negative traits for sleeping. You can make it work somehow, probably. To me, they're just decorations. I sympathize with my characters just a little too much to give them a poor quality sleep when there's any other option available. I put myself in their shoes, and I'm thinking I would rather just continue to run through no matter how high my fatigue is. Rather continue moving until I get somewhere I can actually crash. Before actually crashing. Or I'll just get to the point where I sleep on the floor, if I have to go that far. You know, all this shit right here in front of me, about a 20 to 30% chance to break it when trying to pick it up. Low-level carpentry bullshit. Whatever. Let's get... I'm going to steal a table, because a table is something I could use out front. And that's all I care about right now. How's my whetstone? It's actually down to half condition. So my theory was correct. Whetstones do degrade faster now than I'm used to. So I just replaced it, and you know what? There's a backup right there. I'm also going to take a wooden mallet because I am capable of leveling knapping and or masonry at some points in the not too distant future. So of my primary targets for this expedition, only one. Really? Okay. I guess I would say check the contents periodically. I would recommend not allowing it to rain into a barrel full of gasoline. That is my recommendation. I'm not sure, though. If you're in debug mode and you can set the weather, that would be something interesting to check to see if a rain barrel full of gasoline can get tainted by the rain. I don't remember where, but there's a debug menu somewhere where you can just change the weather arbitrarily. Just spot a plane, so we change in the weather now. Very nice. Huh. Well, I get the feeling that that might not be the case forever. Just because I've heard the devs talk about evaporation in the past, so maybe it's just not working currently. But, who knows? I definitely can't predict the devs at this point, so educated guesses here and there, but that's about it. My sledgehammer activities have kind of left me without much of a wall to leave the... I could sacrifice the bathroom lights. If I sacrifice the bathroom light switch here to my right, then we get a nice little bookshelf right here. Except I can't do that unless I do that. There we go. Yeah, that's right, I put my bookshelf in the bathroom. Why not? Alright, and now for the rest of the evening, we got ourselves some, tailoring to do. We have not actually read the book, but since this activity does not require us to, or does not actually get us experience, then we don't need to worry about that. Put away the scissors, right? But if I... Where are the safety scissors? Here you are. Yeah, I do remember the devs actually talking about that in patch notes, as in they specifically wanted to make sure that people couldn't just infinitely fill water containers and then just carry them. It is supposedly supposed to be tied to max inventory size, which is, your inventory size is normally not supposed to go over 50. like your regular, your just everything, the total of everything in your inventory, right, top level size. Let's check this skirt. Ooh, that's a better shade of black. A little bit better. I'm holding on to this one. Yeah, we're not sacrificing this one for, not sacrificing that one for materials. Clothing coloration still doesn't work properly. At least I don't think it does. I could be wrong about that. This long skirt I want to shorten to knee length as well. Because I will never wear something. I will never wear a skirt longer than knee length, not even for the memes, because at that point, it slows you down. Yeah. See how regular skirt, run speed modifier, but now it's knee length, no longer has a run speed modifier. That is the threshold to clear for me. There are times where I feel like I would wear a mini skirt if I had leg protection from other sources. But, conditional. Very conditional. This knee-length skirt here, I think, is... It's like a, it's a little close to military green, but I don't know if I would ever wear military green clothing again. I went out of my way to recolor things away from military green. So I think I'm okay with scrapping it. Let me check that one too. That one might be a match for scrubs. Yeah, that's actually a somewhat close match, so I'm going to hold on to those. Just because I no longer have a central base doesn't mean I'm giving up on my other hobbies. Collecting clothing that I might never actually wear is still going to be one of them. I mentioned this before, I'm really upset that this doesn't give us, any more experience. What skirt is it? Oh, right, this was the other one that wasn't the correct color. Okay. And first bedtime. I need to favorite these jeans here. Make sure that I never accidentally shorten them again. I don't think the crafting menu will ever target worn clothing. I think there's a couple separate crafting options for worn clothing. And trousers mesh denim lights still are not considered to be actual. Still not considered to be actual jeans. And baggy jean shorts still don't exist in this universe. Truly a tragedy. Beautiful. Okay. I've managed to empty a gas pump exactly 1 time. That was one of the pumps at my Rosewood base on Nora the Explora. Everywhere I take a medical bed, how about I also take a spare pair of my favorite boots? That feels like an amazing idea. Because anywhere I deploy a medical bed is going to be a field base of some kind. Any field base of some kind deserves to have backup boots for when I inevitably get a scratch in my boots for no conceivable reason known to man. I'm going to continue carrying around these safety scissors instead of my medical shears. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to continue carrying around my medical shears, but I'm going to temporarily mark them as not to be used for crafting. So that when these safety scissors get used up, then we can say... Yeah, then we can say that... you know, there's a leather coat here, and in the past I would consider wearing one. That past is now gone because it blocks your what's it called? Blocks your Alice belt if you try to wear a leather coat, and I'm talking like a full leather coat. And now to wash the strips because we got tons of them. Entire bundles of leather and denim strips, both of which are going to be saved for things that are higher level crafting than what we're doing now. Leather strips are still relevant even after you get to tailoring level 10, so I probably won't actually be using leather strips very much during the crafting process. And 4 a.m., that is my bedtime. Pretty decent turnaround on time expenditure here. Flip-flops going there. Couple of spare tools. Why is it that I can't make a stack of rags? What's going on there? Okay, apparently only 3 of the rags Apparently only 3 of the rags in my inventory right now are actually rags that can be stacked. That's kind of stupid. But whatever. We're going to use them for tailoring anyway, so might as well be throwaway rags. What changed? I don't know what changed, but now suddenly we can make a stack. Cool. Whatever. Oh, it's the stuff that... Oh, right. Stuff that was on the floor here. Total of 3 leather strip bundles. That's pretty good. I can probably put a moratorium on going out of my way to collect leather. At least for the immediate moment. Now, one of my neighbors was a sort of a tailoring person. They had things like dye and whatnot in their house, and I didn't go out of my way to collect it. Probably some sewing kits over there when the time comes. Shut the hunger up for now. Okay. Wait, shit. I completely forgot we have bowls of 40 in the fridge. They've been sitting there so long that I probably need to freeze one. The other I will eat as soon as we finish sleeping. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and sledgehammer out the wall where the, sledgehammer out the wall for the bathroom. Risk losing the lights. It's hit or miss. If you sledgehammer out a wall that has a light switch on it, I have seen the light switch disappear. I have seen the light switch chill. Looks like we got a chill one. Yeah, we got the bathroom lights. We can turn it on and off, even though there's no longer a wall for the, for the light switch to be on. Seems to be completely random. Doesn't seem to matter the facing. I've seen that happen on every facing that I can think of. So we've got almost a full bookshelf just from that library. I do find it kind of funny that the contents of an entire library can fit on a single bookshelf. That is probably just the power of being organized. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and have this bowl of 40 here since it is already getting very near the end of its lifespan. The other one should be frozen by now. It is now frozen. So I'm going to... I'll leave it in there for the moment. I'm going to hang out in the general area of the base. I'm not going to get too committed to field activities until I figure out what to do with that. The ammo in my backpack should have gone into the main van a while ago here. a lot of stuff over here that I should have found a home for by now, but didn't quite make it. Dye in the roasting pan at least. Most of the rest of this is kind of relevant to welding and or blacksmithing, so that's kind of why it never really got a home. The propane tank, I need to place it somewhere conspicuous. Actually, how about this crate right here for welding stuff? I think we're not going to find so much welding stuff here that will fill up more than a single crate, so that sounds like a good idea to me. I can turn my alarm off before I forget about it. Alright, I will still hold on to the safety scissors for now. Until I'm done with the early game phase of, whatchamacallit, of, ripping up clothes all over the place so that I can level tailoring. Until I'm done with that, I will need to hold on to something like scissors or safety scissors that can, just lay waste to clothing without wasting the sharpness on something more valuable. I don't actually have a crafting container for that yet, so never mind. This is still my centralized... Okay. Gonna make some more coffee now. We used up our last coffee out in the fields. It was worth it. Oh, come on. This is so infuriating. Every once in a while, your character just fucking refuses to place things for no apparent reason. Like, why is she not placing these items? I click and nothing fucking happens. Okay, I guess we just drop it on the floor then. Annoying. I don't like it, but whatever. I just need a crafting surface, and I need all the firefighter gear that I don't need. Should go right next to it. And I did say that I was going to not scrap at least one of each. Just because of reasons. If nothing else, firefighter gear actually makes decent pajamas. It's so highly insulated that you could put on firefighter gear and sleep outside, and you will probably never get cold. Probably. It would take some significant weather. And I don't even know if the weather in this game can possibly get that bad. Alright, so the trunk of the citrus vehicle completely emptied. now we can go pick up the rest of the loot that we left in garbage bags on the floor. So we did leave a bunch of loot behind, but it's all streamlined that we can just literally load it right up. Now I did, it's a kind of a silly that I probably should have just measured the loot that I left on the ground at the rifle shop, or the hunting shop rather. I should have just left the loot on the ground there in an increment of 156, because that's what both of my backup step vans are. The trunk capacity in both is 156. 160, I don't actually have a spare van that can do that. My main van doesn't have any room in it, but I could do that if I emptied everything out of it. And I need this road to be clear even if I'm finished with the main target. This guy might have a 9mm on him. He has a 9mm on him. And a total of 15 bullets. He's fired only one shot. Give me that full magazine. Lee Roundtree. Now that's interesting. I swear there was another Roundtree somewhere in the area. Did we just identify a NPC family here? I've never seen that before. But I can almost guarantee you that we've seen another Roundtree. I'm gonna check the when I get back to base. I'm gonna check the I'm gonna check my memorabilia collection. Hello. Are you a Roundtree as well? I forgot to get my bowl out of the freezer. No. I used the force on that one. You know, if that placement thing is a bug for 0.16, that means it's gotten worse. Because there were already random errors that I never could explain that would happen sometimes when you tried to place things. Usually when your character would just have to walk a very short distance to place it. Sometimes, if you place something, or you try to place something that is a short walk away, your character will do the walk like they're supposed to. But if they're like just almost close enough, but they still have to do a little walk, that for some reason seems to be a situation where it doesn't work right. Boy, cap pistol? What? What? There's cap guns in the game now? Are you kidding me? Hold on, I gotta... Freeze, partner. That's really funny. I was actually hoping it would make a little bit more noise than that. It was like a very, very, very light pop. Could barely hear it. By the E. Boy, what did that window ever do to you? Get off of that innocent little window right there. You horrific woman. How dare. believe this is a metalworking shop to the right of me. Yeah, I genuinely am baffled. I mean, like, object placement... maybe they're doing optimization passes. That is the only thing that I can think of that I really can, like, be like, alright, I understand why that's happening. An optimization pass can touch all sorts of weird things that don't really make sense. I am constantly getting hot now. It's probably this shema. I'm going to take it off. As pretty as it looks, I actually like the appearance a lot. But I think just having a shema on my neck... I like how the tie is kind of a match, too. It's a little bit darker of a maroon than the hat and the glasses and the axe, but it synergizes. It definitely synergizes. Yeah. Oh, we've got some jarred food here that's somehow still fresh. Perhaps someday. I'll definitely want to use that before the stuff I've got in my freezer. Didn't know you could find jarred food in a china cupboard. That's kind of cool. Couple units of yeast here. Corkscrew. Actually need that back at base. Milk. Rotten crap. Box garbage bags, rot stew. Let's get that out of there. The dry ramen noodles are still fresh. I'm sure they'll go stale any day now. These people were putting together a feast. They had stew, they had pasta, and there was a TV dinner on the ground too. Or in the, that was in the oven, I think. I was mostly coming in here looking for... well, food, actually. Food was the primary target, because we didn't actually bring my stew with me. And secondary targets kind of ballooned a little bit there. I also wanted to take a peek in the basement. Last couple times I was here, this basement ended up being a workshop basement of some sort. I'm going to disassemble the door with carpentry, and I have my thumb on the space bar in case there is a zombie on the other side of the door. I do have a little bit of skill in short plunge in case I get grabbed, but much easier to just push him back if that happens. Alright, what kind of basement this time? Variety. Mostly kind of workshop-related stuff here. Cool. Welding stuff. Rods, always yes. Sheet metal snips, because I don't have any. I think most of the rest of this I probably already have. Elsewhere, somewhere. Even here, actually. Dub rods. Hacksaw, small punch, and chisel set. We already have that. I don't know about a metalworking punch, so now we do. We will not be building metalworking infrastructure here. That will most likely be Muldra. Laundry room. And most relevantly, crates. That was actually kind of what I was hoping for there. Dub rods, but not very many. Steel sheets are almost always useful if you're leveling welding. I mean, even after you're done leveling welding, they're still useful, extremely. But I know for a fact that we're going to be drowning in steel sheets after we loot the downstairs of the school. I'll grab it because it's right in front of me. Finally, a box of nails. Okay, inventory is full. Taking out a military backpack for the offhand. Starting with crates. 2, 3. And then 4. Then we can fit a box of nails and a little bit more. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? Had to put your microwave in the living room. Yeah. Imagine not even being able to put down a microwave. We are going to have to get out and fight up here. Unknown number of Zeds hiding between the whatchamacallits. I find that to be quite unacceptable.
Hey!
Yes, it is, and that is always a nice thing to see. Appreciate everybody who subscribes. At the end of every live stream, YouTube shows me a little counter to show if I gain any subs during the stream. Usually goes out by about 5 is the average. per stream. I have seen it go to the double digits a couple times, but usually that's only in, usually it's only the bigger ones on weekends, and this is definitely not going to be a bigger one for a weekend. As far as weekends go, this is pretty halfway point. It's my buddy Lycan. He's a scribe, but he's pretty suspicious. Lycan, subscribe. Give me my sledgehammer. I'm going to open this doorway just a little wider. Maybe even make it viable to tow through. I don't know why I cut the engine for that. Really silly decisions. Yeah, I have the key to this van, I just need it out of the way right now. Two slows. Churchgoers. Cute hat. I'm trying to loot here. I think they're only, whatchamacallit, planks in those crates. Lots and lots of planks. McCoy logging train. That would be amazing because then there might be a chance of some axes, but if they were gonna do that, I feel like they would have marked it. So there's still a few in that backyard and parking lot, but as long as I don't make too much noise, they're not as big of an issue. Now, if this van right here actually happens to have a good trunk, then it can actually fit everything that's on the floor right here. But let's find out. Trunk is 97. It can fit everything on the floor right there. Do I have access? Of course not. I think I tried already. Am I gonna break in? If so, which window? Front left is pretty weak. By the new standards, at least. This van is likely not going to come with me when I leave this town because I have negative incentive to have more vehicles at this point. Dani the Drifter is going to be drifting between towns. If I must have one of two windows, it will be the driver's side. Alright, so 163 in the trunk, 160 encumbrance of gun on the ground right there. Just like that, we've got a van full of nothing but gun. And that means I have room on the passenger seat. Or miscellany. passenger and driver if I want it hard enough. That means let's go ahead and drive over to the secondary target here. Grab some furniture. The painting of the soccer player here, or the football player, is called Dr. Oid's painting. I don't know if that is supposed to be a joke. He doesn't, I didn't know many doctors played football, but perhaps in this universe. And 12. 13. There's the glove. Oh dear. The act of running a couple of engines seems to have brought some friends, and now I'm fatigued. Shit. Well, let's just get this van prepped and ready to go. It more or less is. A couple things into the trunk, perhaps. Okay, this van is completely loaded, 200%. Now to get my own van. Am I shooting here? I might be shooting. Am I really drinking coffee? I have to get my own van back, so perhaps I am. Maybe not. No. Knowing my luck, that was going to fail to start 16 times in a row. There literally is code in the game to make your vehicle more likely to fail to start if there's a zombies targeting you. I would have called bullshit on that a long time ago, but I can kind of understand it. If the zombie's targeting you and you know it, then yeah, you're going to be a little panicked. I would have preferred that it was actually tied to the panic stat, as opposed to the number of zombies who just happen to be targeting you. I would prefer to lose my tail by doing an orbit around behind the church, but this is actually pretty tight back here. Bait those guys out of the way, but I'm locked in now. If I get too many more in my way, I have to plow through them. I prefer not to do that in a step van if at all humanly possible. And that was a side hit, and we didn't lose anything. We're good. There's another step van down here. Do I have time to check it? No, I don't. It looks pretty. I'll give it that. It's definitely over half integrity. That's all I can give it, though. So all I really did was scatter them a little bit, but if I had just driven away straight away, then it would have been, some of them could have followed me all the way back here, and I'd prefer not to. This house here has a basement to it. It is a non-fixed basement, so there could be anything. Plus got a shed back here. Shed's got some crate. Don't think I've ever seen a generator in it. Doesn't mean that couldn't have one. Welding torch, instant yes. Nuts and bolts. I feel like we're seeing a lot more iron hooks in this universe now. No idea how much of that is just individual observation. The plural of anecdotes is the plural of anecdotes. I do not think I actually need to take the crates themselves at this point. Any skills I'm focusing on, all of them. I mean, anything that's relevant, really. Tailoring, I've already started gathering materials for. I've already read books for carpentry, carving, cooking, electrical, napping, mechanics. Maintenance, of course, is always the most important skill to me until it's maxed. But all I have to do for maintenance is just make sure that I've read the book, the latest book. And we have collected all 5 books, so that's great. And what I just collected there was some welding materials, because we're about to get another huge bounty of welding materials as soon as we are set to clear the basement of the college. To be very careful about my hearing here. Whenever you disassemble a basement door, just be ready to smack the space bar in case the zombie's on the other side. These, okay. This is a stove with some logs, with some... Zombie. Jesus Christ. Yep. As expected. Stoves are super, super, super heavy. Just as heavy as fridges. I don't know if the devs ever plan on doing anything with these shelves here. They're just decorations right now. Maybe perhaps someday there will actually be functional distillery mechanics in the game. Right now, the closest thing to that is sugar beets, which we can grow, but we can't actually do anything with. You cannot add sugar beets to any recipes at all, ever. Literally sugar beets, once you harvest them, they are useless 100%. The most I could ever imagine using them for is fertilizer. Cut the engine, right? Of course I wouldn't. Why would I cut the engine? Who the fuck turns their vans off? It's alright. Bunch of gravel found. care more about the sacks than the gravel itself. And tonight we will disassemble any electrical stuff we picked up. Still have about an hour before bedtime here. Seeing as I have some cookware, I could open a couple of these jars. Yeah, why not? Well, the problem with opening jars is jars actually give you enough for like several recipes at once. So usually the optimal thing is to open a jar and then use some of it, stick it in the fridge, and use it repeatedly until it's used up. I'll put kitchen stuff into the sack here. Interesting. Could be it. Could be true. Right. And there's something to drink myself to sleep with. As morbid as that sounds, that is we're right there at the niche of where alcohol is great for that particular purpose. There we go, now I can carry around scissors. Can I? Two beers and I'm not even tipsy. That's what I like to see. I should definitely find some opportunity to go loud with firearms tomorrow because we're pretty close to getting aiming level 2. Then I can go read the next book. Got it just chilling there waiting to be read. 4 experience for that. That's actually worth it. So that enables us to double dip a little bit by crafting a wooden spear. I'm sorry, by crafting a carving a sapling into a long stick, and then long stick into long stick into a spear. I know how words work. There is not yet anything that I can carve planks out of. When I get to that point, carving gets even easier. Absolutely, 100%. That is the optimal way to level carving, in fact. The objectively correct way. If you think we're joking, you haven't looked at the crafting menu well enough. Small handles can be turned into a couple of different things, one of which is the oldie pipe. Did we wipe out the trees in this guy's front yard? I think we did. Yeah. The closer we get to this side, the more likely we start pulling them from the overpass there, the pedestrian overpass. I want to say now, because the wilderness overgrowth mechanic has been slowed to such an extent, if you want to level crafting, or I'm sorry, you want to level carving in the, like, you know, first couple of months of the game, it's starting to look like Irvington is like one of the best options for that. Because Irvington has these fields that are just completely full of bushes. A lot of other areas in the map don't. I can think of a few places in Brandenburg, and maybe a couple of other parts of the map that I'm not as familiar with, but Irvington, as I like to call it, is Bush City. You go to Irvington, you're going to see bushes everywhere on the side of the road, between buildings, whatever. And every single bush is, you cut it, you get a chance for a tree branch. Every single tree branch is a half a dozen experience with carving, depending on what level you're at. Oh, something I forgot to do. When using houses without generators, if you want free and easy light, just park your vehicle so that the headlights are facing the nearest window. As long as you got some good headlights, that'll go straight in, and you can craft by that. Absolutely. They don't call them Brazilian for nothing. Ha-ha. Carving level 1. Just like that, we can now carve all this garbage wood we picked up. So the scrap wood, firewood, stuff you normally wouldn't think to use for anything other than burning, carving into small handles. And every small handle we carve is a crafting material for something else that we can carve later on down the line. down the line. I spoke too soon. There's actually a level 1 recipe to turn a small handle into a spoon. Now this is taking a little longer because my hunting knife is down to like half integrity. Yep. Probably knew that somewhere in my brain meat, but it had definitely escaped the surface. Does that guy have a shotgun on his back, or is he just happy to see me? I'm gonna make a garbage bag. Oops. Huh, that was a garbage bag I was supposed to empty. I literally forgot I had that. That's a whoopsie right there. But I was going to say I need to make a garbage bag specific for these small handles. Because I've got like 32 of the bastards now. Garbage bag C for carving. Oh yeah, that's I don't know if it's supposed to be that much light propagation through a window from a car headlight, because in real life I feel like it definitely wouldn't propagate quite as much. I don't know where I have it, but I have this video. I shot it back in, was it university? I can't remember. The last 2 years of high school for me and my first year of college are just kind of a big ass blur, because I actually stayed on for a couple of alum projects with my high school theater team. So I actually, like, there's like this little, oh shit, I went to sleep before drinking. Fuck. Well, that was a wasted opportunity to drink some whiskey. Whatever. I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it. But yeah, I shot this video, and it was in my backyard, and I actually had a couple of construction lights, kind of the same kind in this game, but I didn't have enough, so I just pulled my car around and turned the headlights on, so it shined them in my backyard. And I just had this, massively well lit backyard thanks to some creative applications of the headlights. Headlights are designed specifically to not shine too high. So they actually were not that bad for filming, because the it was kind of like a scene where I had to go around a lot, so I didn't want it to be backlit too much. But the way the car's headlights naturally aim towards the ground ended up being surprisingly useful. Fun fact, if I had turned on the high beams, this house behind mine, where I used to live, was burned down and then rebuilt. And the one they rebuilt was taller. They added, like, I don't know, some extra floor height or something like that. It was, like, way taller. And so if I were to park in my own driveway with my high beams on, it'd be shining light directly into their fucking bedroom. I'm not saying I ever did that intentionally, but let's just say that when they were building the house and they had the construction lights just shining down from on high, maybe a little bit of revenge was had. I plead the fifth. Where is that? Oh, coming out of the cozy crock pot here. It sounded like it was coming from the left for a second. So we still have a hand carry prepped over there. Cannot forget about that. I put way too much effort into that. I'm not just putting it in the trunk. Not when there's electronics to steal here. Who is hitting what back here? Huh. It's not in the... It's not in here? It must be second floor. Okay, cool. I ain't going up there. I have no incentive to go upstairs right now. This is, all the loot here is downstairs. gonna be like that, huh? Glad I do this then. So much for your security door, buddy. Good job. I hear some mouth breathing and it sounds like left. I'm getting reverb too, so I'm not sure. That sounds like right too. And I gotta be advised that door is open right there. Let's clear that first before we get too locked in here. That sounds like potentially multiple back there. I'm just gonna put a barrier between us before that becomes a problem. Running out there into that, that sounds like a bad idea. Yes, I'm a big residential hater. Which is probably why I'm having food troubles right now. I mean, that food troubles is a strong term, but I could be doing better for food. I mean, actually, to be entirely honest, I'm the only reason, and I mean the only reason I don't have literal infinite food right now is because I did not bother to bring any animals, livestock of any sort with me. It definitely sounds like there's at least 3 or 4 up there. Hey, look, KTO. Home alarms, 3 of them. Don't worry, I'll disassemble them for you. And we'll get some alternate universe revenge here. Fun fact, if you want to disassemble something like a PC, you don't need no light to do it. And you still get experience even if you fail. Although a success with this is still kind of silly because a success only gives me a single piece of wire. Like what, I took apart the entire PC case, and you're telling me what, did I just get the wiring for the case fans? Is that all? Like, case fan wiring is literally, should be a guarantee for anybody. Like, you would have to be in, well, I gotta say that. Case fan wiring, I actually used that to replace the command wire on my e-scooter. It was that was a video that I sent my buddy. My buddy's an electrician by trade, so he knows how to solder. I don't. So when I was trying to learn how to solder, I actually sent him the video of me trying to do it, and I titled the video "Unqualified Moron Attempts to Solder a Wire." You know what? If anybody in chat knows how to solder, by all means, roast my shit, fam. I think I did all right, all things considered. The helping hand was definitely a decision, one of the decisions of all time. But my hands shake like ridiculously. It might not seem like it when I'm playing video games, but that's because I'm steadying my hands on a surface on both sides. So my keyboard tray has a little pad here that I'm steadying my hand on, and my mouse pad is at a certain angle so that my bottom of my forearm is steadied. So I can actually do precise movements, keyboard and mouse, but yeah, that's not happening. I'm leaving this way. Surprisingly, not as much stuff in here. I know there's a basement to this place, but I am not going in that back hallway right now. No, thank you. I've got other things to do here. This barely qualified as a secondary target, let alone a tertiary. What? Which window? It wasn't a ground floor window, so yeah, they're all upstairs. Okay, so we have about 50 encumbrance left in the trunk here. And way less than 50 on the floor here. That's great. Hello. She caught me. I need this empty carton with the other one. So I actually do have room for another 20 if I want to just take another one of those hefty decorations. There's actually a lot in here that are like really heavy. Of the options here, I'm thinking Starry Night is probably the best. Yeah, I'm liking Starry Night the best. Do I have to... Yeah, I gotta pick up the couch in order to reach it. No, I don't. I'm good. That's one thing I guess you can pick up from a tile away. But yeah, this is one of those paintings that weighs 20 encumbrance. And I'm okay filling up the trunk of the vehicle here because we're going to... all the guns we picked up are already loaded up in the other van, which we're going to tow back with us. But in order to tow this van back with us, we're going to need a fight. And I am ready to fight. It is midday, clear weather, beautiful skies, and 10 magazines of 9mm fully loaded, as well as a backup gun. 9 rounds current magazine. And we are... There are plenty of low fences here to use to our advantage. But I do not know exactly which ones are going to be the best, if any. I feel like we should test the waters. Let's go. Let's see what happens. I want to see what movements come from a single gunshot. Look at that. Look at that. Somebody came out the upper floor window there. And they're actually on the roof. She took one look at me and turned around. What is this, real life? Come on now. Don't be like that. Yeah, that was really funny. The one on the roof, she took one look at me and turned around. Okay, I see. So they're mostly coming from the left there. I like that guy's hat. Yeah. Ah yes, Dani the Red. That's what they used to call me. I am Dani the Black. Ah yes, we can get the falling kills now. Fantastic. I'm gonna stick with melee for the immediate moment. Because like I said, we don't have a solid understanding of how many are coming at us. And there's probably backfill. Yeah, see, look at this. Backfill, right here. Didn't know where he was, but I know where he's going. Can't have much of a combat. I'm getting constantly surrounded from all sides. Alright, let's test the waters again. We do technically have a nice low fence right here. But right now, I care more about testing the waters for what's going to come from the right here. Because I know it's going to come from the left. That's not in question right now. We have at least cleared the sports bar, so I know there's not going to be anybody coming out of the sports bar. But there might be people coming through it. back of the house is not helping me here. Also, this guy to the south, did you see him? He just walked right past us, went over to the right. I believe that is a 100% intended design feature. The devs want zombies to react completely wildly to sound and end up accidentally, or in this case, and probably intentionally, flanking us. So yeah, gonna deal with the flanker first. Come on over. On back. Yep, there's one who just broke into the sports bar, so one's going to come out of it. Or maybe. I don't know if she is that one. Both at once? So, ready for a sharpen, falling back. Zoom all the way in, but that is a pretty good match for a hat. The backpack is, yeah, that's well within 8 RGB values right there. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful hat. So lots of slows here. As much as I wanted to do guns, well, all right, let's give it a shot. Get it? Give it a shot. Cute. Alright, now if there were anybody left in this entire area behind me, they are now going to make themselves known. We had 9, now we're down to 2. I'm gonna switch guns. Ball. Is it for guns right now, because now that we've gotten a level, we are we need to read the next book before we discharge anymore. So I actually didn't think it would happen as quickly. I thought I'd be discharging more of these. The back shots. Back shots? Who's doing back shots? This ain't the time for that. Is this the bride here? That's a bright white dress. There's the axe. Holding up. So we actually have some zip ties on us right now. Because that is part of my, definitely part of my early game kit. So the handle of this thing is not in perfect condition, it's kind of degrading. When it gets to a certain point, we can just hop over to a crafting surface. And instantly fix the handle. So it's down to 1/3, so I'm going to wait just a little longer on that. So somebody broke into the bar there through that window behind me there. So suddenly that position is 30% less secure to shoot from. Because previously they would have to break through that window before they could flank me. I'm exerted. This is the first time I've ever been exerted on this character. Maybe once before when I was doing... Yeah, I was exerted once before while cutting wood. So yeah, I gotta fall back. Gotta fall back, sit down for a minute. You know, I knew I would have to sleep here a couple times, but I did not think I would have to just come in here and take a seat. Take a seat, young Skywalker. KTO, I shall now dismember these home alarms in your honor. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. That's a total of 9.9 electrical experience for me. And I get some motion sensors out of the deal. What's my PC specs? It's linked in the description. If you go to the description of the video, PCPartPicker.com has just the whole list there. The prices shown are the prices I paid for it at the time. So, as I'm sure anybody in the PC market would understand, the prices currently would probably be way higher for certain parts. Do you get more fitness experience for doing things while exerted? I've never tried. Because I wonder if that's the case, if only because there's precedent from being it that way with strength. You get more experience for being overloaded and doing things. Not that I would ever want to level fitness, even if that was the case, but yeah, I would still hate fitness even if that was the case. That'll shut the hunger up for a very short period of time, but I'm going to hold on to this bottle of soda just in case it comes back. Right, I was going to say that I guess we must suffer no matter what. I forgot that some of the stuff on the floor here contained food. I'm going to hold on to all that because there's a possibility that I'm locked in for a little while here. Back into the bag, I'll put electrical stuff. All right. A little bit more small form food, and we should be nice and well rested now. I actually thought, now that, again, you're talking, this is, take less advice from me on this than anything else ever, but I was under the impression that if you felt like a little winded during cardio, then that's how you know for sure that you're actually getting something done. Because, like, you know, if you do cardio but you're not feeling winded at all, I always felt that that meant that you weren't pushing yourself hard enough to actually like, improve your baseline or anything. I feel like if that's the case, then this game is not even modeling fitness correctly. And it's not doing it that way for the sake of tedium. Yeah, it really, truly fucking baffles me. All of the various exercise-related decorations that they would just add to the game and not do anything with. But again, we're talking about the studio that added all of the necessary things for doors to open and close. They got all the way, they were like 90% of the way there. And then they never added the animation for opening and closing. All we get is the stupid fucking sound. And that's it. Then they just fucking stopped. That's good enough. Why not? These guys are just amazing at going 90% of the way and then just tripping. Not even at the finish line. They're like tripping after they hit the finish line and just face planting so hard they can't accept the gold medal. Look at all these people that came up here just because I shot a gun down here. Like I was down here shooting, and then all these people just suddenly appeared here. They weren't here before. We were down there, we were making noise, and not a single one of these guys were here unless they would have cornered us. But no, they just decided to completely overshoot where they heard our sound by design. But that's the kind of game design things that I can't really fault the devs for doing. They want to give us an interesting challenge. I accept, but I will make fun of it on occasion. Electrical rotting in the bottom of the... Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna lie. I actually thought you were being literal for a second. I thought you were being literal for a second. I thought you literally meant that you saw an electrical part with a freshness stat that was rotting. I wouldn't put it past him at this point. We've already got pasta that can rot. Why not wiring? Technically speaking, I'm sure that you could get to a point where copper wiring oxidizes too much to be useful. Sure, just give copper wiring a fucking freshness stat now. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's just fucking go. Let's fucking go. There's a interesting garage. I think it's always been empty. I just want to remind everybody, it has now been 12, 13, 14, 15... It has now been 5 builds since Mac and Cheese has had a freshness stat added to it. A freshness stat that, and again, the single most useless freshness stat in the game, because all you do is open the box and the contents don't have freshness. They couldn't even make it so that opening the box works. That broke too at one point. I've gotta have a little bit of fun here. If I didn't, I'd cry. Oh, look at that. Somebody was in the... More than one somebody. Come on, get out of here. One to the left. Fuck you. Think you can come up beside me like that? I left that gate open on purpose. Actually, I just didn't feel like having fence thumpers. You know, I've been thinking more and more about playing Jedi Academy on stream at some point. That would be an example of something I would announce ahead of time. If anybody's not familiar, I learned all of my melee skills, my spatial melee skills. I learned all that from playing a game called Jedi Academy. A little bit of Jedi Outcast, the second one, but Jedi Academy is where I put the most hours in. And it is a third-person... well, it's supposed to just be like a first-person shooter with a little bit of lightsaber combat, but then some mods came out that made the lightsaber combat amazing. And now it is a... People play for the lightsaber combat more than the gunplay. There's still a small community that play the what is it? Everybody likes the movie battles mod. I don't know the movie battles mod very much. I'm a JA Plus guy. Marissa Meyer. That is a keyring to one of these joints. Well, KOTOR is cool, but it's a completely different style of game. You don't have free combat. KOTOR is closer to a tabletop than a video game, really. I mean, yeah, it's a video game, but the way it plays, I feel whenever I play KOTOR, I just feel like I'm playing a tabletop. The way they do the stats and whatnot. Of course, the voice acting is great. Arthur Nassi, his voice actor. There's very few Darktide streams that I'll play without at least saying "down you go" at least once. Okay, how'd you like that? Again. Down you go. Yeah, I mean the storyline is not exactly impressive. It is a EU post Battle of Yavin story, so of course Disney scrubbed it from canonicity. But it's Kyle Katarn is a instructor for Luke's Jedi Academy. You play as somebody who joins the academy, a Force-sensitive individual, and after each mission you get to allocate points into different Force skills, and Kyle will tell you whether you're being a good boy or a bad boy based on what Force powers you choose to put your points in. My favorite was when you did neutral Force powers, like Force jump, push, pull, the things that don't initially have an alignment. And he would just say, "Your future is unclear," or something to that effect. So I would always do jump and push. Jump, push, and pull were the basics I would always do those for. In terms of light side powers in that game, they're not very well developed. The mind trick is kind of weak. So you can't do your Obi-Wan LARP. Probably shouldn't have done it facing that direction. Are we clear? I think we're clear, honestly. And that's perfect timing, because we just got fatigued. Are we tied? I don't think we are. No, and I don't want to be because we've got a hand carry prepped. But yeah, that would be an example of a game that I would play live multiplayer, because that is the appeal. Jedi Academy, I suppose you could say that, technically speaking, Jedi Academy is the one and only PvP game that is still playable, that I actually would call myself pretty good at. With a big asterisk, of course, next to good, because that's decided by what mod you're playing. JA Plus is a very different beast from what the hell was the one before JA Plus? I don't even remember the one before JA Plus. But I do know that movie battles is the big one now, and I've seen a few videos of people playing movie battles, and I'm like, that looks like the people who just turn touch damage up to 1,000 and try to LARP as if every single touch with a lightsaber is an insta-kill. The video game is supposed to give you shields, and yet they want to make it so that everything is a one-shot. That's kind of mean. I get the appeal, though. Alright, my hands are now completely filled. And now we're going... The vehicle's already mostly filled. Yeah, it's close enough. The vehicle's close enough to being filled, and then the... we've got another vehicle that is completely filled that we're going to tow with us. But yeah, I'll probably announce that ahead of time at some point. And I would also post on the Steam forum for the game, because that is... I actually had a pretty good time last time I did that. I just went on the Steam forums and I posted a open challenge. Anybody who came on and wiped the floor with me would get admin powers on the server for a day. And when I say admin powers, I really just mean cheats that you could give guns to yourself or whatever. Nothing serious. Just the fun stuff. I still have all the maps I made for that game. And when I say maps, I made binary modifications to the existing maps that were of the nature that they could translate through to the client without the client having to download anything. So even back in that day, I took my modding stance of making things easy for everybody. Maybe that's where I got that mentality from. There were some really, really nice custom maps for that game, but of course, if you set your server to a custom map, the number of people who would actually join would be like 5% of the people who would actually otherwise join, which already wasn't that big. I mean, you know, the game was, even in its heyday, it was never that popular. It was actually, when I played it the most, I would say like a third of the people who played it with me were Russians. And I never exactly figured out why it was so popular in Russia, comparatively speaking, but it was, definitely was. That was also how I ended up with a very weird social connection triangle. My ex-fiance, who I met just in a town just to the north of me, where I live right now, she had a best friend at the time. It was an internet best friend. It's a Slovenian girl. This Slovenian girl, I don't even remember her name, was friends with somebody I played Jedi Academy with. Koroyu was the guy's in-game name. And I played Jedi Academy with him for many, many years. He lived in Australia. So this Australian guy that I played Jedi Academy with many years was actually just internet friends with this Slovenian lady who happened to be really good friends with my ex-fiance, who I had never met before. Like, you know, the times I was playing Jedi Academy, that was like a decade before I met her. Weirdest social coincidence I've ever had in my entire life. I never did the numbers, but I mean, you know, just United States to Australia, that's further away than like a 12-hour shift right there. That's the that's like a 14-hour distance. You'd be best going around the other way, the other side of the planet. Like I would go to California and then to Australia. It would probably be faster. Very small. So the thing is happening again. What a shocker. You know what? Let's see. Let's see if the devs did anything, or anything was replied. I did actually get just a random person reply to my bug report being like, hey, thanks for sending in a save. But it wasn't a dev. I got a notification. Just a couple of players reacted with a heart. That's nice. Thanks, guys. You know what? I like this guy's reply. But yeah, no, this exact bug right here, I reported it, and I went far out of my way in the middle of the live stream to document it and send in a save. This, most importantly, is I have a link to my save. The devs can download it, and they can see exactly how, or, you know, they can see the this van right here. This van right here was in the same state as this one up here, where you can't get into the driver's seat, and there's really no reason you shouldn't be able to. And we tried everything. We tried taking the door off. We tried taking the seat off. Literally, the only thing that will fix this is either getting into the passenger seat, which I believe is got crap on it. Yeah, it's got crap on it. I'll have to move it out of the way. Or moving the vehicle, which you can do through towing. At the time, we didn't have any other vehicles available to us, so we had no choice but to go find one, and that was silly. So I don't really have to think too much about what's in this van right here. Basically, the entire trunk is nothing but guns that are largely redundant. Yeah, there's a little bit of gear. Maybe I'll take this USA flag. Every single one of the guns in the trunk here is something I have a duplicate of. The only thing special about any of them are these trapper carbines, which are impossible ones. They have laser sights when they shouldn't. I cannot put my flag here because the feeding troughs are blocking it. I only put these here to catch some free water. Got near the gas station. Don't ask me why it sounds like I'm using a sink when it's just a just a feeding trough. I think this is faster. Yeah. If you can use transfer liquid, it's better than right click though. These are kind of outmoded at this point. I only just a little bit of free water collection. Pumps burned down. I've never tested that, and I kind of don't want to. I want to say yes, just out of, I mean, they're tiles, right? They're tiles just like any other tile. I see no reason why they wouldn't, because I feel like the tiles that don't burn down are a lot... Now, that being said, I have heard from other people in chat that fire spread has been nerfed severely because of, because the devs have gotten a lot of reports of people exploiting it in PvP and multiplayer. Which, I mean, that's exactly what I would do in real life. If I needed to screw with somebody who I didn't want to directly face, absolutely would I set fire to their shit while they're not around. Why the fuck wouldn't I? Force them to do 24-hour surveillance patrols so that they have less time to fuck with me. Oh, you fucking the overhang window there. It just looks silly now. Damn it. Well. No, I'm not doing it. I can't stand little imperfections like that. I'll put another decoration on it, maybe. Ah, my bedroom. Bedroom's got three tiles wide. Perfect. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Toaster. Not a lot of room here. Could use some more cabinet. Oh, toaster is actually fine to go on the table. America. All right, so before we deploy again, we've got a book to read, and that book is called Aiming 2. We are finally getting low on, well, not low, but our weight is finally down to the point where we're about to stop being high weight. We're 1 kilo away from not being a fatty anymore. And yes, I'm putting this can of oats in the freezer because, yes, it will go rotten if I don't. Eventually. Not too quickly, but it will happen. It is a question of when, not if. I have seen it. I have foreseen it. You have grave rottenness in your future, young Skywalker. Well, technically speaking, our drift has only begun. We are but a humble beginning drifter here. But you're not wrong. Do I have anything? I have glue, but I don't have wood glue. So I'm going to use duct tape to fix the firefighter axe here. I do not yet have the ability to make handles of my own. If I did, I would definitely do that instead. Besides, I'm getting maintenance experience, and that's cool. Duct tape is more expendable to me than glue. Pretty much probably always will be. Duct tape is, in this universe, easier to find than glue. So I need to wait for this bowl of 40 to thaw before I can eat it. Let me go ahead and go grab the aiming book. There is lots of loot sorting to do, but that is mostly a overnight task. I think I'm going to save my white decorations that I picked up from the bar. I will save those for my base in Muldrow. I didn't really need to take the mirror, but I had room for it, and so I did. Oh, this is another triple tile, and this is also probably too high to look right out here, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oh, look at that. That actually is not the worst thing in the world. I mean, the side of the house looks really ugly, but we can actually fix that. I'd never considered using a mop and bucket on a residential house before, but there's clearly, whatchamacallit, grime on it. In my area, that happens a lot because I live near Dulles Airport, IAD, the biggest, one of the biggest international hubs in the U.S. So we get planes flying over top of my house all the friggin' time. How did this door get deleted? That's fascinating. Must have happened when we sledgehammered the wall here. So when we sledgehammered the wall, the bathroom light switch did not get deleted, but the door that wasn't even a part of that wall did. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. Lots of it. Handles that I craft, something like that. Yeah, large handles, to be honest. I don't think we can get large handles without a condition degradation issue. Like, we'll craft a lot of imperfect ones until we're, like, level, something. Probably 8. 6, 7, 8, something like that. I'm gonna put Nomad above the Gloom in the bathroom. No, I'm not. Won't fit. That's silly. She's Got It is gonna come with us, because that is a very valuable painting. Does not show up many times in the map. So even if I find a place to put it, it won't stay there forever. She's definitely got it. Oh man, that fucking bowl of 40 went stale immediately. Yeah, I'm glad I got to eat half of it. That's all I can say. I'm glad I got to eat half of it. If I wanted to eat something that gave me unhappiness, I would just eat some fucking dog food, so we're not doing that. Instead, we are going to thaw one of these veggie stir fries, most like. Hasn't even been cooked, so we need to finish it off. Wait a minute, do we still have those other jars somewhere? I'm pretty sure we do. If we did, they would be... Well, they should be in here, but they're not. And that's it for the center container here. Why is there food in here? Let's fix that first. None of that should be in there. Don't even know if I'm going to need these pillows. I picked them up because they were right in front of me. Where would those jars be? Because I know I picked up some jars. Oh, sack. This garbage bag is full of stuff usable for crafting, or carving specifically. For somebody who professes to be organized, I'm certainly doing a lot of behavioral things that disorganized people do here. Leaving so many things all over the floor. I feel like an animal right now. This is the drifter life, though. We're not getting too deeply locked in, and therefore, this is the life I've chosen. To a certain extent. I have no qualms with building up Muldra into a relatively nice base because the foundation is already 90% there. Bastion Fatco is a fantastic place. Classic Zomboid based location. It's been there since some of the earliest builds. And as far as I know, it hasn't been nerfed yet, which means the devs actually kind of like it. They definitely would have nerfed it now if they didn't like it. Yeah, I don't know. And it only came with one cap. To be fair, that's actually kind of realistic. I own a cap gun somewhere in my closet, and I have 0.0 caps left for it because I've shot them all. I shot them all promptly after getting it. So yeah, a cap gun in some container in a kid's room without much of a without much reloads. Yep, yep. Extremely authentic. Cinnamon roll. There's literally nothing we can do with that. All right. I am going to have our girl start reading aiming. I have to step away briefly IRL. It'll just be a minute or two, and then we'll get fast forwarded through that. We have some cooking to do. Is there any other crafting related things? I will go ahead and put tailoring one in my backpack or my bag here. I'm not going to read it just yet. That's lower priority. We're surprisingly close to the next level of reloading. So we've been building the skill. We've been building the skill quite effectively. Maintenance is chugging along, but we're still a level and a half away from needing the next book. That's mean right there. That is mean. I'm pretty sure in real life, who am definitely aiming level 0 in real life, I'm pretty sure I could do better than that. Well, maybe I'm aiming level 1. I don't know. It's been so long since I've shot a gun in real life that I definitely should. I probably should be just out of lack of experience. But I guess the fact that I've been to a shooting range at all is going to be more than some people. There's definitely, despite gun ownership being prevalent in the United States, there are still quite a few people who have never even seen a gun fire, let alone fired one themselves. Oops, let's get those glasses on. I suppose this is a bit of a power move. Technically speaking, I could get attacked at any moment here. But it looks okay out here. Not a single Zed for as far as I can see. If I wander up and get bitten in the next 90 seconds while I step away here, then I'll be right back, folks. Alright, I have returned. So before we lock into finishing the next aiming book, we actually do need to cook some food so that we can stop what we're doing and eat as we get hungry. Oh, my placement feels wrong. So we got a veggie stir fry that's already most of the way put together. Radishes was the primary ingredient, so let's do let's open one of these leeks. Cooking level 4. Okay. Well, I'm gonna toss the stir fry in there and turn it on, and then I'm gonna go get the next cooking book and add that to my list of things that is now readable. Oops, wrong vehicle. This is a case of me needing to unpack the books again. It was a little quick to pack the cookbooks up. Cooking 3 is now on deck. Not quite. I have not seen another human being's face in about a week and a half. Wait. I actually don't remember exactly when I went shopping last. That is, what else is new here? I don't go out very much. There is a small possibility that I actually would be seeing my parents this weekend if it was not for the fact that they've decided not to come up for Easter weekend this year. This year they're doing, well, my parents are travel addicts. They travel all over the place, and they're going to be doing some big old thing up and down the East Coast later this month. And what that means, that is slightly relevant to the stream because I will not be able to stream for that weekend, which is rare for me. I usually stream every weekend, but in that case, we'll be seeing the folks. And whenever I see the folks, that usually means I'm staying at my brother's house. Yeah, that's the life right there. Imagine having a community. That would be too much, that'd be too wholesome. We're not allowed to do that anymore. Reading glasses and aiming book, and this food is only going to last us one bite. We might as well get some more cooking in. So we've got 1 leeks, let's do 1 radishes, and broccoli. Eggplants don't seem to last very long when you open up a jar of them. So I'm going to do 2 radishes first, because radish jars are hard to use up because there's so much, you can only do 3 hunger at a time, and there's 60 in there. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's very true. I was cashier in 2011 through 2012, and then again for a couple of years. Does a deli clerk count as that? Starbucks and then deli. So I was customer facing, but didn't have to handle. I only had to handle cash when I was at Starbucks. Thankfully, I was never a fan of having to handle cash all the time. parts of the blue-collar work I'm happy to have left behind, but I definitely miss the straightforwardness of it. When you're in white-collar, I'm doing IT now. Sometimes it's extremely not straightforward. Maybe I will do just another helping of, yeah, I'll just do another helping of leeks. Yeah, we'll just do another leeks. And then we used up the jar, so another help. I'll just top this one off with peanuts. That's fine. Shouldn't go too nuts with these because I'm not getting optimal experience. Got to read that cookbook first. These should come out to be 60s, hopefully. Yep, right on the dot. Perfect. Thank you. It's definitely something. It's tedious would probably be a valid word, but it's definitely organized. We've got ourselves a stir fry, 30 hunger worth, and then a 60 roast after that. So we are prepared to lock in for a lot of reading if we want to, weather dependent. We have good weather today, but there's also no more major looting operations that I need to do right now. Minor looting operations, there's all sorts of options, but I'm not worried about those until I have some books read, like aiming, so that I can shoot people and get actual experience for it. Yeah, no, that's a, yep. I definitely enjoy working with users who have challenging problems that isn't just them not reading the latest broadcast email about something that's going on, but the amount of time that I have to spend with the users who could have just read something, the amount of calls that could have been emails. Yeah. It doesn't look like we're reading, but we're definitely reading. She just she uses the eyes that she has elsewhere instead of on her head, apparently. Same with the food consumption. The animation's just broken when you're sitting. I would just stand and read, but you actually get a slight bonus to reading speed now if you're sitting down. So it's rather fitting that the animation would be broken, right as they add a. Yeah. Adobe. If anybody's not familiar, one of the reasons that I shoot for 60, it's not just 60 hunger is usually what you degrade over 24 hours in this game, but also when you have the trait picky eater, or what's it called, hearty appetite. That means every time you see the peckish moodle show up, that means 15 hunger is the magic number to make it go away exactly. So as soon as you see the moodle show up, you can like eat half of a 30 or 1/4 of a 60, and you're not over or under eating. So 60s and 30s are my magic numbers. I'll eat what I have to, but I try to go towards those targets. So now that aiming is done, cooking is very relevant. I would like to spend the rest of the evening on that, but I'm not going to gun for it. I'll just spend the rest of the evening and see how far we get. The level 3 book, so it's going to take a minute. We are in the moving in the direction of our third month now. We are at August 23rd. Still very hot outside every day, so we're not able to put on anything heavier gear-wise. And we're about to lose daylight, so inside we go. And just read for another 30 minutes or so. 2 and 3. 22:30. Second bedtime is 4 a.m., so... Oops. Yeah, so we're about halfway through the book, looks like. And I'm not going to dedicate another day to reading it, unless, for example, if I wake up tomorrow morning and we're surrounded by pea soup fog, then absolutely, yeah, I'll sit in for the rest of the day and just read book. But what choice do I have? I'm not tired enough to sleep. That's what happens when you read books. Apparently you don't build up enough fatigue, so I'm just gonna burn 30 minutes at a time until I'm able to sleep. Oh, look at that! I'm already able to sleep. I guess it was exactly 30 fatigue. That is the threshold, if you're not familiar. 30 fatigue, and the option allowed, or it says you're allowed to sleep at that point. Looking pretty outside. So yeah, not staying in and reading. We've got work to do. We got zombies to remove. We got loot to pick up. Actually, I might be looking in the direction of animals now. If I had animals, where would I put them? I mean, there's this huge, and I mean huge, fenced area out here. It's a little too big for my taste. Like, it's bigger than you can put an entire animal yard. Yeah, I would not use that, probably. There's not even a gate for it. Like, it's surrounded by barbed wire fence. I would have to make my own gate. That's a lot of work. Wouldn't be too hard to just extend the house over in this direction and then put some double wide gates. Can I do double gates yet? I can do double gates. It's only a level 4 recipe? Cool. Well, I know the location of some cows that should still be alive now. Are they in good condition? I don't know. They may have been chased out of a field by the time I get to them. But I marked on the map here that there are some cows not far from us on 79. Another problem is we don't have an animal trailer. And I don't know if we can find one easily without going down to Irvington. But Irvington Road is right there. It would not be hard to go to Irvington. That might be exactly what I do. Because I do want to have an animal trailer of some kind. Honestly, as a drifter, bringing some chickens with me everywhere I go to wherever I set up, not the worst idea in the world. Especially chickens, because you can actually keep them in an animal trailer for a little while, and just make sure to water them every day, like once every morning. Just water the chickens, and they'll lay eggs directly into the egg carton, the egg carrier in the animal trailer. So the drifter lifestyle is actually amenable to chickens. Cows are much harder, of course, because you do not want to have to water them by hand like chickens. Like, with this water bottle that I have right now with 750 milliliters in it, that would water several chickens instantly without a problem. Cows drain themselves of a little more water, so big animals and whatnot. Before I think too hard about all that, though, I want to empty all of the loot I currently have sitting around here, because there's a lot of it. Yeah, that's yeah, that sounds legit. It's kind of silly that Night with Stars is a 2-tile painting. I suppose that works. I should not put those in there without breaking them up because we're really low on storage space in the center counter there. 2 1.5s is just a waste. Chicken hydroponics. Alright, so we are now in the market for this broccoli is all that's left of the jars that I opened. So I'm just going to straight up eat the broccoli because that's less than 10 hunger right there. Just straight up eat that, put it away. Let's fill up on water. Let's fill up on water. We've had one, yes, but what about second water? Let's get some electrical parts so we can go repair the generator. And I don't think we actually have a full gas can for the generator like I'm supposed to. We'll be using the citrus wave again. Will we? Hang on. I think it might be better to just empty the resting load that's in the trunk of this trailer. Or this vehicle right here. Yes, we can fit everything, all the rest load back here. We can fit this into... Yeah, we just transfer all that stuff into the trunk of Citrus Wave, because this one has a bigger trunk. So if I'm going to go on an expedition that doesn't require me to take all of this stuff with me, we absolutely want to... I suppose I should back up a little bit. This step band right here is currently my ambulance, because I don't have an ambulance. The way my playstyle usually demands that I have an ambulance that is an all-rounder vehicle that has a little bit of everything in it. That's currently what this step van is serving that role. But it's also my biggest hauler, so... Yeah. See how that... Let's go ahead and empty the metalworking related stuff. I'm just going to dump that straight into the crate back here. This is my welding slash metalworking slash spring to mall draw crate. I actually kind of like that. Monica Elisa behind the hot dog machine. Looks like she's just peering over it. She's peering. It's not the best look, but it works. I should be more angry about the fact that I never found a second military backpack of the tactical black variety. I know I will someday, but the fact that I haven't yet is actually bothering me. All those zombies at the Brandenburg military checkpoint, and we didn't score another one. Searching around for them became more tedium than I was willing to invest. I should separate the metalworking stuff from the... Oops, wrong tile. There we go. Furniture goes in the second top there. Function on the bottom, fashion on top. Box of sparklers, twine, duct tape, got some tailoring mats, buckle leather, leather gloves, also tailoring, waistcoat, that is future clothing to be repaired if I ever actually find a niche for that. Wine and orange juice, we actually have room for that. Respirator filters, I don't really have a good spot for those yet, but I know I need them now. I'll try my satchel for now. Respirator filters for previous builds didn't actually get used up. Now they do. And when they get used up, your dust mask is a little bit less useful. Everything else is for etc. bag. So that should be the entirety of the yellow van emptied. A citrus wave here. Yes, trunk is empty. Passenger seat is empty. Wait a minute. What did I do with my sledgehammer? I'm gonna need to look around and make sure I find... Oh, I put it on the floor. Right. I had to empty the passenger seat to get back into the vehicle. So it's on the floor right over here with these crates. Oh wow, we let the fuel get as low as 40%. Time really flies when you're reading books. It doesn't show, but you're getting every time you repair the generator, you get electrical experience. There should be a pillow in my passenger seat. With all the spare pillows I have, that is gonna make that happen. Okay, so now we're going to do a direct trunk transfer between Citrus Wave and Primary. So Primary has the biggest trunk that I have access to and is now completely empty. And that is my requirement for moving between locations. Because the direction we're going is going to be Irvington. And Irvington has got literal tons of stuff in it. Some of it, a lot of which will stay there, but some of which I might need to move in this direction to be useful. Still nothing but ammo in this van. This van is basically a 100% full with nothing but ammo. All containers, 100% full. Just a little bit of stuff on the passenger seat that's different. Yeah, that sledge was a godsend. That definitely helped us out a lot. Oh, right, this, we still had loot here. Coffee Express USA flag, that is more stuff that needs to go forward with us. I do this so that I know for sure how many axes I have left at any given time. Seeing as I didn't have a lot of axes initially, that made more sense than it does now because I have tons now. But they're still finite until I can build them myself. So until I can build them myself, I like to be able to see at a glance. We have this basically axes on the right and then firefighter gear on the left, or flip that. That is the bounty that we accrued from the firefighters, or the fire station here at Ekron. These two military backpacks that are my backups, they are ready to go. Oh, why am I still carrying around aiming? That can go away. And it's still going to be a little while before I'm ready for reloading free. I'll go ahead and leave that behind. With that, now I can make room. Of course I would leave that popsicle freezer on the floor, just one tile too far away to put it in the correct place. Well, mystery solved. That's where my leather gloves are supposed to be going. Well, for lack of a better idea, our respirator filters for now can go there. Okay, that is the step vans completely organized. Except for what's in my main inventory. That needs to go in the right here. Now, as always, to make sure that I didn't leave the vehicle running. Feels like these regular value lines had their engine power nerfed a little bit, especially off-roading. No, that's, okay, so filling it all the way. Filling it all the way might have been a bit extra, but, yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. So, one thing that you can think about there is, if you have buckets, one thing you can do, and this is just public service announcement if anybody doesn't know, you can take entire buckets, as long as they're metal, so that's a paint bucket or a regular bucket, and you can put a bucket into the oven and boil it. So if you were to go to an infinite water source, such as a lake here, and fill an entire bucket with water, you can put that entire bucket into the oven and boil it, and then you've got a bucket of clean water that you can dump into one of your rain barrels. So I actually do what literally Mia is talking about there. I actually used to do that in B41 a lot, but lately I just, you know, if I were to run out of water right now in my sink, I would just go fill all 4 of those buckets with water and then just boil them one by one. Oh, well, M4 if you can make it. M4 is a pottery recipe. That takes a little bit of effort to make. I don't know if pottery, if there is anywhere that has an existing M4 early game. If so, I've never seen one. I just remember reading something somewhere about the ability to fill things more than you can carry being nerfed. But what that means in practice, there was somebody in chat earlier who was talking about that, and it seems, or based on what I was hearing, it sounded like it wasn't completely nerfed. Okay, so these 3 vans have their purpose, and this one is now completely empty. And we are headed to Irvington with it, doing just a general pickup of stuff that we may or may not need. But most importantly, we're going to Irvington for an animal trailer. Because if I had a single Holstein cow that was producing milk right now, I would not have food troubles ever again, pretty much. A single Holstein cow is enough to feed a single person for the rest of their life, as long as it is, as long as it's producing milk. Now, cows will stop producing milk if they have a calf, and the calf grows up a little bit and becomes a weaned juvenile. Then the cow will stop producing milk until it is pregnant again. So a bull is eventually necessary. Oh, I see. So to Irvington from Ekron, it's actually pretty easy, I think. We take this turn here, and I've already been down this road once. This is called, it's literally called Irvington Road. We could take a turn at the next T intersection, and we would be at Guns Unlimited. I'm not ready for that yet, but I will at some point. The thing with Guns Unlimited is there's nothing there that I don't already have lots of. So Guns Unlimited is basically just kind of a place to go after I've shot a lot of ammo and I need more. I have confirmed that it is not looted and trashed. Now, one thing that will make me go there quickly is if I get through like the next 4 levels of aiming. If I complete level 6 aiming, and I still haven't found the 4th volume of the aiming books, Guns Unlimited will be the next place I probably look. Yeah, I have no idea. KY70 is nuts. I'm glad I was only on it for a brief moment. This is Irvington Road. Got an intersection with KY60 or KY70. This just takes us straight to Irvington, particularly the south side, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh, look, bushes. These are the first bushes I've seen of the wilderness overgrowth system. And we're currently 1 month and 16 days in. So I don't know if it just started or if I just missed it. But yeah, that is the... Oh yeah, absolutely, KTO. You're 100% correct. The only like I said, the only reason I'd be going to Guns Unlimited would be to pick up more books, or look for books to be picked up. Who knows if they're actually there? If I'm not mistaken, Guns Unlimited actually doesn't have as many chances for books to spawn. This, if I'm not mistaken, was a survivor zombie, and I think we actually got the zombie themselves. Am I just gonna go? You know what? You know what? I've read the aiming book, and I've got tons of magazines. And this is a nice wide open field here with a fence right next to us. We're doing this. Convulse. There's the convulsion. Convulse as well. Alright, what are we down to? 9 rounds? Okay. We'll do a little juke back and forth here as necessary. Just gonna rack that. So my magazine flow is, I have room for like 3 or 4 in my Alice kit. They reload faster when they come out of the Alice kit. And I'm taking them from my satchel and putting them into my Alice kit. Because I can carry a lot of them in my satchel. And then when they're empty, they go into my backpack. Maybe I was wrong. That was, if it was a survivor zombie group, that was an advanced group. But yeah, shots of opportunity like that, absolutely. Yes, that is a survivor zombie right there. So a zombie who was somebody who started acting like the player, you know, lasted past the 9th, but didn't make it very far. Only managed to collect a few books, cans, whatever. They tend to spawn most often on roads. So if you literally just drive around the map a lot and just keep going up and down the roads, you'll basically that's your way to look for survivor zombies, if that makes sense. You know, when I get to Irvington, I'll probably have plenty of opportunities to be shooting. I don't need to be going out of my way for opportunities to shoot here. But yeah, if anybody wasn't here earlier, when I explained this, when you're at low level aiming, and this is still true at high level aiming, some of your best shots that you're ever going to get are on zombies that have flipped over fences. So just a big, wide open rural area with fences like this is very congenial to my interests. Hello. Had a frame drop there for a second. Run over. Sandy Urbina. Oh. 5 rounds left in the current. I'm just going to go ahead and reload it. Oh no, that's interesting. We lose control of the vehicle while we're loading magazines, but unloading them, we can drive just fine. I see how it is, Indy Stone. Okay. Danny Fensive Fences. I feel more incentivized than ever to actually get out and clear my roads, because theoretically, once the roads are clear, again, theoretically, they stay clear, migrations are probably still going to be a thing, but that just means I missed a spot. That doesn't mean that there's an endless tide of respawns. If anybody didn't catch the news, respawns are now off in default settings. Didn't want to do that, but better that than a tree. Yeah, the Survivor Zombie we wiped out a long time ago. Typically in early game, when I'm driving around and I see a Survivor Zombie, which happens a lot because I explore a lot early game, my standard procedure is to just kill the Survivor Zombie and bail out, which of course leaves messes for myself to clean up later, as we just did. Pretty fall trees. On Nora, we were starting to see spring melding into summer. I am particularly congenial to fall. It's one of my favorite seasons. Couldn't tell you why. It might have something to do with the orange trees. What kind of t-shirt is that? I don't know. Not too upset about it. Just says t-shirt default decal, and I don't know what it means by default decal. So if you don't have an immediate access to a fence, you can still go for a push, and if you nail the push, then you got a free shot. Sometimes zombies just refuse to go down. Oops. Ah, that's a jam. Been a little while since I've had a jam on a 9mm, but it definitely still happens. Oh, we're close. Okay, I didn't realize we were close. Okay, I mean, this is... We can handle this. We can handle this, but then I will expend my 9mm. Let's see, I've got 15, 30, 60, so that's 90. I got a little over 100 shots. But there's probably going to be more than 100 zombies in this town. So here's something I could do. I'm not used to being able to drive this far off the road this late into the game. How about we just do a little, wait a minute. Is that what I think it is? Actually, it's maybe we can win this. I don't think I saw what I saw. I did not see what I saw. I put myself at risk there, but we stayed ahead of them. Didn't want to lock into a fight right now. I will, however, go ahead and... anybody in this area will now be moseying in this direction, where we can just leave them out in the middle of the field out here. We're also, time is a concern. It's 1,700 hours already. Yeah, if you're talking about the well, does the well fill up with rainwater? I actually never figured that out. There is a finite amount of water in the wells in this game. I think that the limit is 10,000 liters, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't remember. At one point, it actually showed, even though it wasn't supposed to. So theoretically, that should pull all of them out of the road. Big theoretically, of course. Our ability to do that is going to very slowly become tarnished over the course of the next several months, now that wilderness overgrowth has finally started kicking in. Bushes, just like this one here, and that one there, and that one there, they're just going to start popping up all over the place. And then it's going to be small trees, and then it's going to be trees that are big enough to ram into. So yeah, look at that. We cleared all of them out of the road, and now they either lost interest in us because they were slow, or they made it all the way out to that field where we might never see them again. So this is congenial to our interests if we X level 6. If we end up finding an animal while we're at Irvington and bring it back with us. I don't know. But I do think that it's I know it's finite. I know it's finite. But I also know that I think it was intentionally supposed to not be visible how much is left. I feel like it wouldn't be that hard for the Indie Stone to come up with a system that just goes by rainwater and just simulates a local watershed for your wells. But I don't know. I ain't no expert on how wells work. Guys just live in a house like this that has a little water tile fountain out in front of it. These water tiles are technically infinite. In real life, a pond like that would barely give you 100 liters, and then you would have nothing but pond scum at the bottom. We just crossed... I think this is not quite the halfway point. It's a little bit past it. Yeah. I don't know if this actually counts as a town or anything. It's like, it's close enough to Irvington, but it's sort of like suburban spill. Urban sprawl, maybe, if you want to call it that. And I don't think there's much useful loot in there. Found the pipe bomb magazine on day 3. Oh man, now what are you not gonna find now? That's that would be the first question that would come to my mind. What am I not gonna find now? What Faustian bargain have I just made? Of course, at some point here, we're not going to want to be getting out and fighting anymore. One-offs I'm perfectly okay with, but as soon as we start seeing 3 or 4 of them, we gunning it. Oh no, belts are... Well, belts are just, kill about 20 zombies, you'll eventually find a belt. Of course, now, if you need one, if you need a belt, then you can kill 100 and you might not find one. That's how my luck tends to go. Now, I haven't been axe level 6 since Annie May. And still, even at axe level 6, Annie was not able to use wood axes more effectively for cutting wood than firefighter axes. So if we need to cut wood, we're still not using wood axes. I do seriously hope that someday there is a threshold we can hit, high enough axe skill, especially considering we're fitness 10, and maybe actually make something happen there. Here we are fighting a gas station crowd, as well as an introductory crowd to Irvington. So yeah, there's no fighting here. We are just going past them. I believe the fire department is right up here on the side, but I think we actually already looted it. Oh, there's another citrus wave. That's kind of funny. Yeah, we already looted the fire department, and there was... I mean, there's never much here. There's like only 3 or 4 shelves in there that actually give you firefighter loot. And there were no vehicles in the parking lot, so regrettable. There is a animal trailer. This is probably easier to get my hands on than the other one. I'm not 100% on that. This also might be a place that has guns. Farming and Rural Supply. The one in Fallis Lake has whatchamacallit, has a small gun store in it. But I've never actually been in that one, so I might want to take a look at that at some point just to at least know what's in it. Day 29, 3,000. Yeah, that definitely sounds like West Point at High Pop right there. That, homie's got to kill that many just to, get the basics. It's a lot of killing. You don't kill them. So, September is coming up. At some point, I'm going to want to look at my crops, because I do want to engage with some of the winter crops and see if anything about them has changed. And if not, then, well, if nothing else, I know for a fact that if you plant a fair amount of flax, you can level tailoring like nobody's business. Like, you can go nuts with tailoring. Like, when I say nuts, I mean we would be able to grind through some levels without even the books. No skill bonuses, no books, nothing. We would still be able to get through it. If I'm not mistaken, it was on one of my characters, and I can't remember which. One of my characters, I actually just powered through 2 levels without the books. And I can't remember if that was Nora with flax or if that was Annie without. I have no idea how many of them are going to stay on my tail from the other side there. We've arrived. This is our destination here. Forgot that I left a regular trailer. That regular trailer right there is actually full of regular ammo. I literally completely forgot about that. But my goal today was an animal trailer, not a regular trailer. We already have a regular trailer. Anything that's in that regular trailer I can actually fit into the trunk of my van here. That's why I brought the big van. Well, didn't remember this thing specifically, but there was other stuff here that I wanted. Agriculture is... I have mixed feelings about it. Right now, my favorite crops are potatoes, kale, and... potatoes, kale, pumpkins... I did put... Okay, so cabbages. Cabbages are your best food item that just... If you just want to get hunger reduction. A single head of cabbage weighs 0.2 encumbrance and comes with 24 hunger reduction. So if you're not concerned about calories, cabbage is just going to annihilate your hunger. and you can get literally cabbage free for forever. And because it only weighs 0.2, it's pretty easy to put into freezers. You can put a lot of cabbage into a freezer, but it won't help you much with calories. I don't know of many crops that will help you with calories. Believe it or not, if I needed calories more than anything, sunflowers. As stupid as that might sound, sunflowers, you get a billion sunflower heads, you rip the seeds off of them, you get sunflower seeds. You take the seeds to a mill, you churn them into seed paste, take the seed paste to an oil press, press the seeds into vegetable oil. Add vegetable oil to your recipes, and it's just like butter. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. I would absolutely engage with hydroponics, because then I wouldn't have to fucking deal with the whatchamacallit, deal with defending my crops. I believe I left ice cream in the freezer here. Yep. I left ice cream, I left cheese, I left a bunch of stuff. All I had to do was remember to take it. It was only 2 encumbrance of stuff. Tragic, but is what it is. I never brought a bed here. Huh. I should have taken one of my stupid, what the fuck's it called? I should have taken one of my stupid, medical beds. Did I leave the cot? I didn't even have the temerity to leave the cot. The cot is at the gun club. So, you're witnessing a cascading effect of, forgetfulness. Not only did I forget shit in the freezer here, forgot the bed that I was using here that was only average, but I was using it anyway. That means the most effective thing to do from a sleep perspective is to just drive down to the house that I have cleared further to the south. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Although here's also what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the bottle from this dispenser now that it's empty. I'll take the bottle with me, and we'll go fill it up from one of the sinks at the safe house so we can do something else while we are getting ready for bed here. We're now at stage 2 fatigue, so we're even less combat effective. Single zombie would be a bit of a struggle at this point. More of a struggle than I'd be happy to commit the durability of my weapons to. This is where being an only axe user is a lot less convenient. If I was short blunt, I wouldn't care. Because at this point, by this point in the game, if I was my construction worker build like Annie and Nora were, my construction worker build would have access to best in slot for short blunt by now. Because that's what I would have focused on leveling. But that's alright. We are probably as combat effective with axe level 6 and a bunch of firefighter axes. We're probably about as combat effective as we would be with short blunt and best in slot. Because short blunt really does fall off after a certain point. And that's, you know, by design. Short blunt is basically just a stepping stone, even more so than axes. Like axes, you can really do stuff with the with high level axe skill beyond just combat. But high level short blunt, it just turns it into a self-defense weapon late game. If anybody isn't familiar, late game, it's basically long blade. And if you're not doing long blade late game, then you're doing it wrong. Because there is no better melee weapon in this game. Nothing comes even close. Level 12 Expert I've never compared, though. Level 12 Expert might actually be comparable. Yeah. Well, the irony about being a drifter and sleeping in a tent is I don't actually, I don't have a tent that I had the temerity to bring with me. So being carpentry level 6, what is my chance to break a bed if I try to pick it up? 30% chance still. That's a fucking waste of my goddamn time. I have never liked that about this game, and that's one of the reasons I still go out of my way to pick up those medical beds when I just gotta actually remember to use them. I'm gonna bite a roast. And reading Cooking Through the Night. Nothing like getting engrossed in a good book. I can say now almost definitively 100% that having a spork, or just, you know, eating utensil, does make the eating process faster. Almost 100% sure of that now. Oh yeah, sleep quality is probably... Sleep quality is basically directly correlated with quality of life if you are a restless sleeper. Because if you have... It basically, if I had an average sleep, both times I just slept there, I would probably be tired by 1,400 hours. At this rate, I got 2 good sleeps in a row with pillow, so I should theoretically not get tired until about 1,800. But there's plus or minus an hour there based on just sheer random RNG. And there's really no way to tell without a stat bar mod, so that's alright. We have a full rested day ahead of us now. And a full day's worth of food. Since we went down this way... That's a lot of zombies for... Wait a minute, hang on. This is actually not as populated of a house. I'm going to roll the dice. I'm going to roll the dice. This is a house I don't care about. I'm going to roll the dice and see if there is a... See if I can get a bed without breaking it. Now remember, when it says 30% chance to break, what that really means is 30% for all 4 parts of the bed. So we might get with 3 out of 4, we might get 2 out of 4, we might get 0 out of 4. We might get really lucky, we might get 4 out of 4. We're just rolling 4 D3s. Yeah, 4 D3s. Something like that. This is why I hate carpentry. It was convenient for me to roll the dice, but that's the end of it right there. I'm not doing that again. Not anytime soon. That was we rolled only twice there. Successful only twice. Very whelming house here. Literally more valuable for its furniture than anything else. That's red fridges, red... Now here's something interesting. A garage without a window. What are they hiding in there, I wonder? I do have my sledge, don't I? As I always should. I'm going out in the field. Ooh! Hand-operated press. Not really worth it, because it doesn't require anything special to build. Yeah, it's 4 planks and 4 nails. It literally, the materials weigh less than the object itself, so it's a waste of space to carry one of those around. 4 planks and 4 nails at a workshop is, lull. But I suppose if somebody, was completely allergic to carpentry, maybe that would be a find. I was kind of hoping for a generator, but whatever. I only really did that because this house, surprisingly, is not defended. Like, every other house in Irvington just seems to be swarming with zombies. But, we definitely got a commensurately less amount of loot because of that. So this is a animal field, but I'm right-clicking and there's no zone, so nothing there. I'm willing to bet that any animals in this building here are going to be stressed beyond the point of redemption. And I don't know 100% if that is a thing, but it sure as hell feels like it is, because in the past I have had animals that got to 100% stress, and then it felt as though I could never de-stress them. So the fact that we've driven past this place a few times, and every time we drove past it, the cows in there are just running in circles because zombie. Yeah. Those cows are probably dead, or, well, they'll never be unstressed. But at the end of the day, I'm here for an animal. So I will go in there if I can. I'll look at the place. I've literally never been in there before. Not in any of my characters. I always come here to steal trailers and then nothing else. Because usually by the time I have gone anywhere on my other characters, I've already got animals galore, lots of them. Now that's funny. I see pigs in there. I like how one of the pigs is dead for no reason that I could ever imagine. It's probably a male. I believe males kill each other. Spooking the cattle farmer, John. Bitch and bitch us out here. Come on, let's go. Still running in circles. That means, oh, probably one on the other side there. Yeah, this bitch right here. She's taking her sweet ass time. Come here. You're slapping on this door for? Does this mean that zombies will attack things to get to animals? I know that zombies are attracted to animals. I did not know that attraction meant that they would break their way towards whatever animal they're hearing. So we've got some dead animals in there. Yeah, no, could the way she started attacking that fence? I'm also wondering if we have dead animals because they've dehydrated. That could be it. If that's the case, then the clock is ticking for these moo-moos here. And you gotta be careful going towards a bull if it is stressed. Well fed, not thirsty, calm? Well fed, not thirsty, stressed. Okay, so the bull is stressed, the cow is calm. Well, oh dear. I think she senses something. And I don't know where it is. That's the weirdest part. I'll just stay here for a second. That's all we need. There you go. I have no idea where... Yeah, I know. I would be pissed off too, because I have no idea where they're at, and that's spooky. Oh, that was not, that wasn't a zombie. That was the sound of a pig attacking a door. Didn't know they could even do that. I actually thought all they could do was run in circles impotently. Okay, so now she's stressed. There's nothing I can do about that. But as long as she's not agitated, like totally 200% agitated. I also don't know if I'm seeing the correct numbers. I know that low-level animal care means you're not going to get all the info. And now you guys see why I never take pigs in. Ever. Ever. Because they do this shit. If I see them in an animal trailer, I administer coup de grace on site. Tell me that is not the single most annoying sound in the world right there. That thing weighs 45 encumbrance. I did not want her to go that way. Can we maybe go through the door here? I need leather, so that's why I picked up the dead sheep. There's also a dead pig in there. I suppose I can go in there and pick it up. No, I don't want to get anywhere near the stressed pigs, because if I get anywhere near the stressed pigs, they will. I think there's a possibility the pigs will attack. I'm not sure. Wasn't expecting to be using the trunk of my biggest step van for animal corpses, but I'll save the remaining space in the trailer there for living ones. Alright, I'm taking the one that is not dying, or rather not dying of thirst and not stressed. Get out of the way, asshole. Sorry, like I said, I know that's really annoying, but there's not much of a way to rush this. And now I can't save the ram either because he's being a dick. So we're only saving the U. Probably already more than I can fit. I mean, I don't know for 100% sure that I can fit the U in there with the cow. Pretty sure I can. It's hit or miss, though. I believe in the past I've done... I think I've done as much as a cow, a sheep, and a lamb. So like a fully adult sheep and then a baby sheep. You can do a cow and a calf. Yeah, this is more than half, so I cannot do another. Unless the other U is smaller than 72. So you can actually pet the animals, and petting the animals reduces some stress. So there's a cooldown. I don't know what the cooldown is, so basically every once in a while I'll pull them out and give them pets. I suppose I'll roll the dice on the other U. And if it doesn't work, then I'll probably just leave it here and then hand carry it. Unpack my own water bottle there. And give the U some water. So it is now well fed and not thirsty. This is going to be really close. This is going to be really close. This U weighs 74, and I think we have like 71, so I think we're close, but not quite. But as I mentioned before, you can hand carry an animal while you drive, as silly as that might sound. Yeah, it's like just shy. That's all right. I'm just going to leave it right here and hope that it doesn't run too far. As long as there's no zombies, I'll just wander a little bit, hopefully. So the goal now, I'm just going to grab the pig's corpse. And then when I butcher the other sheep and then butcher the pig, I will have 2 medium levers. there's probably a feedback loop of stress going on in there. It would not surprise me if the sounds of the animals hitting things was also increasing their stress. Jeez Louise! This dead pig weighs 213 encumbrance. There is literally no container in the game that can fit it. Okay then. That sucks. I need some medium leather, but I won't get medium leather if I butcher it on the floor. So I'm gonna try and drop these guys off and then come back for it. Yeah, well, it causes stress to me IRL because I fucking hate that sound, but yeah. Now this is going to be really awkward if I get back to base and I don't have anywhere to put these guys. Yes, the animals will eventually break them. As for how long it's going to take, I did not hear any splintering sounds. I know for a fact that they have to damage them past a certain threshold in order to actually break them. So I don't really have a better place to put them right now other than the just somewhere that has a, that's enclosed with doors. So that they're not, walking all over the place inside my base. So I'm making an L-shaped zone by combining two there. And I'm calling this temp or Mass Gen Fac Co. MGFC. We can get basic food and water for them that will last them quite a while. I don't expect to be leaving them here for too long, but I mean, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of other animals to find in Irvington. Like, that's not even a question. The question is, how many of them am I willing to commit to? Why are you running? What? Where did you, what? Oh, it went up the stairs. I forgot they could even do that. Well, that's fan-fucking-tastic. It's already bolted. Okay. Why did it... Oh, because of this asshole, probably? Great. You're fucking up my day, man. You're fucking up my day. God damn it. Oh, come on. You were right there, dude. These animals might be a lost cause. These zombies have been here long enough that they might be permanently stressed now. I really should have known better than to try to commit to animal rescue in Irvington. It's just too dense here. Those animals are going to be stressed for the rest of their lives. And there's nothing I can do about it, probably. Probably. I don't fucking know. Maybe my understanding of animals having a threshold by which they pass and they'll never come back from. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I know for goddamn sure it happened to turkeys for me at one point. Okay, so if they can leave that pen that I'm trying to put together by going up the fucking stairs, then I gotta do something about the stairs now, don't I? I can always rebuild them later. I have the technology. Where are you going? Okay, I guess we're doing it that way. No! You're not leaving this building. Thank you very much. What's spooking you now? Is there somebody out? There's got to be somebody around back. No, you're just... I'm sure there's a zombie somewhere. Ooh, what if the sledgehammer was what spooked him? If the sledgehammer is what spooked him. If it's the sledgehammer that spooked him, then fuck. That's all I can say is fuck. It's also getting really tiresome that we have to go outside to sledge that. Okay. Alright, where did you run off to? Did you go upstairs again? Because now you're getting... They get stressed if they go upstairs. Animals don't like being above ground level. What the f... God damn it! I left the door open. That's a skill issue. I shouldn't have done it. Alright, one more time. Again, what the fuck is it running from? I'm just... Where is the zombie? I would understand completely if there's a zombie, but I don't see one. Is it just looking for a... Is it just trying to run? Run for fun? What the hell kind of fun is that? Did I not clear this? I'm pretty sure I cleared the 3rd floor. Yeah, 3rd floor's fine. There's nobody up here. I'm, Do they just run around every time they're stressed? Forever? Until they get not stressed? That's not what they used to do. Like, seriously, dude, what's going on with you? Every time I put it down, it runs away in this direction first. Let's just use that as a compass point. Let's assume that that means that there's got to be something back here somewhere. Oh, you fucking... All the way over there. All right. God bless it all. Let's give it a poke, shall we? You guys can see why I didn't really want to bother with animals. They're very, very, very useful, but now that zombies are attracted by their noises, there's just 6 ways from Sunday that they can fuck with your animals. And every single one of those ways from Sunday, I hate them all. At least I was correct. They are no longer running away for no apparent reason. Fuck it. Fastest thing. Kill it first. This means because the cow couldn't run away, the cow is probably stressed into oblivion now. If it was pregnant, now it's not. Because when mammals in this game, when they stay stressed long enough, the babies go bye-byes. Instant miscarriage. God, imagine imagine a species being that fucking weak. Just another animal walks up, and just because it's walked up to you and it's been in the area for a little while, you lose whatever you're gestating. That is such a fucking... There's no animal in this game that would last 5 minutes in natural selection, and that is, well, yeah, playing a video game, but it's also supposed to be authentic. I have learned to really, really despise that sound, because that sound means my cow won't be producing milk for potentially a long time. I won't be able to open the door if I do it like that. Alright, so rope in hand. Basically, I want to make sure the cow doesn't have very very much room to move other than into the zone. Now, I do have a generator here. I was thinking about not having to fire it up. That would be nice, but I've kind of committed to some of these animals. I just would like to see if I can actually get them to de-stress. Because if I can get them to de-stress, then it's worth whatever time I have to spend to get them moving. But if I can't get them to de-stress, then they're only useful to me for their meat and leather at this point. As dark as that might sound, we've got to be pragmatic, because if we're not, we're just going to waste a lot of time. As much as I would love to think of them as animals, they're also just pixels that make stress noises right now. Try to care about everything. Good luck. That's going to be a lot of that's a lot of mental effort. It's amazing how mammals can have a bit of cross communication. I can just hear that, like that moo right there, that made me want to say, oh, shut up. It's not that bad. It's just a zombie. Calm down. If you ever feel like farmers can talk to their animals, that's because they technically can. Just because our ape noises are a little bit more complicated. So, about this dead ewe and the pig that we're going to go pick up. We're going to butcher it. But I want to have a place to put the meat as soon as we butcher it. God damn it. Sorry, that's my Discord. Mute for 3 hours. That'll do it for now. So I should have left a large hook on the ground somewhere here. There it is, yeah. There it is. Past me did future me a favor here. Hell, there's even rope on the floor here too, but that's beside the point. So large hook, and then we just need planks and nails, which are easy peasy. Oh, it's only 2 and 2. Okay, cool. Now, I need to do this eventually. That's one of the reasons. It's not just for the meat, but I need to get the leather cooking eventually here. Look at this, 1,500 hours? Why am I tired? That shouldn't happen. Is there anybody else to fight in the area? Yeah, there is. I'm irritated about it. I really am. I should not be tired right now. Yeah, if I'm at stage 1 fatigue right now, then I'm going to be at stage 2 not long from now. So, okay, yeah. It's worth it. Coffee it is. This place is always, as much as I like this place, it's Smash Infecto, it's a great base place, but dealing with zombies in the parking lots or behind the place has always been infuriating. And it's only going to keep getting worse until I kill every single one of these guys. So I'm going to kill every single one of these guys. And then, of course, there's the assholes from the south. Now, if they get stressed enough, even the cow, not the ewes. The ewes will not attack. I've never seen them attack. The cow can actually get stressed enough to attack doors, and that's not a good thing. I do not want her to ever reach that threshold. If she does, I'm gonna have to let her go, because I don't really have the patience to deal with door breaking cows right now. So technically speaking, cows can get as bad as we saw the pigs earlier. See, at least in the cow's case, it's an actual loss. Pigs don't produce milk, and they take forever to grow up, so they're useful for their meat, sure, but I'm sure everybody loves bacon. For a second, I was not sure if we had too much residential in the area. I'll roll the dice a few times on a bed because I really need a bed. Oh, no, this is still a chance to break, I think. I can't remember if the green one here. Maybe I should just not. You know, real talk, we could probably level carpentry faster than we could not break a bed that we're trying to pick up. Like, we have the materials to level carpentry probably straight to 10 if we just stayed in Mass Gen Fatco there for a few days. What the fuck?! I know a lot of people can't see the UI. everybody needs to see this. Everybody needs to see this. I'll zoom in. Just in a fucking random ass crate. Why did it change? Photoshop does weird things sometimes. Right there. I have never found this book in all of my travels in B42. 2,200 hours of B42. I have never found Longblade 5. Ever. In all of B42. First time for everything, I guess. Cool. Cool. And it always happens when you're not looking for it, isn't it? Now, about this bed, it is still a chance to break. I don't know what it was that made me think that it wasn't. So I am not going to roll the dice. Because this, I'm just going to board up the window. Yeah, I'm just going to board up the window. So, how did I find that? A fucking residential cardboard box. A residential-ass cardboard box. I used to target them. I gave up. I gave up on targeting them. Because the chances were just that astronomical. But, lightning strikes, I guess. Lightning fucking strikes. What's going on here? The bathroom is boarded up? It's been a long time since I've seen that event. Absolutely. Well, I mean, okay, so on this stream, I don't know if I'll make it to blacksmithing this stream. Very likely not this stream, but on this character, absolutely. Whoa, that sounds like it's about to break. There's got to be more than one in there. Oh, that was just a really weak barricade. Okay, so the door is still intact, but the barricade is not. I need to be ready to... Just one. I have seen the events before where there's many of them in one bathroom. That was not it. So, just being wary, that's all. I mean, if lightning just struck, by the way. Lightning just struck for me. Like I said, I've never, ever had Longblade 5 before. Now, the ultimate joke for the devs to play on me right now would be for them to do another major version update that where save games are not compatible. If they... Wow, hey, look at that. We have a bed now. I did not expect that to happen. But yeah, we just passed 4 D30s in a row. Or, sorry, D3. Yeah, we rolled 4 D3, and all 3 of them came up 1s. If that sounds like a very difficult threshold to clear, you are 100% correct. So I am now carrying an entire bed all at once. This isn't even an artifact of me being strong. This is just good logistics right here. I can fit 1 part into my offhand, 1 part into a backpack in my offhand to reduce the encumbrance just enough, 1 in my main backpack, and then 1 part just straight up into my inventory. So that has made Mashed and Fatco a lot more viable now. Oh, come on. Don't be, oh no. Yep. I hate animals in this game. I'm thinking I'm gonna let her go. Because she's not gonna stop, by the way. She's gonna bash her fucking head on that thing until it breaks. And I thought that she wasn't at that point. But maybe she was. And she just didn't have anything to slap. I've never actually tried. What happens if I just let her out? Fascinating. Oh no, she just finds another door to slap. Is she just gonna find doors to slap? Is that the kind of mood she's in? I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't have the patience for this. I really don't. I don't want to let go of a cow right now. I also I don't have the fucking patience to deal with this. Oh, okay. Maybe she'll just stand there. Now, she might be doing that because there's no water. I do need to get water. I know they're all good. I made sure that they had food, or they drank water before I put them in the trailer, but let's get them some water so I can at least roll that out. And to get me some water. Animals are definitely they're definitely a part of Project Zomboid. Yeah. Definitely a part of Project Zomboid. We still have the nails, so just planks. And there it is. She found her way out. Now she's attacking again. You see, the thing is, I wouldn't be so mad about it if it wasn't for the fact that we could just do that. It wasn't for the fact that just popping it open for a second was enough to make them stop. I can't believe I just considered this. I know of a way to make them never attack anything. We make a pen out of cars. I can't believe I'm considering it, but it would prevent them from attacking anything. Because they would not be able to get to anything to attack. I can't believe I'm considering using the same technology that I would have to contain zombies to contain some fucking animals. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna leave both the goddamn doors open. If she wants to wander out, then that's her problem. Have I looted Phallus Lake yet? No. I've patched through it. That's it. Phallus Lake is a great resource for many things, really. But I haven't really gotten to the phase where I'm ready for that yet. See how she's just... You see how she's just sitting in front of something that she can attack? I've seen this before with domesticated animals. It's not that they attack things, but they'll, like, if you're a cat or a dog owner, you may have seen them, do the thing where they, stand in front of a door, wait for you to open it, and then, just walk away. Like, they don't go through it. And, I think that's an animal behavior because they just don't like doors being closed. Like, they expect to be able to move around, and the fact that they can't probably bothers them a little bit. Just a guess. I ain't no animal behavioral expert. Oh no, it's not only the cows doing that. It's basically any large mammal that is capable of doing so and is stressed. So, technically speaking, that is cows, bulls, that is pigs, that is boars, that is, sheep. Sheep will only do it if they're male. So these ewes right here, no matter how stressed they are, they'll never attack the doors. I just find it really funny that they're not stressed enough to leave the zone. Because if they were, then they would just leave the zone. But, they're stressed enough to slap the... I said before about toilet water that I would never drink it, but the animals don't have such principles. And at this point, they're lucky to have any water at all. They should reconsider whether they should slap my shit. Alright, so that is a full trough of water. That will take them... That'll take them a little while to go through. Can we not push the cow out, please? Let's do that, thank you. I'm not going to move that desk because the desk is actually seems to be catching them after a while there. It ended up being useful. Now, one of the only reasons that I decided to actually take these animals in is because the only other animals that I know about, without going all the way to the other side of the map, the only other animals that I know about are also going to be stressed. I know of a Ginfidel cow and bull. I marked them on the map. They're a little bit closer to my main base, but they are going to be just as stressed as these ones. So that is, yeah, nothing's... Well, hang on. Can't be leaving that open. Okay, now that I got them, their immediate needs taken care of, I'm going to investigate where the best spot to put a generator is for a solo generator for this place. I've always done multi-generators for this place. I've never come here with a solo before. I'm going to use B42map.com for that. Lovely website. Always shout it out when I use it. And it has a tool called Generator Radius, which just shows you a little blast radius for your generator sound. Or not sound, but effectiveness. So we go over here to Irvington, MassGen Fatco in the south. And there is one key light switch that I care about, and that is the factory floor lights. I think those lights right there, those are the farthest back. I believe the switch is on, like, the front here somewhere. I'm going to need to find out exactly where it is. One weakness is B42map.com is it does not show you back wall switches. Okay, this is the important one right here. This one right here has the factory floor lights for everything out here. So this light switch needs to be in the radius no matter what. So we're not going to be able to get away with putting it too far out this way. You can put a generator on the roof. I prefer not to. When I need to keep zombies away from a place, putting a generator on a roof is not the best idea. If you're trying to keep zombies, like, from getting too close to a place, you probably want to put your generator somewhere where it's going to be a little farther away. At least in such a case where the generator will be only pulling them to one side as opposed to pulling them from behind or something like that. Okay, so we can really only go, like, one tile out from the median there. Alright, fine, fuck it, I'll just put it on the little median there. Okay, so be it. Man, I wish we could just make extension cords. What high technology that would be. I literally have a 100-foot extension cord just right in the other room there. Oh, fuck off, really? Really, girl? Are you really gonna fucking do this one too? Get away from it. Oh, fuck off! Get back in there! For fuck's sake. You have food and water. You don't need to be coming out here. I like how I can just push them like that. Yep. Yep, 100%. This door is not one that I can leave just open. Maybe I'm gonna have to use the van. I might have to use the van. I can leave that door open. I just have to use the van. Of course, I left it running. I mean, what else is new? Okay, I need to go get a fridge so that I can butcher this animal and get its meat straight into the freezer. That is what was kind of next on the agenda here. And if I need a fridge, that means I need to basically take everything off other than my self-defense weapon. In this case, that'll be the knife. So satchel and backpack need to get taken off. And I am now capable of picking up a fridge. Steal my neighbor's pillow too while I'm here. I am not yet capable of moving regular ovens, but I can move fryers. That being said, I actually don't really care if I have to use fire to cook. That's not a problem for me. But obviously it's more convenient if I don't have to. We do have a mini fridge already. But the mini fridge does not have a big freezer. The freezer is tiny. We would, even at butchering level 1, we would probably still get too much meat to fit it in the fridge. Probably. I actually don't know. But in any case, we might as well get the generator started. Why are sounds randomly getting cut off, I wonder? I couldn't even begin to speculate, but I can tell you it's definitely happening. Oh, you know, I should have remembered that there's a literal chest freezer right here. It wasn't for this exact purpose that I brought that chest freezer here, but, well, too late now. Oh, well, speaking of too late. Where's the nearest gas can? I should usually have a gas can with me, but luckily we're in a warehouse. Alright, 9 lights are being powered. That is 8 too many. There should be literally only 1 light right now. 3, 4. 5, 6. These 2 floor light circuits is fine. 7, 8, 9. That means there's 3 lights going on up here. 1, 2. Said 2. Huh. That one's out of range. So there's 2. I'm not going to worry too much about 1 extra light. I usually prefer to find all the lights that are running that don't need to be and shut them all off, but it doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, they went ahead and gave us the pizza recipe, so they better fucking do it. I would be extremely mad if they didn't. But I mean, well, you don't. And here's the fun thing that I've got to remind everybody: it's also still a video game. I'm pretty sure that there's more things required for milk production than just a 5 liters of milk and a butter churn. But the devs have seen fit to do just that. 5 liters of milk and a butter churn is all we need right now. And to be honest with you guys, that's good enough for me for a video game. Okay, we're not moving that. At least we can move crates easily enough. Just wanted to put a bed in the corner. I guess that's asking for a lot. Oh, not the wall, please. There we go. Where's my hammer? Let it never be said that farming is easy work, because it definitely ain't. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Did I say milk instead of butter? Yeah, that's what I meant. Sweet. I still wouldn't want to put one indoors for the most part, but it's cool to know that we can. I hate the fucking noise of the generators so much. So I would never want to actually do that willingly unless I could actually cancel out the noise entirely by putting it behind like a double-walled room or something. But that does not work as far as I know, because the noise just goes right through walls. Absolute adventure just to get a simple bed. I'm sure it is. You've got to culture it. You got to do this. You got to do that. There's an entire subculture of culinary art dedicated to cheese. But as far as I understand it, one of the reasons cheese was such a useful thing is because it turned something that was initially perishable into something that lasted surprisingly long. Oh shit, before I go to sleep I was supposed to butcher this thing. God damn it. Well, we probably lost our chance at getting this, getting effective, refrigeration here. See what happens. I got a tiny piece of mutton. What the fuck did I even get that fridge for? I forgot just how terrible low-level butchering is. Like, absolutely fucking dog shit. Yeah, alright, okay. Like, literally not even a mouthful. And I haven't read the book for butchery, so... What the hell? Take the bones, please. There we go. Am I gonna be able to sleep right now? Probably not. No, I can. Good. And there's the cow, escaped again. So, believe it or not, they will literally walk out of their pen and die of hunger or thirst because they walked out of their pen. So I literally have to bring it back in. It's a really good thing that I know how to hotwire, because there is one solution to this. And when I say one solution, I literally mean there is only one solution. Right now, the only way to block a door and make it not attackable is to keep the door itself open and park a car in front of it. So to make sure that our animals don't just wander out of their pen and kill themselves out of starvation or thirst, we have to use a car to block a corner of their pen. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We have fun here. That means I need to clear some stuff out of the way here. And I need to drop my inventory once more so I can pick up this stupid water container. It's a little bit too useful to just delete. So I'll get that out of the way. I'll put it on the shelf or whatever. Thankfully, these picnic tables, you can just try to pick them up and they'll end up on the floor in parts. Or just part of it will break. That's cool too. Now, when it comes finally to the point where they won't break out of things, letting them de-stress is usually just a matter of time. And I have plenty of books to read, so time is not really a problem. We can blow through time and not actually be wasting it because we'll be reading. But if I'm going to be doing that, then I would like to have more than just these two. So I'm probably going to go acquire more than just these two. The bull is an option. It's definitely one of the options of all time. Bulls are threats to the player, though. If I go get that bull, then there's a possibility it will attack me. So I don't know if that's something I even want to even consider. Thinking about it as I move this stuff out of the way. Mulling it over. Oh, so, this light switch right here is indispensable. I cannot delete it, because it controls half of the floor lights. So this wall right here, I cannot delete this entire wall. So I also need to sledgehammer, well, in order to drive through this place. So this is all stuff I probably would have done someday. I just, being forced to do it now because of animals is, yeah. Complaining here doesn't do me any good. So I shan't subject you to too much of it. Drivable path achieved. Sort of. Now get these out of the way. I think we actually already emptied these. If anybody is not familiar with my strategy for cleaning up warehouses, this is the baseline right here. We empty the contents of the boxes and then move the boxes themselves out of the way. Then you can actually see what was in them visually on the floor there. And yes, I am well aware that there's a mod that shows you the contents of all containers nearby. That should be a part of the base game. And I will relish the day that it is. Until then, I'll do what I have to do. So now, put my backpack back on. And I gotta go find 2 throwaway cars. One to block this door, and one to block this door. I'll siphon like 5 liters out if I can. Which I can. Perfect. Throwaway cars are easy now that I'm capable of hot wiring. And I mean, hell, I wouldn't even need a hot wire for that taxi over there. Let's see how many tries it takes to climb the fence. Nice. High level fitness right there. Oh, am I done with my roast completely here? Yeah, okay. In need of more food then. Did I not wake up the interior of this fucking building, really? Well, okay, that's fine. At least it's in good condition. And I cannot just ignore the fact that zombies are chasing me now. I must get out and kill every single one of them, lest they come over to my base and stress my animals out. Yes, that means you too. I'm gonna have to go back and forth at least once more. Even though I'm really hungry, there are actually tons of non-perishables here. I had to leave behind more than I could carry forward when we came here last, so plenty of that to work with. He had a knife stuck in him. That looks to me like another carving tool that I can throw away when I'm done. Alright, so once before, I won't go too deep into detail on this because it's sad. I found that driving too close to a tile where an animal is will result in it getting hit somehow. So I'm literally just nudging the sheep. Just giving it a little nudge. Oh, here is something that is useful. I can go through, but they can't. I do this with zombies too. Like I said, we're literally using zombie tactics to deal with fucking animals right now. Can I still get this door? Yes! Perfect. Couldn't have done it more perfect myself. I really should be petting the animals more often. I'm pretty sure there's a cooldown, but every time that cooldown goes, probably something like 6 hours. If it's the same as it is for people. For people, if your character is stressed, you can pet an animal and it makes stress go away, and then there's like a, I think it's like a 3 or 4 hour cooldown, maybe something. I don't know. Probably goes both ways. Not as good of an engine. That's whatever. This guy probably clocked us. Now, if I needed a lot of non-perishable food, we're literally looking at a beef jerky factory here. But that is exactly what it says on the tin. It is nothing but beef jerky. I think I came away with like 20 pieces last time. So, lots and lots of it, but not like an infinite amount. Not like you would see in real life. In real life, you would probably go to a jerky factory. You'd probably see more than a single person could eat for more than a decade. We came to Irvington specifically looking for an animal trailer, and then kind of probably a little bit on a bit of a whim that I shouldn't have gone on. We ended up going ahead and going for a couple of rescues here. And now we have to do some really dumb bullshit to make sure that they don't just wander out of their pen and die of starvation and thirst, because they will wander out of their pen and attack doors for no reason when they're stressed. So I'm using anti-zombie movement tactics right now, to include using vehicles to block doorways that are fuck off, that I just left open. So now I should be able to... I can get in and out, but they can't. See, I'm using walk 2, and my character does nothing because there is no way to get out there. Well, I could break that window, but I'm not doing that. So I have a way in and out, but they don't. Now I still need one more throwaway car though, because the front door is being blocked by my main vehicle. And that's no good. I need my main vehicle. Went far out of my way to bring that. So there's probably another throwaway down here somewhere. And here's the deal. If I take it with me now, I would probably come back and they might be attacking it, but I don't know. I'm just going to leave it and go on foot for now. There's a little bit of finger food for the road. Is it already 4 a.m.? Damn. Or 4 p.m. rather. I'm not that far off my sleep schedule. Not yet, at least. I was up at 4 a.m. Now, there may be some intact vehicles over here, but all their engine qualities are going to be like single digits, which means it would take like 50 tries to get one to start. Not doing that. I would sooner fight my way through all these Zeds down here and see if I can nail a another something around the corner there, maybe. Oh, my main axe needs a sharpen. Now, one of the reasons that cow is worth all this trouble is because it is actually producing milk. I probably should have milked it already, actually. I'm so obsessed with getting the last vehicle so that I can declare the animal pen secure. If I don't find a vehicle... Wait a minute, this is just a dead-end neighborhood. Right. Yes. This floor is made of floor. So unironically, considering just using one of these wrecked vehicles and then just not trying to position it by driving it, that's always an option. Then I can just come back later someday at some point after leveling up some welding and have a burned wreck that I can just... Oh, none of my vehicles are going to be able to tow. I think this is just a theory, a game theory. The devs are making these lots out of sand because they want it to be very hard for us to tow vehicles out of them. Sand is one of the hardest surfaces to tow on. So, of course, if there's a parking lot or a junkyard full of vehicles that can't run on their own power, because of course that's how it would be, of course, in this universe, it would be on the hardest terrain to drive on. That makes perfect sense for this game, sadly. Because we must be miserable all the time. Up to about 9 hours or so here. I remember seeing a police car up here. Yeah, I'm going to take that police car because I actually probably want to fix that up someday. It'll be a long time before I can. But those sports car police cars are actually pretty good. You know, I'm probably just going to go on an on-foot adventure to get my way to the place where all the sports cars are. Now that I'm far enough away from the animals, I can discharge the firearm now. This is also Irvington. Discharging the firearm in Irvington is definitely one of the tactics of all time. Maybe not the best one. We would get threats from south. Yeah, we would get lots of threats from that direction. I saw somebody comment that I've been whatchamacallit, that the cardinal directions probably aren't what they seem to be. And you're probably technically 100% correct. But no, I gotta go by screen direction. Isometric bullshit is what I'm gonna have to say to that. Lots of it. Yeah, we're not starting to shoot just yet. Not until I get a better understanding of exactly how many are coming. Remember, we also don't have a vehicle with us right now, so we can't just get in the vehicle and drive away if we get in over our head. We would have to run away on foot, and that is a lot harder to do sometimes. I have, in the past, actually gotten a little tired from running around doing nothing but axe. I'm gonna have to sit down and do a little drink here. Yeah, if I were to shoot right now, we would be overwhelmed due to all this from this direction. Didn't see exactly how big that group was, now I do. So we are piecemealing this. This is a melee fight. It's a cute shirt. Slow shambler. We'll finish the sharpen before he gets to us. Got a McCoy logging to the north. I don't know if this is one of the lots that can spawn McCoy logging cove vehicles. If so, that would be fantastic right about now. I didn't bring gas with me. Let's go recover a vehicle and not bring gas. Absolute fucking state of my life. No, I could, if I have to, I can sprint back. We really should get a crit bonus if we actually land a melee attack from behind like that. It's pretty hard to do. The zombie has to be completely unaware of you to the last second. Maybe it's only hard to do because I always pick conspicuous. Combat for the fast shambler? Yeah. Let's deal with Slowby here first. We do not have a clean angle of approach from this point, because I decided to bypass a rather large group down there. Well, this guy is not no fucking attention span whatsoever. Right there, and he gave up. Can't go over these anymore. These are these just these are brick walls now. That was a big old stutter right there. I should keep in mind that can't go all the way around here. Alright, so there's a car right there. I have no idea whatsoever if there's any gas in it. That is technically one of the nearest cars to my base. I definitely never would have embarked on anything like this if it was not for the fact that respawns are now off by default. The fact that I know for a fact that I'm just killing everybody in the road right now, and when I come back later, there's not just going to be arbitrary groups for no reason. As, oh man, is that nice. Head's still pretty good, but the handle is starting to go. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! I don't know if y'all saw that. He just basically fucking appeared inside of that car. Not like in a seat, but like just right here in the tile inside the fucking... Right. Anyway, I don't know if I've ever seen that. No gas, of course. Of course, of course. But if I want to tow it now, I have a clean road, so that's one way of going about it if I have to. Running! They spawn inside of cars. It's the only time I've ever seen that I can think of off the top of my head. If they do, they should have to break out of windows, but yeah, I have nothing further to say about that. A little silly. Almost as silly as me going on a vehicle recovery op without any gas. Yeah, I thought there would just be one down the road, and then it kind of ballooned. My usual thoughts on this: the time is never truly wasted in this game as long as you're doing something and it's marginally amusing. Right, yeah. No clip mode engaged. Alright, I think this door is going to be able to survive a, I think that door can survive a few minutes while I'm gone. I once again forgot to pet the cow. Oops. They just keep edging closer to the you know what? They're gonna keep being a problem until I solve them. Like the math homework. It ain't gonna do itself. Am I going loud? No, not going loud. Just too many unknown factors here. Nice. Very nice. Definitely feeling axe level 6 right now. Nobody need no guns for this. Booyah. Intersection clean. Alright, so that pig's corpse is probably going to be stale, if not rotten. And, well, I literally could not care less now, because after seeing how little mutton I got from that sheep, yeah, they've definitely made it so the butchering level 1 is still an absolute meme. I really should have just found some rabbits to run over. As you can see, trying to tow on grass alone is hard enough. Try to do it on sand, and you're going to have a real bad time. Now, I think because I've put in the effort to get these guys secure, I'm going to go ahead and leave them here for the long haul. That is... I mean, if I can, like, milk that Ginfidel and get, like, 10 liters out of her every couple of trips that I come here, that will be... 10 liters of milk will make my character last for quite a long time, as long as she doesn't need to put on weight. And if she needs to put on weight, non-perishables are probably a lot better of an option for now, until we have more cow access. Oh, key already in the ignition. Lock on the trunk is broken. That's kind of funny. So we open the door. The vehicle blocks the door. Animals have nothing they can hit. Animals are happy. So am I. Now, animals make stress noises, and I'm not as happy as I would be. I mean, even when they're making regular noises, it gets a little bit irritating when there's too many of them. Alright, they are now officially secure. I pet the cow. Now, because she's stressed, she's producing milk, but she doesn't have a cow, or she doesn't have a calf. So I do actually need to go get a bull, and that's going to be difficult. that's going to be extremely difficult. So if you try to milk a cow while it is stressed, it will run away from you. So there's no point in trying to milk her right now. She will, even if she is technically producing milk, which she shouldn't be because she doesn't have a bun in the oven, but it's whatever. Alright, I need to go get the other pig, bring it back here, butcher it. The, leather that I get from it is the next priority. Since we've got animal access, we need to get some leather somehow. In this case, butchering a pig is, well, it's going to be wasteful. We have not read the butchering book, so we won't get a fraction of the experience we should be getting. But it is the most expeditious way to get some leather right now, so we're going to do it. I expect that we'll be getting thirsty or hungry momentarily here. I'll need to whip up something here. This field up here never had any animals to begin with. I've noticed that it's called a ranch. The zone is just called ranch. Whenever there's no animals in it initially, it's just called ranch. Otherwise, it will be called like sheep something or whatever. It'll have the animal's name and the zone name. I'm not sure what's not sure what their movement is right now. Some of these guys are moving somewhere with a major purpose. You know what? I'll give them a purpose. Yeah, that's right. I'm calling all you fuckers out. I'm finally far enough away from my animals that I'm not going to piss them off by doing this. The most dangerous place out there, somewhere in Louisville, probably. Grand Ohio Mall interior. Sanitarium was dangerous, but it was extremely specific. We got trapped because of lightning strike scenario. I have a separate video on my channel called Worst Situation in 2,000 Hours of Project Zomboid. But like I said, yeah, that was highly situational and can be prevented in the future. Yeah, military research facility was easily the single worst. Grand Ohio Mall, and I think the Grand Ohio Mall situation that I'm thinking of, this is on Annie Mae, probably part 60 something. It was when we were on the second floor on the interior, and a bunch of zombies that should not have been there were there all of a sudden. because we had already been through the area and there was nothing, and then all of a sudden there were some, and I couldn't ever figure out if those were just initial spawns that had never showed up or respawns. I never did figure out. If it was respawns, then the problem is solved. So it probably is not going to still be the most dangerous place. No, Crossroads Mall was never that dangerous to me. I mean, there's a lot of zombies, but there were always a lot of good combat options to deal with them. There were never, as far as I can think of. Like, Crossroads Mall was so chill after a certain point that I could, I built a small sleeping spot that was safe in the fountain, in the dead center of the place. That was kind of fun. $12 rounds in the... Okay. Convulse. Convulse again. There we go. I think I can reliably predict if they're going to convulse if I shoot them and they don't even react in the slightest. Oh, that was a... I am finally at the point where, if I wait for really close range shots... At least reliably ragdoll him, if not one-shot him. So one-off's not a bad deal. This is just for, like, all those zombies for just 2 houses here. That's standard for a place like this. But now, if I drive through this area, no more problems, because respawns are not a thing. Wait a minute, that garage door was there just a minute ago. Now it's not. Does that mean they literally broke the garage door, even though they can't get through that garage? I'd believe it. I've seen zombies do that kind of shit before. Yeah, the garage door is effing gone. Oi, don't you ignore me. Somehow that was not a one-shot. How many heads does he have to shoot? I guess we were just so tired that we couldn't aim at his temple. Hoping that's it for this area, so I can top that magazine off and put a kibosh on 9mm for the moment. Oh, there was a metal worker who lived here. Am I gonna finally do the thing, maybe? Maybe I could do a blacksmithing forge here in Irvington. It just doesn't feel right. Irvington is just so far away from everything else. It just doesn't feel... It's just so hard to square with my, you know, my sensibilities of centralizing things. And, I mean, you know, being a drifter, setting up blacksmithing infrastructure anywhere as a drifter seems silly. But, I'm not playing this game without Longblade someday. Shotgun in the back, in the, whatchamacallit? In the, bedroom here. There's a lot of corners in this house, might not look like it. A basement here. Just gonna close that door. Cereal. I am for cereal right now. That was a millennial reference. You kids wouldn't get it. Actually, most of my viewers are millennials. I've seen the age breakdown. Most of y'all are in your late 20s, early 30s. Most. Probably about 60, 70%, something like that. That is, of course, if YouTube has your age correct, which I suspect YouTube is not as good at that as they would like to be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rolled out a verification system. It isn't just for, whatchamacallit, for stealing your info. Google already has most of it. Google is one of the few companies that really doesn't need to do the whole ID age verification bullshit. They'll do it if they have to, legislation, but they're not one of the groups lobbying for it. Meta and the AI giants are the ones lobbying for that for the most part. Like I said, Google doesn't need it. They they need your information. They've most likely already got it somewhere. First in, best dressed to the party. Don't delete your data. Poison it. There's a mod on the workshop that makes it so that the Simmental cows, which is that's the kind of cow I got there, produce chocolate milk. It's a brown cow, chocolate milk, of course. That's how that should work. One of the most popular mods, too. Alright, I'm no longer killing zombies at this point. Fatigue, fighting through the fatigue is not worth it. And of course it is stale. That is what it is. I know, right? I believe that through the power of genetic modification, I believe it's possible. That would probably take a lot of metabolic modifications. You might end up with a cow that doesn't look as much of a cow anymore, but basically, you'd have to take whatever genes cause plants to synthesize coca powder. Then you'd have to somehow find a way to implement that into the lactation. But when I say coca powder, that's a processed product. Come on, really, Zomboid? Really? We were just here. That might be a sign I've been playing the game too long. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. I was up a little too early this morning. I had the restless sleeper thing IRL. I woke up at commute time, which is, that doesn't make sense, not on a Saturday. It is Saturday, right? Yeah, Saturday. Commute time for me is 3:30, and there was no reason to wake up for that, but I did, and then I couldn't get back to sleep. Alright, for this 20 kilo sow right here, we're gonna get 4 encumbrance of meat. And I don't even care about any of that. I care about the fact that we're about to get some leather. That's all I did this for. Meat would have been a nice little bonus, but black pig hide right there. That's what we're here for. See, the fact that I just got a level without even reading any books, that should tell you everything you need to know about how much I could have gotten if I had read the damn book. Speaking of reading books, I think that's what we're going to be doing next now. Before we left, before we left our field base in Ekron, we made sure that the generator there was topped off, so we don't have to worry about the generator there running out anytime soon and spoiling our stuff. So of what we recovered from those the 2 animals we just butchered, we can barely put together a single stir fry from that. Total of 11 hunger worth of stuff. I'm gonna open a can to go with that. Yes, I hear you. Oh, well, I'm gonna have to cook those with a campfire. That is gonna take a while. I'm probably gonna go ahead and cook those overnight. I really hate that we can't put things on top of crates anymore. Animal parts are supposed to go up here. Oh, right, I need to bring the brains with me. The brains are for brain tan. Brain tan is a necessary part of leatherworking. I can't wait for that to be locked behind a magazine recipe. Oh, shut up. I'm sorry, I literally could not. Alright, now before I go to bed, I'll give him a pet, see if anything helps. See if that helps anything. Now remember, I had... Don't know how often I tell this story. Damn it. Oh no, no! Fuck! She's glitched now. God damn it, now I can't pet her. Well, there goes the cow then. I can't pet her. I don't know how long... God knows how long it'll take for the stress to go away. She's in a glitched state. When you no-clip through your animals and you don't push them, they're in a glitched state. I can right-click on her, I can hit pet, and nothing will fucking happen. I know of no way to get rid of this. I have tried putting them in trailers, I've tried doing this with them, I've tried moving around with rope. It just doesn't fucking work. Nothing is reliable. I don't even know if they even move with rope. Yeah, she's done. Wasting my fucking time. I know that someday she'll get unglitched. I don't know what causes it, and I don't know what solves it. All I know is it's happened, and she is now in a glitched state for God knows how long. So, yeah, that's the thing. Bedtime. Overnight, I will build a campfire and cook. Well, there's nothing to milk. She's not pregnant, and she's stressed. If I try to milk her while she's stressed, she runs away. This is what I was talking about before about Irvington basically being free bushes everywhere. These did not come in as wilderness overgrowth, these were just deer. Just need 3 stones now. Sometimes that's the hardest part. If you ever see that little green thing say +1 strength, +1 fitness, the reason it's doing that is because your physical stats, strength and fitness, degrade over time. You lose experience. So we started at strength 10, fitness 10. That, I think, was the first time I've seen us lose it and immediately regain it. But yeah, that's the thing. If you do nothing but sit on your ass for, I don't know how long it takes, but if you do nothing but sit on your ass for too long, eventually you will not be strength level 10 anymore. Or whatever strength level you are. Theoretically, it is possible to waste away. I have no idea how long it takes. I feel like the heat death of the universe would probably have to go by if I was strength level 10. But I don't know. It never be said that campfires are very convenient, but they work. Oh, there's a chair somewhere. I'm gonna steal a chair. Yeah, folding chair. Now we're getting into the Kentucky mentality. I need to sit somewhere where I can actually watch. So we got ourselves a 30 and a 20 here. Gonna go ahead and straight up eat the 20. So we got room for it. Hey, they gave us back the right-click menu for campfires. Oh yeah. Small victories. So right-click menus were removed, but then were put back for barricades and now campfires. Maybe we'll get something else back too. After I sleep, there was some wood glue that I noticed in one of those crates. I'm going to try repairing the handle on my firefighter axe. I think wood glue is more effective than duct tape, but I don't remember. This will probably be my last in-game day today. I'm not sure if I'll still have the energy to keep our girls safe. In Project Zomboid, know your limits, but in real life, also know your limits, because you have limits just as your character does. Where is the wood glue? It's right here. Oh, it's a tube that's almost empty. Great. Fuck. Gotta be some more wood glue. This is a mashed in Fatco. Fucking course there's gotta be, right? Oh, what's the matter? You can't attack a door? You know, I would literally let them attack the doors if I had any sort of inclination that it let them cook off some of their stress. If she needs to attack a door, go for it. But I don't think it helps. I think it just actually makes it worse. Because well, it makes it worse for me, but there's also, I'm pretty sure if other animals hear it, they might be able to make each other stressed. So yeah, this is an entire mashed in Fatco with no fucking wood glue, except for a single charge and a single tube. There's gotta be some on the floor over here, right? There's gotta be gold in that sand. Well, these are desert people. They value water, not gold. Yeah, we did not find another. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Man, I actually feel myself getting a bit of a headache here. That is definitely a sign of the times, if I didn't know better. Well, I've got zip ties. They're supposed to be for spot fixes when I have no other options. So duct tape, I would sooner use duct tape these days because there's just so much duct tape to use. And it's worth the allocation for maintenance experience at this point. At least until I can make new handles. So it's worth a shot. Oh, she clips again. Hang on. Hang on. I saw her clip. Did she get unbugged? She's stuck in this fucking corner now. Okay, maybe she fixed herself? Huh? Can I pet? Can I? No, don't go in the fucking corner again! I need to pet you! Fuck's sake, woman. This way. I've never seen a cow adamantly refuse to be pet that much. Oh, I don't interact with cows that much in real life, but... See, is the most that I can gather is that the glitch that I'm thinking of, where they become... There we go. I think it has something to do with them being in a spot where you try to pet them, but you literally can't, like, because there's something, like, you know, blocking your path, and the cow or the animal doesn't know how to move into the correct path. I don't know. Just speculating. Just speculation. Okay. Well, in that case, what that means is it's not worth it to give it a shot on, maybe I can finish a couple books here. I'll finish a couple books here and, pass an hour that way. Maybe I'll pet them every hour on the hour or something. Oh, great. It did it again. So, my theory is... It feels closer to being correct now because, well, I wasn't in the correct spot. See, when they're in a bugged state, they also won't move when you try to... So, once again, she's stuck. I have completely and totally lost patience for this. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I've given him enough food and water to last for probably a couple months. A little bit more water, and I can make them last even longer. To make absolute sure I do not forget the sledge. Mandatory. Under no circumstances will that be forgotten. Okay, so I got my leather. I think what I'm going to do is get back to Ekron and get the leather... Well, now there's a question. Do I want to get the leather cooking in Ekron? Because that... Wherever I end up starting to cook the leather, I need to be there at least 7 days. 7 days to dry the leather. Suppose it's not the worst thing in the world to be in Ekron for another 7 days, but... I could probably get it done in less than 7 days if I keep a fire cooking on it. Oh, she's trying to go the wrong way. Excuse me, ma'am. Really? Thought... no, I got nowhere near clearing this area, I guess. I'll hold off on that for a moment. Got my hands full. Some water. Irvington is probably one of the worst places to have a drought. We haven't had rainfall for quite a while. I think there's probably a bathtub in one of these residentials. Yeah, bathtub in here. I'm getting water not just for the aminals at this point, but also myself. I do not need water at Ekron. This is just for here in Irvington. Since I took all the fixtures dry at Irvington, as it were. Now that I am level 6 carpentry, I can also at least put some rain barrels down. Where did I end up putting them last time? I think I remember now. Yeah, I remember where to put them. Okay. Still about 20 viewers at 5 p.m. on a Saturday. Appreciate you, folks. That is definitely outside the norm for me. I've usually weekend evenings, like Friday, Saturday evenings, the fall off is pretty sharp. Must be a quieter one. I might as well turn the generator back on so I can see what I'm doing. Like I said, I do want to actually leave them with enough water. There is a possibility that spontaneously their stress will lower over time. And regardless of what the animals end up doing, I still have many reasons to come back here, so... This certainly looks like a morbid situation here. A fire pit, butcher hook, blood on the ground, and folding chair. Very morbid indeed. We're not going to ask what was going on there. I'm a little too tired actually to think properly about logistics. See, if I end up building a forge here, that doesn't sound like a good idea. I've been back and forth on that for a minute now. It doesn't sound like a good idea because I don't know. It just doesn't sound like a good idea. I actually don't have this very solid. I could probably make it work. It's just from a standpoint of resources on the map. I mean, look at where we're at. We're all the way over here. Everything else on the map is just so far away. Thanks, Phantom. Yeah, that it just doesn't feel like a worthy endeavor, because obviously it is a massive investment of resources that are going to be hard to duplicate. If I end up not liking the forge here and I want to put it in Muldraw, which feels more reasonable, then that means I need to find more leather and dry more leather, which is only going to get harder as we get closer to winter. So, no, I'm not doing it. We're not doing a forge here, which is okay. There's still plenty of things to do here without a forge. But that probably also means that I'm not coming back here until after we do Muldraw. Yeah, I hope you enjoy that grass too, girl. I went out on my way to get it for you. Maybe you should actually chill out and not be so mad. Why do you have to be mad? It is only game. Yeah, she's probably, again, for all I know, she could be stressed for the rest of her life. I had turkeys, and this is back in 42 point... Oh, it was prior to 42.7, I think. So, many builds ago. But as far as I know, nothing about this has changed. I had some turkeys that got stressed, and they were agitated all the way to 100. I must have pet them every day for about a month, almost. I pet them almost every day for a month. And they were still stressed. And at that point, I just gave up. So you can understand why I'm probably just going to fucking give up a lot earlier than a month, because I have better things to do than stay in one place for a month. This is Dani the Drifter. This is not Barb the Builder. We do not settle down in places. Nails. Absolutely. How about welding rods? And I'm going to go and build 2 rain barrels. I'm going to go ahead and build them at ground level because... No, I don't have to be lazy. I'm tired, but I'm not lazy. I'm going to go up to the 2nd floor. We're going to build a couple of... we got the sledgehammer. We don't have to be oppressed. All we got to do is sledgehammer the side wall up here. And I want to have the bed is just a temporary position. I usually do a sink somewhere on this wall right here next to the stairs. So 1, 2, 3. We'll make the door right next to the top of the stairs, which would mean the sink would be basically where the pillow is right now. Again, long distance concerns. I'm thinking we're far ahead in the future there. But if I get it established now, since I have the resources and now finally the skill to do it, if I get it established now, when I come back here, it will be filled up with rainwater by then. Oh, there are piles of planks somewhere. Did I use up all the planks on random stuff? Huh, I would believe that if I did. Yeah, okay. At the very least, the beauty of being a fire officer is that I'm really good with axes. I can cut down a tree nice and easy. Alright, so that is a total of 6 logs. 2 each, that's 2 rain barrels and then a little bit of flooring for them. Should be enough. Oh, wait a minute, no. Yes, this is, the switch is right here. Right, so if I wanted to put the... I remember this being a problem now. That's alright, we'll deal with it. Right, this wall right here next to the top of the stairs is switch wall. So I can't delete that. I have to delete the wall next to it. Fine, fine. $156 carpentry experience for a single floor. That's really funny. So we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4 back from the edge of the stairs. So there and then here. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but... So the center of the sink should now be... One, two, three, four on the other side of the bed now. So I will mark the center of the sink with a bag of plaster powder. How about that? Works for me. Alright, I think we are just going to get out of here, get back to where we need to be right now. And if we have time after we won't have time after we get back. That's not, yeah, we can do that. We might have enough time to process the leather when we get back. Do I really not have that much small form food here left? Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll leave that here then. And we're out of here. Do I want these construction lights? Kinda, but not really. There's only 51 encumbrance of ammo in here. But it's all it's all lesser used calibers, so no. God damn it. Where? I'm genuinely shocked the animals aren't running in circles. Probably only a matter of time. I had a feeling there'd be someone out there somewhere. .12 gauge. I am going to bring that with me. Just because I feel like it. And I have the room for it. Pretty much everything else I have stockpiled here does not really need to go forward with me right now. Even the generator, which I do have room for. I'd rather just leave a yellow here and be done with it. Alright, so 3 cartons shotgun, leaving Irvington and moving out. So I am going to take another animal trailer, but I'm not going to take one of mine. I'm going to go recover another one because there was a whole parking lot full of them. And I'm greedy. What can I say? Oh, there's a lot more of them. Alright, so we're going to take a different route. I shut the generator off, right? I actually can't remember if I shut the generator off, so no, we're not going to take a different route. This gravel road actually will connect back to Irvington Road eventually. I don't remember the exact route. But we're not going to be able to find out because, yeah, I need to, I cannot remember if I shut the generator off because I'm just that low on brain power at the moment. Oh, shit. Shouldn't be looking at things on the other screen right now. New tailoring patch. There's nothing new with tailoring that I can see. We're on the latest build of the game. All they did with tailoring that I can see is they made it so that you can't get experience as easily as you could before. I'm not seeing any new recipes whatsoever right now. Maybe there are some, I don't know. But I'm scrolling real fast here, and everything I'm seeing on each page here, it's all stuff we could do. This is all stuff we could do already for at least 3 or 4 versions. Yeah, the only thing new that they did with tailoring is something I'm really salty about, so forgive me. I'm still extremely salty about the fact that we can't get any experience from shortening skirts, shortening pants, shortening sleeves, anything like that anymore. Okay, I'm not an idiot. I did, in fact, shut the generator off. And we are out of here. Increase the XP from crafting stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I actually have not finished reading the book yet, so I have not crafted anything yet. We've gathered materials for crafting stuff, but since we haven't read the book, I have not touched a single crafting recipe. So maybe they boosted it. Maybe it's workable now. I can tell you for damn sure that last time I tried it, it was terrible, and I hated every minute of it, and I grinded through it. Because I had to. I mean, you know, it's tailoring. If you want to have high level protection, you need tailoring eventually. Alright, it's good riddance for now, Irvington. I'll catch you later. We are on our way back to Ekron to finish up what we started there. Unfortunately, we're not on our way back to Ekron with a cow or a sheep because, well, there was one sheep there that was not stressed, but it wasn't producing milk. And we're still a few months out from its mating season. And even if it was in its mating season, there's no rams that are not stressed to oblivion. So, in short, there were no animals worthy of bringing back with us here. I can understand where they're going, where they want you to actually make things to get experience. I just wish that all the recipes were not, like, it's not, maybe making some rag hand wraps will now get me 200 experience. No, okay, it's not going to get me that much, but the point being, I don't really care how much experience rag hand wraps get me. I'm still going to have to make probably a lot of them, and I'm never going to use them again. The problem with tailoring is it's not like carving. Carving, it doesn't matter, even at level 0 carving, I can still carve things that are actually fucking useful. That is not true with tailoring. 0.000% of anything that I can make at level 1 tailoring is something I'm ever going to use again. It is literally just a waste of my goddamn time. So the recipes I have always hated and probably will continue to hate because they're not best in slot. And they do not contribute anything useful towards anything other than grinding the skill. So they've given us lots of options. I'm glad that I can now take a tarp and I can make 50 different items out of the tarp. Glad that I can take a garbage bag and I can be a walking trash bag. I'm glad that I can do that. Sorry, I think I blew a sarcasm fuse. It's low-level tailoring has never been interesting to me. Some of the Holstein leather things visually are not bad looking. On Nora, we almost managed to find a situation where it was cold enough to wear a Holstein leather hat. Almost. And then we started getting hot, like super hot. Then we started getting so sweaty that we were at risk of getting sick from being sweaty in the dead of winter in negative degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like, do I really need heavier insulation? Do I really need Holstein leather stuff when it looks cool, but it insulates me to the point of being threatening sickness? I'm not feeling it. I'm just not feeling it right now. I feel like some people who are setting some of the values for insulation for items, and I don't know exactly who's doing that. Maybe it's the original devs. Maybe they have somebody coming on the team doing that. I feel like they're not somebody who plays the game very deeply and understands exactly just how insulated we can be right now, because it's a little bit absurd. Almost as absurd as coming to a complete stop because the game decided that it doesn't want to finish loading yet. But yeah, local man complains about video game that's unfinished. More news at 11. Yeah. Yep, 100%. Danny will eventually have the same problem because I'm eventually going to want to min-max my layers again. It gets worse the longer of a session we play. The fact that I've been playing non-stop for 10 hours, that's probably why it's doing that. It wasn't doing it before, but there's definitely a memory leak in there somewhere. That it is. Insulation is and I'm not even going to say that it's not a good thing that insulation is the way it is. I do think insulation values need to be readdressed. I've complained about tank tops before, but tank tops are literally something people wear to help them vent, or to be a little bit cooler than something with sleeves. And yet in this game, a tank top provides like 2 times, 3 times as much insulation as a t-shirt to the chest. Okay. I mean, most tank tops are scoop necks too, so the upper torso has a little bit more room to vent. I mean, it's also for the ladies to show off their, tank tops are not built to provide that much insulation, is the point I'm getting at. And yet, in this game, no, you put a tank top on your chest, you're going to be overheating. You're going to be overheating. I loathe to imagine how many players of this game got to their character customizer at the start and chose tank top as one of their layers to put on. And, well, the character creation screen doesn't show you insulation values. And then wondered, why am I dehydrating so quickly? The game doesn't explain it. The game doesn't explain that you're going to be starting in the Kentucky summer in 90 degree Fahrenheit weather and running around as characters tend to do in this game in 90 degree weather with that level of insulation. You're just going to be pissing water away, and not normal pissing. I mean pissing it away in the form of sweat. Imagine that. But that's the video game we're playing right now. I just wish that they had done things like reassess the insulation values of existing clothing before going through and adding a bunch of clothing that nobody is ever going to wear again after they level tailoring past a certain point. That's priorities. If there is one thing I could just criticize the devs over, priorities. Priorities. What do I think of making glue? Sure, I would love to. That is one thing that 7 Days to Die does correctly. Glue can be made. And you don't need, you can make improvised glue without some super advanced global production pipeline. It's probably not going to be anywhere near as good as regular glue. It won't be anything close to epoxy or super glue, but it'll get the job done. Hang on a second, make sure I didn't miss my turn. It's literally when Irvington Road ends, yeah, so KY 144 here to Hayesville. Oh, by the way, this blood that got on our trailer, it's there forever now. It will never go away. You can wash trailers, but the blood doesn't actually go away, so This trailer is permanently the bloody trailer now. I might make it sound less sometimes, you know, if anybody just joined, I promise I don't usually bitch this much. I've just had a particularly frustrating experience dealing with animals, and suddenly all of the normal roach glitches that I can ignore, suddenly they just show up bright like headlights right in my face. One could say that my patience has worn thin. Let me show you how thin my patience is worn. Damage my windshield again, you fucking little shit. Yeah, that's right, run into that fucking forest. Did I even kill any of them? Yeah. There's my butchering skill, by the way. I might have actually had a tree eat all of my bullet. Oh no, okay, here we go. Yeah, it just took a second to bleed out. I might have, definitely several of those shots that I just took were completely eaten by trees. I have seen that happen with zombies, and if it can happen with zombies, then it can happen with animals. I feel like I nailed one of them through this, there's blood on the floor here. This would be a great opportunity to use tracking to maybe track down one of those rabbits, assuming that I actually nailed it. But how do I use tracking? I search focus for animal tracks, right? Oh, look, flint. That doesn't look like animal tracks. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm forging right now, and all I'm finding is regular forging stuff. If there is an animal track system in this game, it is so obtuse that even I have not figured it out. I mean, I'm also a moron. Hey, look at that. There's Chuck. What's up, Chuck? Oh, fucking road. Come on. Right here, buddy. Boy. Human, right here. That's right, that's right. Right this way. I wonder if this is an easy way to get nimble experience. Hang on. 18.6. You do get nimble experience for orbiting guys on the ground like this. That is really funny. Because even at nimble level 1, I can stay ahead of them. Now, you can't normally get nimble experience unless there's zombies close to you. That's really funny. That's funny. You make that fucking noise with me, buddy. I know where you live. Hey, I mean, nimble is an extremely useful skill. And we just got one whole experience point in it. Now, if I wanted to actually grind nimble, there are many, many better ways of doing it. Anyway, home right here. So I mostly just picked up that animal trailer to get some options here. There was a part of me that was really deeply hoping I could bring one of those, bring a mating pair of cows back from Irvington. Doesn't look like that's happening though, and we'll survive. Are you sure you got experience by doing that? I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I was pretty sure that you could only get it by oh, the fucking radishes were open. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I need to use them all ASAP. It's really hard to use radishes from a jar. It just... At least I'm getting cooking experience every time I do this. Alright, jar of radishes used up. These soups we started putting together, we can actually put the acorns in. When we foraged just now, we got some acorns. And yes, I did just put the rabbits into the fridge. Yep. Oh, great. Rain. Looks like this hunting knife has run its course. You know, I don't have a lot of energy left, and I kind of need some energy in order to organize things. So instead of trying to organize things and failing and then trying and then failing, I'm going to go ahead and spend the rest of the night hour giving our girl a bath, because she has definitely earned it. And then I will be back tomorrow, bright and early. Tomorrow morning, Sunday. And it looks like, this sounds like it's going to be a storm. I can tell by the sound of the wind. Storm of some kind. It's getting close to September. I don't know if you guys know about Septembers in Project Zomboid, but man, they can get rainy. Followed by winter months of veritable drought. Oh, hey Richard, you caught us right at the end today. I am just about to peace out. Been at this for about 10 hours, a little over 10 actually, yeah. But yeah, we are currently partially wrapped up with Ekron. There's still some loot to be found here. We tried to recover some animals from Irvington, and that kind of just blew up in my face because they're all stressed, and you can't really get anything out of stressed animals other than meat. But I mean, you know, level 1 butchering, so. All right, 4:50. Yeah, we're a little late for bed actually. But as you can see, we've had quite success with loot recently here. Very, very big success. Is that enough rope? Oh, I think we're one rope short. We're one rope short of a stack here. We have 11. A stack is 12. Definitely plenty of welding rods available for when we start doing welding. Now without a light bar, that's always an interesting question. With a light bar, it's very easy. With a light bar, you turn on the light bar and set the siren, and it just you'll never lose them. Without a light bar, basically just constant horn hawks. But yeah, if you're talking about like how do I corral them into a tight little group to bomb them, I would never want to try to do that without a ambulance or a fire truck or something that has sirens on the top. Sirens and flashing lights. First of many hunting knives that we're going to use up. That one has finally run its course for the most part. I don't remember what I did with my other hunting knives, so I'll just use the pocket knife here for now. It looks cooler on my chest. A little bit less clash. So I always encourage people to take screenshots of their bases as they progress. They might not be there forever. So last sleep for the day. Alright, and this is where I'll call it here for today. I shall catch you guys tomorrow morning. And last thing we always do here is back up our save. So go to your system drive, go to your users folder, username, Zomboid, and then to your saves folder, and then to Apocalypse. Sort it by date modified. Here's the most recent one. Just copy that whole folder, put it wherever you want. Me, I put it to my backups folder a little ways up here. And this is part 5 of Dani Aurelio's journey through B42.16. That'll take a little while. Our saved file size is about 600 megabytes, over 250,000 files. So it'll still fit on a CD. All right, folks. I shall catch you guys in the next one. Peace out. Have a good one.